You're listening to Discern, Mosaic Chronicles Book 1 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2014 Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Sarah Kammer, for your support and friendship. And James Kerwin, for your help and encouragement. Chapter 1. Nicole pulled her car into the parking spot and rested her shaking hands on the wheel. How had this day crept up on her so quickly? She lowered her forehead to her hands and closed her eyes. She breathed deeply for several moments before grabbing her marked-up map of campus from the seat next to her and studying the notes she'd made the night before. Nicole wanted to be absolutely certain she knew where to go. Asking for directions, looking like she wasn't already used to being on campus like she really was a freshman, would destroy the confidence she was trying to build inside. If only Caton University were a normal college. That she could handle. But Caton was an arte university. This was a completely different arena, a magical one. Instead of only studying the basics of English, math, and history, Nicole and the other students would be learning how to control the elements using their arte powers. Nicole's cell phone rang from deep inside her purse, and she dug past pens, her wallet, gum, chapstick, and a bunch of small notepads to get it. "Hey Lizzie," Nicole said, tucking her blonde hair out of the way of the phone. "Where are you? You told me you wanted to be here early." Lizzie dropped her voice to a whisper. "There's a lot of eye candy in class already. You should hurry." Nicole smiled. "I'm coming. Just parked." "Good." They ended the conversation, and Nicole shoved her phone inside her purse before getting out of her car. She zipped up the hoodie, which Seattle's humid, chilly weather demanded. Chilly in August. She shook her head. Texas was not chilly in August. The walk to class would have probably felt short if not for Caton University's buildings. They loomed over her, dark blots against a cloudy sky. Some of them had so many water stains, it was nearly impossible to tell the original color of their bricks. Gargoyles perched along the edges of the roofs, and more than once Nicole felt as if she was being watched. She shivered in her hoodie and hugged her purse to her chest, then forced herself to stop looking up. A bell rang somewhere, and students began pouring out of the buildings. It didn't take long for her to notice them noticing her. Nearly all of the students made eye contact, some even outright stared. Was her mascara streaking from the rain? Could they tell she was a freshman? She wanted to yell at them to stop staring. Instead, she began jogging, taking a shortcut across a patch of grass, but slipped and almost fell. Curse the rain. And curse the gross, slimy, disgusting moss that grew everywhere, even in the grass. 12 minutes after leaving her car, she entered her very first college class, math. She tried everything not to have it scheduled first, but with no luck. Nicole sank into the seat next to Lizzie, grateful to be alive still, though feeling silly for the exaggerated emotion. Lizzie's red curls bounced as she spoke animatedly to the brunette sitting to her left. She finally noticed Nicole and spun. "You're here." Lizzie grabbed Nicole's arm, her face serious. "Figured anything out yet?" "It's only been an hour and a half since I last saw you." "Of course I haven't." Lizzie frowned. "Man, I'm sorry. I expected being here would trigger it." "I know. Everyone stared at me on the way to class. I'm positive I'm the only arte on campus who hasn't found a focus and can't channel. Most people found their focus, the object or action that helped them control magic, within days or weeks of restarting." Lizzie shook her head. "No, you're not. The chick I've been talking to hasn't even restarted yet, and she didn't know about channeling." Nicole's shoulders fell. "That hardly counts, my restart happened months ago. And I'm no closer now than when it happened." Lizzie patted her arm sympathetically. Nicole shrugged and turned her attention to the professor who'd just entered the room. He didn't introduce himself, didn't make eye contact with any of the students, and started going over the course objectives immediately, without waiting for anyone to figure out where he was beginning. Nicole's thoughts quickly left the classroom at the sound of his monotonous voice. She glanced at the brunette sitting by Lizzie, her heart swelling with pity for the girl. Restarting late was painful, Nicole would know. She'd been late by 2 months, and it had been awful, especially since the high school she and Lizzie attended only had one other arete. Both he and Lizzie restarted close to their 18th birthdays, and everyone else had watched Nicole constantly, waiting for her to do or say something that showed she sensed and controlled magic. But Nicole seemed destined to be slow with everything magical in her life. And after several weeks passed with no sign of restarting, some people questioned whether she really was a fourth child. Then it finally came. Nicole blushed, pushing that memory away. It still embarrassed her to think of it. The teacher droned on. Nicole looked at the syllabus on her phone and sighed, leaning back in her seat. This particular math class would probably be boring. As much as she disliked math, she'd always been a good student and was ahead of the material already. Maybe they'd let her test out of the required class. After the teacher's long review of the order of operations, the bell finally rang, and Lizzie checked her phone, tucked it into her backpack and stood. "I can't wait, we've got magical items throughout history next." "I know. I read up on the professor this morning. He's supposed to be really good, and the student reviews on him were almost all positive." Lizzie mock glared at Nicole. "That's what you were doing instead of helping me kill spiders?" Nicole grinned. "Sorry. I'll join you next time." "There might not be a next time," Lizzie said, leading the way out of the room. "I'll probably end up dead, like pretty much everyone else who's lived in our building." Nicole grabbed her shoulder. "You're kidding, right? Tell me you're kidding." Lizzie only paused for a moment. "Well, kind of." She started walking again. "There have been deaths, but not for a while." "Why didn't you tell me?" Lizzie shrugged. "It gives the place character." "No, it gives the place a bad feeling. No wonder I get the creeps every time I go in it." "The spiders give you the creeps, not the apartment." "Who died? And how long ago?" "The last one was a man. A Jake Smith or something. It's been a couple years." Nicole glanced at Lizzie. "How did he die?" "Don't know, they found him in his apartment. No bullet wounds or anything like that. It didn't look like murder, and I didn't finish reading the article." Nicole rolled her eyes at Lizzie's casual attitude. People dying was a big deal. They walked in silence for a moment, exiting the building. Nicole's thoughts returned to the brunette Lizzie had been sitting next to, and again, feelings of empathy filled her heart. The poor girl. It wasn't until Nicole restarted that people stopped questioning whether or not she was an arete. And though she'd been able to hide the fact that she had no idea what focus she'd need to use to channel while in high school, she realized that college was a completely different scenario. Channeling didn't start at the same time for everyone. But why did she have to be the one who struggled? It was so embarrassing. At least Mother and Dad didn't really care. Or if they did, they didn't show it. But neither of them was an arete, so it wasn't terribly important to them. Mother was the first child in her family, and Dad the second in his. Nicole took a deep breath of humid air and pulled her hoodie closer around her. "How long ago was that girl's birthday?" "It's been a week." Lizzie dug out a bottle of juice from her purse and offered some to Nicole. Nicole shook her head, and Lizzie took a drink. "For her sake," Nicole said, "I hope she doesn't restart the way I did." Lizzie choked on her juice, then wiped her mouth, laughing. "You mean throwing up in class in front of your brand new boyfriend and passing out in your own puke?" "Yeah, I hope she doesn't have to experience that." I'll never forget the expression on his face when I came to. Complete disgust. "Shortest relationship I've ever been in." The girls chuckled. Nicole relished the feeling. It had taken a long time for her to find humor in the experience. She put her hands in her back pockets, purse strap over one shoulder. "At least I knew what was going on." And she'd stayed up late one night, reading about what happened when an arete's magic manifested itself. The arete body could only handle so much sensory overload, passing out was the natural way to adjust to the change. That moment was called restarting. And it was never fun. Of course, throwing up didn't usually happen. Nicole was just lucky that way. The idiot thought I was a freak. She sighed. I'm sure puking didn't help. He also knew that most RTs are only unconscious for 5 minutes. You were gone for 10. Lizzie flicked her eyes to Nicole. Do you still think that being unconscious that long is connected to what's keeping you from finding your focus? Nicole shrugged. She hadn't talked to Lizzie about her feelings for a few months now. She and her parents had vacationed in Europe during the summer, while Lizzie had stayed in Texas. They tried to keep in contact through calls and email, but it started getting really expensive, and Nicole didn't usually have internet or cell coverage while she and her parents were out hiking and sightseeing. The girls arrived at the building for their next class and entered the double doors, making their way to the correct room. It was a small auditorium with enough seating for 50 people. They sat on the second row and watched as a man with dark hair and thick bushy eyebrows entered the room, carrying a box. The classroom got quiet, as everyone realized this was their teacher. Nicole knew his name was Professor Coolidge, that he was a world-renowned specialist in magical items. He spent half his time teaching at Caton University, and the other half traveling, doing whatever things important people did. He was supposed to be one of the most powerful RTs in the world. Coolidge set the box under the desk, grabbed a dry erase marker and wrote his name on the board. His handwriting was big, bold. He used all uppercase letters. While he was writing, the students started talking again, and several more shuffled inside. Coolidge sat on his desk and waited for everyone to settle in. Welcome to your first RT course. You'll find my bio online if you're interested. He folded his arms. Things at Caton University are changing this year. It seems too many students are focusing so much on their excellence in magic goals that they're getting horrible grades in the very basic classes of math, science, history, and English. Completely unacceptable, he said. All RT classes you've signed up for this semester, you'll be allowed to keep. But if you receive a C in any class, you won't be eligible for any RT classes come winter semester. And from there on out, if you don't maintain satisfactory grades in your core classes, you'll be automatically dropped from all RT courses. Lizzie's mouth popped open. That's so not fair. Nicole didn't respond. She'd definitely have to work hard if she wanted to enjoy the same grades here as she had in high school. Professor Coolidge waited for the buzz of whispering to die down, then grabbed the cardboard box from under the desk. Here, we'll be focusing on the history and use of magically charged items. He set the box on top of the desk and looked out over his students. Since it's a freshman course, the following question will be relevant. How many of you have had your RT powers manifest already? Nicole couldn't see anyone whose hand didn't go up. Coolidge sat on the desk next to the box. How many of you had your powers manifest before 18? Around 2/3 of the class raised their hands, including Lizzie. Apparently, that one day before her birthday really meant a lot to her. 6 months early? He watched as about 10 students raised their hands. Professor Coolidge paused. I need 2 students to help with the demonstration, so keep your hands up. He pointed to a girl with really dark hair, obviously an Earth RT. Then he inspected the others. You, he said, pointing to a guy also dark-headed. Why didn't he pick someone with a different hair color? Lizzie asked. Her eyes widened as she stared at the guy. Wowzers, he's hot. Nicole couldn't help but stare too. The guy had a 5 o'clock shadow, emphasizing his strong jawline. He held his broad shoulders back and walked with a confidence she'd never seen in high school. His eyes were as dark as his hair, and they glanced across the students, landing on her for more than a second before moving to the board where they stayed. Nicole felt her cheeks flush at his attention and hoped no one noticed, especially Lizzie. Definitely up your alley, Lizzie whispered. Nicole hushed her, wanting to see why Coolidge needed volunteers, but she blushed even more at what Lizzie had said. Would a guy like that really go for her? What's your name? Professor Coolidge asked the girl. She sniffed, flipped her hair back, and folded her arms. Judith Ann Jackson. She said it so quietly, Nicole wondered about her body language. She acted stuck up and pretentious. Usually people like that were loud-spoken. Professor Coolidge waved to the guy. And you? Austin. His eyes didn't leave the board. Coolidge got off the desk. Time for a demonstration. Both of you, out in the hall. Judith, I'll have. It's Judith Ann. Professor Coolidge looked like he wanted to roll his eyes. Fine. Judith Ann. I'll have you come in first. Both of you please leave the classroom. As soon as the door shut behind them, Professor Coolidge started pulling objects out of the box and setting them on the desktop. Several students got to their feet, wanting to see. Nicole and Lizzie were close enough that they didn't have to stand, but they leaned forward. The items didn't appear to be anything special at first. A cup. A mousetrap. A necklace. 2 skeleton keys. A fraying green beanie that looked like it was someone's first crochet project. Then Coolidge pulled out a leather book. A slight glow around it caught Nicole's eye and she stared at it. It was definitely powerful, even she could sense its magic. Suddenly, an intense feeling nearly overcame her. She wanted to jump over the row of chairs in front of her and steal the book from the professor. To protect it from him. She shook herself, pushing the desire away. What was wrong with her? Coolidge fingered the leather cover for a moment and glanced at Nicole. Her cheeks burned, and she dropped her eyes to her purse in her lap. Why was he looking at her? Could he sense her feelings? Impossible, no arete could read minds or emotions. Coolidge dropped the book on the desk, and Nicole looked up in time to see him motion to a girl near the doors. Have Judith Ann come in, please, he said. The girl did so, and Judith Ann strode inside. Coolidge waited for the doors to shut behind her before speaking. Arrange these objects according to their magical strength or importance. Judith Ann nodded, tucked a strand of dark hair behind an ear, and approached the desk. She started by waving her hands over the items one at a time, then picking them up and inspecting them. She turned the beanie inside out and righted it. She played with the cup and held the mousetrap for several seconds, an intense expression on her face. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 5. She arranged the items, then rearranged them. Students began to whisper, probably growing bored. But a look from Coolidge silenced them. Finally, Judith Ann turned around, resting her hands on the desk behind her. That was hard. Too hard. Should you really be testing freshmen like this? She seemed oblivious to everyone watching her. Professor Coolidge raised a bushy eyebrow. It's my class. He approached the desk and looked at what she'd done. He turned. This was a good attempt, but incorrect. And that's fine. No student gets it right the first try. When did your arete powers manifest? She smiled. 4 months after my 17th birthday. Her expression left no doubt in Nicole's mind. The girl was very impressed with herself for her early accomplishment, even though she had absolutely no control over when it happened. No one did. Coolidge didn't seem very impressed, though. Have you found your focus for channeling? Yes. Play-Doh. Lizzie snickered. Like a kid. Nicole didn't respond, but definitely agreed with Lizzie. What an embarrassing focus. Coolidge put the objects in a pile and glanced at Judith Ann. Go ahead and return to your seat. Let Austin in on your way. Once Austin had entered the room, Coolidge gave him the instructions and sat back to watch. The first thing Austin did was toss the mousetrap on the floor. Then he spent less than 10 seconds, literally less than 10, putting the objects in order. He didn't inspect them, hold them, or stare at them. He simply put them where he thought they should go. When he finished, he returned to his seat and pulled out his phone. Coolidge stared at the items, an expression of disbelief on his face. He cleared his throat. Austin, you are completely correct. The mousetrap is ordinary, not magical. He listed the order Austin had placed everything else in. Cup, necklace, beanie, book. And this is definitely a first. He stepped away from the desk and motioned to it. Students, see what he's done with the keys of Kalenia and Ayunli? Nicole stared, still on the edge of her seat. Austin had put one key above the other. Professor Coolidge looked at Austin. Why did you do this when you placed the others left to right? Austin didn't look up. Because the keys are the exact same in magical powers. Neither is better than the other. Coolidge raised his eyebrows. That is correct. He folded his arms, examining Austin, who still didn't look up. You're the first student to sense this. Not even I can tell that they're exactly the same. And I'm the foremost authority on magical items in the country. My knowledge of their history is how I know they're the same in power. He looked at the objects and back to Austin. When did your magical powers manifest themselves? 2 months before my 16th birthday. Murmurs flowed through the auditorium, and Coolidge dropped his arms, looking just as shocked as everyone seemed to feel. Lizzie glanced at Nicole. Any chance he's lying? Nicole shrugged. How could she know? Professor Coolidge didn't say anything for several seconds, then whispered, That's nearly unheard of. But not completely so, Austin said. And how long did it take to find your focus? I've never needed one. This time there were audible gasps. Nicole and Lizzie looked at each other again. Is that possible? Lizzie asked. It must be, Nicole said, though she couldn't fathom not having a way to channel. How did he grasp the magic that flowed around them? The slight pulsings that she'd grown accustomed to, but which had always avoided her control? Coolidge's face was straight as he studied Austin. Any family history of Arates? Austin hesitated before responding. My parents? And before you ask, yes, they were also 15 when they restarted. And no, neither of them used a focus. A fourth child born to parents who are also fourths? Rare. Very rare. Austin glowered. Nicole knew that Arates frequently married each other, but even they almost never had 3, let alone 4 children. What's he so angry about? Lizzie asked. I don't think he likes the attention, Nicole said. So why'd he go along with the test thing? Nicole shrugged. Coolidge didn't give him much of a choice, did he? Professor Coolidge finally turned to the rest of the students. Well, this object lesson leads us to the point of class today. Nicole looked at the clock on the wall. Because class had started late, there were only 15 minutes left. For a large portion of the semester, I'll be using a substitute. He paused when everyone started talking and waited for silence to return. Nicole leaned back in her seat and folded her arms, waiting for more. Have any of you heard the recent news of an expedition that will be taking place to Arches National Park in Moab, Utah? Professor Coolidge asked. Some people nodded, but most shook their heads. Nicole hadn't heard anything of it. Magical pulsings have been sensed repeatedly by Arates as they've hiked around some of the arches, and for several hundred years, people have gone missing while living or camping there. We finally received permission from the government to head up an exploration party to figure out what has been going on. Nicole leaned forward. This sounded interesting. Naturally, I've been asked to take charge of the magical items on the expedition. They believe something is buried in the sand and rock there, and I'm determined to find out what. I've invited a colleague from Armitage University to accompany me. Several boos and hisses sounded through the auditorium. Nicole smiled. Being from Texas, she had nothing against the Arate University there, but she understood the competition. Coolidge continued. The expedition team will be gone the last half of September through the end of November. Nicole blinked. That was a long time to have a substitute. I'm bringing several of my upper grad students, but have decided to open the opportunity to 3 undergrads who will compete to be a part of the group. Nicole grinned. Mystery? Competition? Sounded like her kind of thing. Those who are interested will be required to perform 4 tasks similar to this one. The tasks won't be a part of your grade, so don't allow them to force you behind in your studies. Because those who do pass will need to drop their classes this semester, the university is considering the expedition as an internship. He pointed to Austin. I expect you to be one of the students who competes. Austin nodded as if he'd known all along that Coolidge would ask him. Nicole wanted to wipe the smug expression off his face. Or kiss it off. Either worked for her. If you're interested, Professor Coolidge said, I'll be having a meeting here on Thursday at 4:30 in the afternoon. We'll go over the particulars of the tasks then. He started putting the objects back in the box. Your assignments this semester involve? Nicole didn't pay attention to anything else, knowing she could look it up online later. Her breath caught in her throat as she considered competing to go on the expedition. Her pulse started racing. A competition of skills. Should she do it? She'd never resisted a challenge before. And oh, how she yearned to prove herself. To be powerful. To show that she had talent, even though she had yet to unlock it. She slumped in her chair. Why couldn't she figure out her focus? Was something wrong with her? Something she'd missed in conversations with Lizzie, who knew so much more about being an arete? Nicole had been completely unable to produce one wisp of wind, while Lizzie had already created fire. Even though it was only a spark, it was magic, and Lizzie had channeled it. Nicole's eyes wandered to Austin at the end of her row, studying his phone. His dark hair and tan complexion looked great against the light blue shirt he wore. How would it be never to use a focus? To be free of all crutches? And how would he have known he didn't need one? Oh yes, through his parents. With both of them being aretes, he would know a lot about this world. In Nicole's experience, most non-magical people were intimidated by and even fearful of practicing aretes, and didn't speak of their world much. It drove her nuts that her own parents fell into this category. She realized she was still staring at Austin and looked away, flushing. Had he noticed? She sneaked a glance at him, but he was still absorbed in his phone. Nicole bit her lip, as a thought occurred to her. Maybe she didn't need a focus. Maybe Austin knew of a way to encourage things to move forward without one. He probably would, given his experience. Maybe he'd be willing to help her. She had to talk to him. The bell rang and Coolidge dismissed class. Nicole jumped to her feet, snatching up her things. What's the hurry? Lizzie asked. I'm going to talk to Austin. Come on. She hiked her purse over her shoulder. Lizzie grinned. Yeah, I figured you'd think he was hot. It's not that, I want to know how he did it. Nicole? Lizzie said, eyebrows knitted. Nicole didn't wait to hear Lizzie's complaint. She rushed through the throng of students as people flowed in and out of the auditorium. Where had he gone? She looked both ways, trying to see through the crowds. Finally, she spotted the back of his dark head to the right. Nicole dashed that way, not questioning her decision. She had never been shy, or had problems getting people to open up to her, to want to help her when she needed assistance. This wouldn't be any different, she was sure of that. And perhaps, after he helped her learn to channel without a focus, they could get ready for the 4 tests together. She smiled, thinking about study sessions and time alone with him. Okay, so maybe it was fine to be a little boy crazy. Lizzie couldn't have all the fun. She caught up with him and casually matched his stroll. Hi, I'm Nicole. I just wanted to tell you that was pretty cool, what you did back there. He glanced at her and grunted. She put her hand on his arm, stopping him. He froze beneath her touch and turned toward her, looking somewhere above her head. His dark expression was intimidating, even though it wasn't directed at her. Was he mad? She pulled her hand back. Out with it, Nicole. How did you learn to channel without a focus? Austin didn't answer at first. He didn't even look at her. Figure it out yourself and stop harassing people you don't know. He glanced at her briefly, a deep scowl on his face, eyes angry and bitter. "And no, I'm not going to help you." He spun and strode into the classroom next to them. Nicole's mouth popped open. She stared at him until he disappeared behind closing doors. What? A presumptuous jerk. She hadn't even asked him to help her. It didn't matter that she'd planned to, his assumption was rude and... Jerk? Lizzie caught up with her. So even from down the hall, I could tell that didn't go well. No, it did not. He totally assumed everything. And Lizzie, he was so angry. I have no idea what I did to make him act that way. The jerk? She glared at the doors, ignoring people as they pushed past on either side. I can't believe it. Oh. She yanked her bag higher up on her shoulder. That's it. Now I have to make the expedition. Oh no. Please, Nicole, no. Lizzie put her hand on Nicole's elbow. You can't do that to yourself. It's your first semester of college, and you haven't learned how to channel, and you've got too much on your plate already. Weren't you going to try out for that symphony orchestra thing? Isn't the cello enough? And besides, I don't want to spend my freshman year watching you get into another battle of skills. Especially when the expedition is something you've never done before. Nicole glared at Lizzie. With or without your support, I have to do this. She fumbled around in her purse, glad that most everyone had cleared from the halls, and pulled out her phone. Where to next? She was too flustered to remember. Art history, Lizzie said. She pointed at the door Austin had just stormed through. Great. Just great. Nicole breathed deeply for a couple of seconds, put on some lip gloss, and fingered through her blonde hair, making sure it wasn't a mess. Then she squared her shoulders and entered the classroom. Chapter 2. Nicole felt Austin's eyes on her as she strode into the room with Lizzie trailing her. She plopped into a seat several rows behind him and forced herself to smile and look cheerful. As soon as she saw the image projected on the screen in front of the class, she forgot about Austin. It was of a mouse brown-haired woman surrounded by cats. Her hair was snarly and very unkempt. There are 17 cats in that picture. Lizzie turned to Nicole. How can you possibly own 17 cats? Nicole smiled. Easy if they're not all alive. She dropped her voice to a whisper when the teacher, the same woman from the picture, got to her feet. Those are cats she's probably owned over the years. It's obviously been pieced together. Lizzie shook her head. 17 cats in one lifetime is still a lot. Didn't your cat live for 15 years? Nicole nodded, turning her attention to the front of the room. My name is Professor Whitman. I'll be helping you understand the complexities of art history. She stared at each student one at a time, and a long, uncomfortable silence permeated the room. Don't expect me to learn your names by the end of the semester, or ever at all. I have far too many things to accomplish right now to worry about something so trivial. She turned away and shuffled through a huge mess of papers on the desk. You'll find a copy of your course objectives under your chairs. Pull it out. Nicole bent and retrieved the purple paper. She was surprised to see flowers printed along the edge. She glanced up at Whitman. The woman had finished shuffling and was waiting with her arms folded. Nicole looked back at the flowers. They did not match Whitman's personality. And besides, how common was it for college professors to actually print out the syllabus? My goal isn't to make your life difficult, that's Professor Coolidge's aim. She paused as if waiting for people to laugh. No one did, and her eyes narrowed. She continued. The only thing that will be required of you is to get a good grade and do the readings. We'll have a quiz every time we meet to make sure you're fulfilling your end of the bargain. Professor Whitman retreated behind the desk and started going through her papers again. Lizzie scoffed. Bargain? What bargain? Nicole didn't respond. She was staring at the required reading. Take a look at this. She says she doesn't want to make things hard for us, but having a quiz on the reading every day is going to be horrible. The sections are 50 pages long. Are you serious? Lizzie's face went white. There's no way I'll be able to keep up. I'm already panicking over math. Nicole nodded. With the reading for this class, work for her other courses, and tests for the expedition, this would definitely not be a great start to the year. Your attention, students, Professor Whitman said. Once everyone had quieted, she pointed to the presentation projected above her. For today, I'll give you a brief history of Arates. We'll be going more in-depth throughout the rest of the semester, but I wanted you to have a taste of what we'll be learning. Several students rolled their eyes, but Nicole got ready to take notes. She didn't care if this stuff bored the others. Her parents didn't like talking about these things. Of course, the information was all available online, but courtesy of her parents' dismissive attitude, she'd never been curious until close to her 18th birthday. By then, she was too busy with her senior year, applying for Caton University, and moving to Seattle to do much research. The professor began going through slides in her presentation. It was the Greeks who first started calling our kind Arates. The word means excellence in everything. It helps encourage us to live to our fullest potential. You can learn more about the history of the word by studying your book. As you know, the fourth child born to a man and woman is an Arate. It has always been this way since time began. What you might not know is that it wasn't always so difficult for parents to have 3, 4, and even 8 children. Nicole raised her eyebrows and looked at Lizzie. That's a lot of kids. She knew that her birth, like other Arate births, had been a miracle. Her parents tried for several years to have her. Considering how much they feared her and other Arates, Nicole had always wondered why they wanted a fourth. Mother and Dad would never talk about it. Most families of today aren't able to produce more than 2 children, a trend that began in the early 1900s. Whitman paced before the students, hands clasped in front of her. Does anyone know why that trend started? A boy on the third row raised his hand. The Tarians? We don't know how, since the technology didn't exist back then, but they permanently altered the entire human race, gradually making it almost impossible for people to have more than 1 or 2 kids. Nicole knitted her eyebrows. She'd never heard of the Tarians. They sounded important. Why had Lizzie never brought them up? Or her parents? Professor Whitman nodded. Yes, and the Arate population has dwindled extensively in the years since. Unfortunately for the Tarians, their numbers have also gone down. But their group has always been a small one, since most don't support their genocidal fascist views where Arates are concerned. What does Tarian mean? A girl behind Nicole asked. Several people turned and stared, and Nicole was glad she hadn't asked the question herself. It's short for totalitarian, Professor Whitman said. Basically, they want control of the world and fear the Arates will become too powerful. Because we have, a guy in the back shouted out. Everyone chuckled, and Whitman grabbed the remote for the projector and clicked to the next slide. As many of you have figured out by now, humans fear Arates, but they also respect us. Are you an Arate? The same girl behind Nicole asked. Of course she is, Lizzie whispered. She's teaching here, isn't she? Oh, I haven't told you anything about myself. Professor Whitman's cheeks flushed and she cleared her throat. I suppose I will, if you want it. She set down the remote and started a lengthy introduction. She was from California. No kids, unmarried? She'd always had an interest in Arate history and had studied it in a small college in Mississippi before transferring to Caton. She'd acted as a teacher's assistant here until she got her PhD and was hired on as an adjunct professor. Then, when the head of the history department retired, she became a full-time professor and took over his classes. Whitman folded her arms. They didn't find it necessary for me to become department head, even after all the many years I've given the college and my extensive understanding of Arate history. She pointed at the students. The chance is small that any of you will ever accomplish what I have, but if you even want to try, you need to study our history. You need to completely understand what it means to be one of us. But are you an arate? The same student asked. Professor Whitman sputtered. It's enough that I'm your professor. She turned her back on the class and yanked the remote from the table, ending the slideshow. Apparently, they were done with arate history for the time being. So Whitman wasn't an arate, but it was obvious that her entire life revolved around them. It was we, us, are, and nothing else. Interesting. The rest of the time, Professor Whitman discussed what they'd need to know for the midterm exam in October. Class was then dismissed, and Nicole headed to biology. Later that evening, Nicole stared up at her apartment building before entering. The tall red brick structure was imposing, even in the rosy glow from the setting sun. A huge ash tree by the main doors didn't help. It cast long, deep shadows across the front of the building. Nicole glanced at it, her attention drawn to the massive vines that smothered the trunk and branches. She felt a slight pulse and frowned, head tilted. Magic? Coming from the tree? Not possible. Only humans were magical. She stared at the mess of plants, trying to make sense of them, trying not to feel like she was in danger. She could easily imagine them reaching out, strangling her. Stop it, Nicole, she said, realizing she was obsessing too much over what Lizzie had told her about the deaths. People die all the time, it's normal. Some even die in places like this. She couldn't help but wonder if the deaths had been murders, though. She shuddered, ducking under the vines and jogging into the building. At least the apartment she shared with Lizzie was on the second floor. She'd hate to be on the main level, where just about anyone walking by could see into and have access to the windows. If she could have afforded it, they would have moved already. Oh, her parents would probably be fine sending her a few $1,000s a month, but she wasn't okay with that. She'd learned at an early age that her parents loved manipulating their children through generous and frequent gifts of money. Nicole needed independence. Her choices had to be her own. And if she paid for her own expenses, she was allowed that freedom. As a result, she'd worked her tail off during junior high and high school, saving every spare penny to pay her own way through college. The door to the apartment was unlocked already. Lizzie was home. Nicole locked it behind her after entering and hung her hoodie on the coat rack. She kicked off her shoes and padded down the hall to her bedroom, passing the guest room on the way. Even though it was the biggest room in the apartment, neither girl had opted to use it. Mainly because the spiders seemed to like it the most. No matter what Nicole and Lizzie did, they couldn't keep the creatures from getting inside. They'd ended up lining the walls with traps and shoving paper towels in the cracks around the door. Neither had gone inside since they'd moved in. Nicole walked through at least 2 spider webs in her bedroom as she put her things away. Yuck. She flung her arms around, trying to get the stuff off her. Lizzie, I hate living here. I know. I'm sorry. Lizzie's voice was muffled by her shut door. Nicole was tempted to move her bed into the living room. At least the spiders hadn't decided to take over that area yet. She grabbed a blanket and went there, flopping onto the big leather couch she'd brought from home. What's the matter? Lizzie asked, entering the room with a cup in hand. Apart from the spiders and people dying here, and not having a focus yet? Oh, I don't know. I've just begun college, and have no idea what I'm doing. Lizzie set her cup down and gave Nicole a hug. You rocked high school, you'll do just fine. I'm the one who should be freaking out. I've only had maybe 1A my whole life. She picked up her cup again, and took a drink. Seriously though? Don't stress it. Nicole slumped against the couch. How long will they let me attend before it dawns on them that I might never learn how to use my powers? That won't happen, I'm sure. Nicole groaned, not ready to give up her bad mood. And besides, I really don't want to go to my Intro to Wind class tomorrow. I mean, if I found my focus first, I wouldn't have to, right? Lizzie shrugged. I don't know, but I think the class is only there as a last resort for students who can't channel. How much homework do you have? Nicole asked. None. I already read the chapters Professor Whitman assigned. She lowered her cup. Why? Someone in biology told me there's a museum of magical items on campus. People are allowed to hold and touch things from one of the displays. He said he's heard of at least one person who found his focus that way. She sat up straight and faced Lizzie. Come with me? When? Now? Nicole nodded. A smile started growing on Lizzie's face, and Nicole found herself smiling as well. Trust Lizzie to be up for an adventure. Then Lizzie hesitated. Are you going to try to channel without a focus? Like Austin? Nicole shook her head. I don't want to be Austin. I want to beat him, or at least prove that I can become as talented as he is. And I don't have to go his way to do that. She got up to get her jacket. But I do need to be around magic as much as possible. Maybe something in the museum will rub off on me. Lizzie raised an eyebrow. And being around me doesn't count? Come on, girl, I'm the epitome of magic. Not only am I an arete, but... She laughed. Okay, I got nothing. She jumped to her feet. Let's go. It didn't take long to find the museum. The tall white pillars which lined the front offset it from the other, gloomier buildings on campus. Nicole could tell there was something else different about it right away, though. The air around it was warmer. Lizzie didn't seem to notice, and Nicole couldn't figure out what was causing the warmth. She put it out of her mind once they got inside, and began searching for the specific display she needed. What time do the doors close here? Lizzie asked. Apparently not until 10. Some of the professors have labs in the basement, and they teach classes upstairs. Labs in a museum? Lizzie chuckled. That's weird. From what the guy was telling me, it's not a normal museum. It's like a science building with museum-type stuff. I don't think they had enough things to fill the entire place. Nicole stopped at the correct table and looked at the display. It was simple. Too simple. A 6-foot table in a large empty hallway, covered with junk. A sign over the table said, "Handle with care." She stared at the pile of toy cars, Barbies, airplanes, and random household objects. She didn't know what she'd been expecting, but this wasn't it. Hardly anything attracted her magical senses. If they had powers, they didn't have much. Kids' toys? And junk? Lizzie said skeptically. Well, as long as they're magically charged. She glanced at Nicole. Why don't you go ahead? Nicole turned to her friend. How am I supposed to know if one of them is my focus? Lizzie shrugged. You know I'm still struggling with my own. I can't really help you there. Yeah, but you've at least found something that helps you produce magic. Lizzie took a deep breath and let it out. I didn't actually feel anything. It was my dance teacher who said dance was my focus, though she never gave a reason why. I still think my mom bribed her. Nicole chuckled. Lizzie's mom was obsessed with the idea of having a daughter who danced. She'd forced Lizzie through lessons since the poor girl was 4. Nicole looked back at the table. Can you sense anything from them? I can't. There's a certain feeling here in the hall. But I've never been good at picking out the pulsings everyone else senses. Nicole nodded. She'd never been good at it either. She began rummaging through the huge pile, shifting aside toys and spatulas. After a moment, she felt heat radiating from deep under the other items. The minute both hands touched the source of heat, she felt a warm breeze cross her cheek, almost like a gentle touch. Nicole? She let go of the item and jerked back, hurriedly wiping the feeling of the caress off her face. Whoa! Lizzie said. What's wrong? Did you hear that? Lizzie shook her head. I only saw you freak out. What did you touch? A rat? No. I don't know what it was. It was square, a book maybe. But I'm not putting my hands in there again. Here, let me. Lizzie pushed through the pile, uncovering the object at the very bottom. It was the same leather book from class, one of the items Judith Ann and Austin had arranged. The one that had made Nicole want to steal it. How had it been warm? And why did Nicole hear her name when she touched it? Her palms began sweating. She wiped them on her jeans, noticing that her hands were shaking. The book couldn't be good if it spoke to her and made her nervous. "This isn't some kid's toy," Lizzie said, staring at the cover. "Do you want to try it? Obviously, you had a reaction to it. It might be your focus. I've heard of wind arites who had to ruffle pages of a book to channel their magic." Nicole shook her head, keeping her arms behind her back. "No." She hesitated. "Lizzie, I heard my name when I touched it. Like a whisper." Lizzie looked at her. "Are you serious?" She put the book down and stepped away. "That can't be good." "Was it warm?" Nicole asked. "It felt warm to me." Lizzie knitted her eyebrows and shook her head. "That's disgusting." "Yeah, no kidding. Cover it up, okay? I don't want to see it again. I'll start at the other end of the table." Lizzie got to work, and Nicole didn't approach the table again until her friend gave the go-ahead. She took a deep breath and picked up a bright red sports car. She turned it back and forth, gazed into its little windows and spun its tires. She waved it through the air, hoping some sort of magic would come to life from the wind friction. "Anything?" Lizzie asked. Nicole shook her head. "I don't even know what's supposed to happen. I mean, it's just a toy." Someone chuckled behind them, and both girls turned. Professor Coolidge was walking toward them, holding a briefcase, followed by Austin. Nicole hid an eye roll. Apparently, Austin was becoming the teacher's pet. Totally predictable. Coolidge reached for the car and peered at it for a moment, then handed it to Austin, who promptly set it down. Oh, that's right. He was better than Coolidge. Arrogant jerk. "Whoever charged it did a pathetic job," Austin said, his dark eyes turning to Nicole. "I'm sure they did the best they could," she said, scowling. Coolidge glanced at Nicole, seemingly unaware of the conversation. "When was your birthday?" She felt redness creep up her cheeks. 6 months ago. How long would it take for her to get over the fact that she couldn't control this part of her existence? Stupid embarrassment. Stupid Austin witnessing her stupid embarrassment. "You still can't channel." "I'm sorry you haven't been able to yet." "So is she," Lizzie said. "Believe me." That made Coolidge laugh and Nicole want to murder her best friend. She flicked her gaze toward Austin and noticed a slight smile on his face. Was he mocking her, or enjoying the humor behind Lizzie's comment? Nicole turned to the other objects on the table, being careful not to look where the leather book was hiding. She didn't want to see it again. "Is it really obvious that I haven't found my focus?" Coolidge nodded. "There's quite a buildup of pressure around you that's begging to be released. It's like bright swirling light to the trained eye. No wonder everyone was staring at me today." Coolidge chuckled. "It's pretty blatant." He tilted his head. "There are exceptions to this, Austin for example, but you do know that restart time in relation to finding a focus doesn't matter, right?" Nicole whipped back to him, noticing that even Lizzie looked surprised. "What? You're serious?" "I've never heard that before," Lizzie said skeptically, as if she were the expert on all things arete. Austin didn't seem to be surprised at all. He folded his arms and leaned against the wall, surveying Nicole, Lizzie, and Coolidge. Nicole straightened, hoping her makeup looked okay. Of course, as soon as she thought that, she felt silly. Why did she want to impress Austin? He was rude and conceited, as she'd already figured out. Professor Coolidge smiled at Lizzie's skepticism. The average arete restarts close to his or her birthday and discovers their required focus not long after. Contrary to popular opinion, earlier restarts, which lead to finding a focus sooner, don't necessarily make people more powerful. The amount of work they put into their gift is what brings the greatest power. Yes, a lot of it does depend on genes and talent, but hard work will actually get an arete further in their powers than someone who learned to channel young. It's like that with nearly everything in life. Just because someone is a talented singer doesn't mean they'll go anywhere with it. A person with a measly amount of talent, strong work ethic, and the desire to achieve will more likely go places. Nicole felt tears spring into her eyes. She was a hard worker, always had been. When her powers finally manifested themselves, she would jump into everything with both feet. She would become the most powerful wind arate ever. She would make her parents proud to have her as a daughter. She stared at the items on the table, willing herself not to cry in front of two men who were practically strangers. Coolidge seemed kind-hearted, but Austin would most definitely see it as weakness. Coolidge stepped away. I didn't restart until I was 19, and even after that it took 2 years to find my focus. Nicole's mouth popped open. Was he serious? How was that possible? He and Austin turned and headed toward a set of staircases at the end of the hall. He paused and looked back. What are you doing here? Nicole frowned. Trying to find my... Coolidge waved her off. No, not you. He strode to the table, rummaged through the stuff, and pulled out the leather book. He glanced at the girls. I'm surprised I didn't notice its magical print earlier. He took the book with him to the stairs where Austin waited, and together the men jogged down, leaving Nicole and Lizzie to stare at each other. Sounds like he didn't lock his office when they were collecting junk for the table. Lizzie looked at the stairs. And did you notice Austin checking you out? He thinks you're hot. Nicole ignored her. It took Coolidge 2 years to find a focus? That's insane. I would never have guessed it, with how powerful and well-known he is. If he'd meant to impress Nicole, it worked. But it also encouraged her. Nothing would contain her abilities once she found out how to release them. Nicole's first class the next day, Wednesday, was world history. Since it didn't involve arates, except where necessary, it wasn't as interesting as it could have been. The class after Introduction to Wind was the one she was dreading, yes, but also looking forward to. It was a required course for blonde freshmen, but most students only had to attend the first class, since nearly everyone could already channel when college started. She glanced at her schedule to verify the room number as she walked past other students, who again stared at her. At least now she knew why. The swirling light would probably be pretty hard to ignore. She wondered if they were concerned she would suddenly explode, which led her to wonder if that was possible. That would definitely be a problem. Intro to Wind would be held in the same room where the symphony rehearsed. Fitting, since many wind arates used instruments to channel their powers, and lucky for Nicole, because her audition for symphony was immediately following class. She picked up her pace as she thought of her audition, unable and unwilling to wipe away her silly grin. She was going to be in an orchestra again. The door to the huge room was open, and folding bleachers had been set up all along one wall. Nicole joined the other students on the bleachers and stared at the vast display of instruments, household objects, stuffed full garbage bags, books, and various wind chimes. A slim lady with straight, shoulder-length blonde hair entered the room, carrying a garbage bag, which she placed next to the others. Nicole could see fabric peeking out of the top. She assumed the other bags contained cloth as well. The teacher turned to the students and clapped her hands. Everyone quieted, and she grabbed a piece of paper and glanced at it. Welcome to Introduction to Wind. She looked up at the students. This is Section 5. If you are signed up for any of the other classes, you're in the wrong place. I will not allow students to attend who are not on the roll. Nicole quickly did the math. She knew there were 5 sections for wind arates, and judging by the number of students here, each section had about 100 registered. 500 wind arates all in one university. And those were just the freshmen. The professor turned and started rummaging through her purse. Excuse me for a moment, she said. I seem to have misplaced my tablet. Nicole leaned against the bench behind her. Even considering the fact that there were only 3 arate universities in the States, that was still a lot of naturally blonde people. Maybe there weren't many wind arates at the college in Maine or at Armitage University. She ran her fingers through her hair, grateful it hadn't darkened much. When she was younger, she had hoped it would. Being an earth arate had always appealed to her so much more. Moving mountains, not having to use her hands to dig in the dirt. But as she got older, she began to appreciate the things wind arates could do. Control weather. Make things stink, to keep her older brothers out of her room if they still annoyed her when she got her powers, or smell better like pumpkin pie and warm apple cider. People with naturally blonde hair weren't common. Neither were people with hair that was truly red, like Lizzie's. Most had light brown hair, making them water arates, or dark brown or black hair, making them earth arates. The professor cleared her throat, a tablet now in her hands. Please pardon the wait. My name is Professor Peterson, she said. Most of you will find the tool you're looking for in this classroom, or will confirm that what you've already found indeed is your true focus. And those of you who don't, I'll end up working with one-on-one. Peterson glanced at the tablet. We'll do this alphabetically. When I read your name, come join me and show me your focus. If you don't have one yet, I'll get you started. As soon as we figure things out, you'll be excused to go. You may then drop the class. Nicole sighed, wishing her last name wasn't Williams. It made for boring times while waiting for teachers to get through roles. She glanced longingly at the one cello in the room, wanting to have something to do. Unfortunately for her, the instrument she'd spent most of her time learning while growing up had proven not to be her focus. As Professor Peterson called the first student down, Nicole remembered something. This wasn't an average class with a boring roll call. She was going to see magic. Peterson gave the guy instructions, then when he asked a question, she turned back to the others. When you're with the correct focus, something will happen to the instrument or item you're touching. Now pay attention so you don't miss hearing your name. Things will move quickly. Professor Peterson was right about that. The guy went through the first half in less than 30 seconds. He barely had to touch the items in one area before Peterson moved him on to the next section and called down another student. Pretty soon, there were about 20 students mulling around the various objects, as several others left after showing their focus to Peterson. Nicole kept her eyes on the first boy, wanting to see what ended up being his. He was halfway through the brass instruments when he touched a trumpet. The thing blared, making most everyone jump. Peterson clapped her hands. Wonderful. I love the trumpet. She motioned to the student. Go ahead and gather your things. Congratulations, Brett. Brett grinned, set the trumpet down, and jogged to where he'd been sitting. He jammed things into his backpack and practically skipped out of the room. Nicole turned her attention to the rest of the students, feeling a little disappointed. She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting. A blast of colorful stars, a roaring wind perhaps, but not a loud note that made people jump. Halfway through the alphabet, Professor Peterson stopped calling out names and turned all of her attention to a student who'd gone through every object without luck. She worked with the girl for several minutes, and Nicole watched with fascination as Peterson opened the bags and pulled out various types and colors of fabric. The student briefly touched them with no result. Then Peterson pulled out a box of paper. She quickly folded origami shapes and handed them to the girl to play with. Nothing happened. She showed the student how to build the same shapes. After all of this again resulted in nothing, Peterson finally stopped, her hands resting on the table in front of her, frowning thoughtfully. She raised a finger and tapped her cheek a few times, then pulled out a clean sheet of paper and folded an airplane. The girl took the airplane and let it soar. Instead of falling, however, it rose higher and changed from white to light blue. Peterson cheered and gave the girl a one-armed hug. Nicole could tell the student was disappointed, but was trying to be excited for Professor Peterson's sake. Nicole didn't blame her. Throwing a paper airplane was her focus? If it had been making a paper airplane, that would have been more discreet and less childlike, but throwing? How unfortunate. Peterson must have caught what the girl was feeling. She asked for everyone's attention. Many of you might not realize this, but your focus isn't permanent. If you work at it, you eventually won't need one at all. The magic will flow directly from you. The girl smiled, obviously relieved, and Nicole felt herself relax as well. After 45 minutes, the classroom had emptied of nearly everyone, and Peterson finally called down the last 3 students, Nicole and 2 guys. Nicole jumped from where she'd been sitting and joined the others. "Okay, you know the drill," Peterson said. "Go find your focus." She sat on the bleachers to watch, obviously exhausted, and the students turned to the objects. Nicole already knew better than to begin with the stringed instruments. She'd touched all of them after restarting and nothing had happened. Instead, she turned to the wind section, crinkling her nose. "Please focus, don't be one of these." Even though she loved the sound of most of them, she couldn't stand thinking about having to clean the condensation, or saliva as string players called it, from the piping and valves. A few moments later, she exhaled in relief after touching all of the brass and woodwind instruments. Nothing. She began sorting through the cloths that had spilled on the floor around the garbage bags. Again, nothing. One of the guys called out in shock when a newspaper he held folded itself. Apparently, he'd found his focus. That wasn't a bad one either. Why couldn't something like that work for her? Nicole approached the household objects section, feeling her heart pounding in her chest so strongly it made her nauseated. She wasn't going to find anything. She'd be focusless for years and years, maybe even forever. She couldn't help but wonder if the leather book from the night before was the right object. How was that supposed to work, though? Would she read her way through situations? Even though it hadn't seemed foreign to Lizzie, Nicole had never heard of anyone using a book to create magic. After touching the various lampshades, books, pillows, shelves with doors and blinds, she turned away, trying not to look stressed and hoping Peterson wouldn't notice her fear. But a shout from the last guy drew her attention. She was the final student left. The only one with the no for an answer. Why did it have to be so hard? Why couldn't she be powerful? Talented? Professor Peterson approached, glanced at her roll, and back up again. "Nicole, why have you avoided the stringed instruments?" "Because I already know they don't work. I've been around them several times since restarting." Peterson nodded. "Let's try origami then." They spent the next 5 minutes folding and tossing paper, but nothing happened. Nicole's eyes began smarting and she blinked quickly, willing the tears not to fall. Peterson sighed. "Come, dear." She grabbed Nicole's hand and led her to the stringed instruments. "You never know." She motioned Nicole forward and folded her arms, watching. Nicole touched the violin and glanced back at Professor Peterson, who shook her head. She turned to the viola, the bass, the guitars, and finally, the cello. "Oh, did you sense that?" "At last," Peterson said. She wiped her forehead. "Now that," she hesitated, head cocked. "Wait. The draw on your magic isn't strong. This is your focus, but something is still stopping you." Nicole frowned, sinking into the nearby chair, holding the neck of the cello. "I didn't sense anything, didn't see anything. This can't possibly be my..." Professor Peterson's eyebrow rose and she stared at Nicole. "You play, don't you?" "Yes. Since I was 5. Think back to the first time you touched your cello after restarting. What happened?" Nicole shrugged. "Nothing. I mean, I played a solo in the school assembly right after puking all over in class. It was the most embarrassing thing ever. Throwing up, then having to be in front of everyone." She looked up at Peterson. "I never get nervous, ever. But after something like that, who could blame me for having sweaty hands and the chills? I had the hardest time playing the song. It was horrendous." Peterson nodded. "The reaction wasn't strong enough to garner your attention, but that was your body telling you the cello is your focus. Something is definitely off. I'm still positive this instrument is correct, though. As I said earlier, you'll have to work hard to learn to channel." She put her hand on Nicole's shoulder. "The magic around you is practically begging to be let go. You shouldn't be far from releasing it." Peterson looked at her watch. "Well, time is up. You're lucky you're not one of the students who has to come back." Nicole's shoulders slumped. Yes, she was lucky. Lucky to have a focus that didn't work. "What do I do now?" "Practice. A lot. Peterson began gathering up the fabric and shoving it in the bags. I'll have you assigned to Professor Coolidge. He picks up the extra wind arate students, specifically the cellists. He'll help you unlock your power. He plays? Peterson glanced over. Not exactly, but he's had to learn things over the years. The nearest cello wind arate teaches at a university in Ohio. Nicole started to help Peterson put things away, but stopped when the conductor for the symphony entered the room. It was time for her audition. Even as distracted as Nicole was, her audition on the cello went well. The conductor, Professor Harris, actually applauded her rendition of a number by Stravinsky. He gave her a schedule of rehearsals and information on the Christmas concert in December and welcomed her to the symphony. A feeling of relief washed over her. She'd made it. Not knowing what else to do, and having no desire to return to the apartment, Nicole spent the rest of the morning wandering campus, thinking about what happened in Intro to Wind. She ate lunch in the cafeteria, ignoring the stares of the other students. After a couple of hours in the library doing homework, she still didn't feel any better. She touched her cello hundreds and hundreds of times since restarting. Why had she never sensed anything? Obviously, Professor Peterson could see it, so why not Nicole? When Lizzie got out of fire arate classes, they wandered together, jackets zipped up against the constant rain. Lizzie was empathetic about Nicole's focus, swearing she'd figure something out soon. You just need to practice more, I guess. Nicole leveled a dark gaze at Lizzie. You of all people know my problem isn't lack of practicing. Lizzie nodded, and they walked in silence for several minutes. Lizzie glared up at the sky. I swear if it doesn't stop raining by Thanksgiving, I'm transferring to Armitage. Nicole exhaled but didn't respond. Her head hurt from the day's activities, and she was tired of wandering campus. She linked arms with Lizzie, deciding to put everything behind her for the time being. Let's go home and watch a movie. A scratching noise at her window woke Nicole in the middle of the night. She looked at the glass pane, watching it shake in the wind from an approaching storm. What had caused the sound? There weren't any trees directly outside her room. After staring at the window for nearly a full minute, Nicole rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. But the feeling that she was being watched made the skin on her back and arms tingle. She flipped over again and turned on the lamp. A movement on the wall nearest her caught her eye. She glanced that way and then screamed, nearly falling off her bed. The wall was covered in spiders. At least 10 of them, most the size of a quarter, were frozen there watching her. Nicole sprang out of the covers, bare feet on the cold wooden floor, hugging her quilt to her chest. Lizzie burst through the door, holding her cell phone out like a sword. What happened? She shrieked. Nicole pointed. Lizzie looked, shrieked again, and dropped her cell, jumping to stand next to Nicole. Holy freak, she said. What's going on? Nicole shook her head. There was no way she'd be able to go to sleep again. Not like this. Grab the vacuum, she said. Let's pull the bed away from the wall and suck them up. Lizzie nodded and raced out of the room. When they'd moved in, they had bought a small handheld vacuum cleaner to help with the spider issue. Neither girl liked killing spiders with tissues or anything else that might make them feel the crunch, so they'd resorted to vacuuming up the creatures instead. As Nicole heaved and tugged the heavy bed frame, she remembered reading somewhere that if you put the legs of a bed into large cans of water, it would keep spiders from crawling on you. Or was that cockroaches? She couldn't remember, but knew she had to do something or she'd never be comfortable here again. Lizzie returned and helped pull the frame the rest of the way. Once they finished though, she shrieked again, pointing. Oh my gosh! Spiders lined the baseboard. Nicole grabbed Lizzie's shoulder, yanking her friend to face her. I hate this place. We have to move. Lizzie shook her head. There wasn't anything available, believe me, I called everywhere. Anything has to be better than this. Nicole released Lizzie's shoulder and grabbed the vacuum cleaner. Make sure the ones on the wall don't escape. She pushed the on button. Holding the vacuum at arm's length, she began sucking them up. Lizzie did her best to scare the critters back toward Nicole, emitting the occasional squeal. Finally, every spider had been dealt with, and Nicole handed the vacuum back to Lizzie. "Don't empty it now. Let's wait until they're all dead. That could take months. I guess it'll be a long and painful death. Serves them right for trying to take over the apartment." Lizzie grinned. "You're so evil." She glanced at Nicole's bed. "What are you going to do about this?" "You'll see." Nicole stepped out of the room with Lizzie trailing. While Lizzie put away the vacuum cleaner, Nicole opened up 4 containers of hot chocolate. Thirsty?" Lizzie asked, joining her. Nicole shook her head and explained her theory about bed legs and cans of water. The girls dumped the chocolate into gallon-sized Ziploc bags, sealed them up and rinsed the empty containers. They put the cans under each leg and filled them with water, then stood back to admire their work. "I still don't understand how it's supposed to help," Lizzie said. "In theory, it should keep the spiders from crawling up. They'll fall into the water and drown." Lizzie shivered. "Sick." She turned to Nicole, a worried expression on her face. "But spiders have webs they drop from the—" Nicole held up her hand. "Stop. I can't hear it right now. I'm not going to be able to sleep, as it is." Lizzie hesitated, then hugged Nicole and went back to her own room. Nicole padded to the kitchen and grabbed the vacuum cleaner again, just in case. She examined every crevice of her room, but there weren't any more spiders. Had they received the memo? Maybe so. She left the vacuum cleaner by her bed, hoping she wouldn't need it later. As expected, sleep didn't come quickly. She tossed and turned for what felt like hours, trying not to think about the spiders that probably surrounded her. A dull headache started to build at the base of her skull. She should have gotten up to take painkillers, but she was too tired. The ringing of her cell phone woke her the next morning, and she groggily answered. "How are you feeling?" Lizzie asked. "I didn't want to ask when I left for campus, it was way early." Nicole rubbed her neck. "Just a headache, but otherwise I'm fine." She regretted not taking the medicine. The pounding at the back of her head made her nauseated, and on top of that, she was groggy and stiff from not sleeping. Stupid spiders. "You're still in bed, aren't you? Girl, do you know what time it is?" Nicole glanced at the clock, then jolted to a sitting position, headache forgotten. She'd missed her alarm. Math started in half an hour. It would take 10 minutes to drive to campus, and 15 to walk to class. Gotta go. She ended the call and dropped her cell on the nightstand. Nicole jumped from her bed and tripped over the vacuum cleaner she'd left on the floor the night before, breaking the cheap thing open and spilling its contents everywhere. Spider carcasses rolled across the wood, and hundreds of the critters that were still alive scattered in every direction. Nicole sprang off the ground and onto her bed, barely getting out of the way of a particularly large spider. She bit her lips, trying not to scream in frustration as she watched the 8-legged beasts disappear behind her furniture and under the closet door. Why were these things happening to her? Her head pounded in response, reminding her that she needed to take those painkillers and get going. Precious seconds had been lost. Nicole dashed into the bathroom, holding her head with one hand, and did a once-over on her teeth and hair. She hurriedly put on some mascara, then ran back into her room, yanking off her pajamas along the way. She snatched up the closest clothes she could find, the ones she'd been wearing yesterday, and shook them out. No spiders. Hopefully no one, including Lizzie, would notice the repeat outfit. Realizing there was no way she'd want to come home to the mess on her floor, she ran to the hall closet, wheeled out the big vacuum cleaner that belonged to their landlord, and sucked up the carcasses. She then put both vacuum cleaners away. Nicole downed some painkillers with a glass of milk, and grabbed a banana and a piece of bread to eat on the way to campus. She yanked her arms into her jacket and zipped it up, then snatched her purse from the couch, making sure to put her phone and keys in it, and dashed out into the pouring rain. 20 minutes later, Nicole sank into her seat in math class, about ready to pass out from having to rush in the muggy, rainy weather. Her lungs would never get used to how damp the air was here. She said hi to Lizzie, and silenced her phone while Lizzie continued a conversation with the brunette she'd talked to last time. The teacher, whatever his name was, began class by doing another review of the order of operations. Boring. Nicole read a book on her phone instead of listening. The bell finally rang, and she and Lizzie rushed through the doors, following the flow of traffic. Nicole tilted her head when they got outside. The magical vibrations of campus were stronger today, strong enough to catch her attention. She held her hands out, feeling the air as they walked. She knew Lizzie wouldn't care or think twice about her behavior. It was something Nicole always did. She'd been trying to train herself to sense the pulses better, but it was often hard to tell the difference between wind and magic manifesting itself. The sensation of the current flowing over her made her skin tingle. Yes, things were stronger today. Why? Was it because more students were on campus now that school was in full swing? They arrived at magical items throughout history and took their seats on the second row. Professor Coolidge began class with a reminder about the info session later that day for the Arches expedition. Nicole grinned, glancing at Lizzie. "You sure you don't want to come?" Lizzie rolled her eyes. "Positive?" she whispered. Nicole smiled and leaned back in her chair, listening to Coolidge's lecture on a magical bowl that was thousands of years old, while imagining herself enjoying the warmth and sun at Arches National Park. The classes after Coolidge's took forever to pass, and Nicole distracted herself by focusing on the faint magical pulsings she could sometimes sense from other people. As she'd learned earlier, most Arete students had a very slight energy source, some stronger than others. She wasn't sure exactly how she was feeling those, since they weren't strong enough to wash over her like they had earlier. Maybe the feeling was centered in her brain? Asking Lizzie didn't help. Lizzie still couldn't sense the difference between Aretes and non-Aretes. To her, they were all the same. "How come I can sense the pulses better than you?" Nicole asked as the two settled into their seats in Professor Whitman's class. "I restarted long after you did. It doesn't make sense." Lizzie shrugged. "I'd guess it's because you actually try to be an Arete. Everything you've done over the past several months has probably strengthened your abilities." Kind of like what Professor Coolidge was saying. Nicole tucked her purse under her chair and leaned back in her seat. "I feel bad about it. You hate being behind. You of all people know that I've never planned to do anything with my abilities," Lizzie said, watching as Whitman wrote something on the board. "I've always wanted to be a nurse. You're the one with the big dreams." Nicole nodded. She tried many times over the years to convince Lizzie that with her heritage, a grandmother who was an Arete, she could actually become very powerful. But Lizzie wasn't interested in the Arete world. Not like Nicole, anyway. Nicole wanted to get involved. She wanted to use her powers in whatever career she chose. She wanted her career to be based on her powers. She glanced up in time to see Austin enter the room. His eyes searched the students, settling on her. He didn't break eye contact until he'd chosen a seat on the same row, several chairs to the side. Why would he do that? He'd already made it obvious that he couldn't stand her, that he felt like she was below him. Was he trying to make her uncomfortable? Totally not possible. Nicole had been in much more awkward situations before. "We're talking about silvers today," Lizzie said, looking at the purple syllabus. Grateful for the distraction, Nicole opened her syllabus to check for herself. She settled back into her chair and closed her eyes. Sleepiness washed over her. "Sounds thrilling." "No, it should be interesting to you. My dad was trying to explain to me once what happens when an Arete's hair turns gray, but I never fully understood. It has to do with hormones and physics and anatomy." "How did the anatomy part not interest you, Ms. Future Nurse?" "Oh, nurses don't really need to understand anatomy." Nicole's jaw dropped. "Tell me you're kidding." She grabbed Lizzie's arm. "Because if you're not, you're going to be very disappointed with nursing school." Lizzie's grin showed that she knew better, and Nicole shook her head at her friend's teasing. "You are so evil." Professor Whitman called the class to order and stepped forward, tucking a strand of wayward hair behind an ear. It didn't do any good, all of her hair was wayward. "Who in here can tell me what a silver is?" Lizzie's hand shot up and Whitman called on her. "A silver is an old arete," Lizzie said. Whitman nodded. "Yes, sometimes true. But there's more to it than that." Nicole glanced at Austin. She was positive he knew the answer, but his stoic expression made it obvious that he didn't plan on saying anything. Whitman gave up waiting. A silver can actually be an arete of nearly any age. As aretes learn more and push themselves further in their education and abilities, their hair naturally turns gray. She pushed a button on a projector remote, and a picture of the brain popped up. Using the laser pointer, she indicated a small section toward the center. This is the pineal gland. Its main function in most humans is to secrete hormones. But for the arete, there's more to it than just that. Scientists now believe that an arete's powers originate in his or her pineal gland. The stronger the arete, the more hormones their gland secretes, and the faster their hair turns white. Nicole frowned and raised her hand. "I thought the pineal gland secreted sleep hormones. How does it make hair turn gray?" She glanced at Austin. His expression wasn't so grumpy anymore. He actually looked a little tiny bit interested. She hoped she'd sounded intelligent. Whitman put her hands behind her back and paced the carpet. Because aretes aren't normal humans, the brain doesn't work exactly the same for us. The pineal gland secretes more than just melatonin. Scientists are still trying to figure out exactly what's going on that makes aretes have powers while regular humans do not. She motioned to the rest of the students. "How many of you are taking Professor Coolidge's class on magical items?" Pretty much everyone raised a hand. "If you look carefully, you'll notice that he dyes his hair." Nicole snorted to herself. This woman's obsession with aretes was ridiculous. Did she go around campus inspecting hair all day? "That's it," Lizzie whispered. "I'm coming with you to the information session. I have to check out his hair close up." Nicole rolled her eyes. Only Lizzie would have to do something like that. Her thoughts returned to Professor Whitman's statement. The woman was probably right. Coolidge had very dark hair, and being one of the world's most powerful aretes, he'd be completely white by now. But why hide it? Nicole wouldn't. She'd proudly display her silver hair. Of course, she'd be lucky at this rate to go gray at all. Chapter 3. Lizzie got her chance to check Coolidge's hair fairly soon. The class that was using the auditorium hadn't let out yet when they arrived for the info session, and Professor Coolidge waited near the doors with the students. Lizzie pushed her way through the crowd, dragging Nicole, who casually looked around for Austin. There he was, leaning against the wall about 20 feet away. Oh, and of course Judith Ann was there as well. Nicole recognized a couple of other students, but couldn't remember their names. She turned her attention to Lizzie, who'd engaged Coolidge in conversation. "So Nicole found her focus yesterday, but it didn't work. Does that happen often?" He shook his head. "No, not usually." Lizzie peered at him and gasped, hands to her mouth. "You do dye your hair." Several students turned, and Coolidge sighed in exasperation. "Did you have Professor Whitman today?" Lizzie nodded, lowering her hands. Coolidge glanced heavenward. "Great." Then, obviously wanting to change the topic, he looked at Nicole. "It seems we'll be working together outside of class this semester." He folded his arms, briefcase dangling from one hand. "Cello, huh?" She shrugged, not surprised that Professor Peterson had already contacted him. "Apparently. But as Lizzie already told you, it doesn't really work for me." He nodded. "That's fine. We'll figure something out. I've got 2 other students who meet with me on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'll have you join us. I've already emailed you the details." The doors to the auditorium swung open, and a deluge of students flooded out, separating Lizzie and Nicole for a few moments. Nicole was still near Coolidge and turned to him, blurting out a question. "I can sense pulses from other students, but my friend, who restarted months before me, can't." "Why?" "You're more determined." He nodded at Nicole and disappeared into the room. Nicole followed at her own pace. She hoped he was right, he had to be. But if she was already ahead of Lizzie, why could Lizzie channel when she couldn't? The two friends found each other and took their usual seats. Many students from other sections joined them, and Nicole groaned to herself. She wasn't competing just against her class to go on the expedition, but against pretty much every undergrad on campus. Professor Coolidge taught many classes. What had she gotten herself into? Coolidge turned on the projector and hesitated before putting his hands on the desk and looking out over the students. "We'll go over the schedule momentarily, but first I need to emphasize again that the expedition will be dangerous. My colleagues disagree with me, but I don't want to be caught ill-prepared. I'm bringing weapons, including guns and knives. The fact that several people, too, this week have gone missing can't be ignored." Nicole and Lizzie met eyes. Nicole hoped Professor Coolidge's feelings were off. She wanted to go, but had no desire to end up in a deadly situation. Coolidge waved his hand. "Oh, the authorities have always attributed it to one thing or another. Indian attacks and difficult weather in the earlier years, lost hikers and camping gone wrong in later ones. But as technology and search and rescue operations have advanced, authorities are no longer finding easy ways to explain away the disappearances. People do get stranded in the occasional storm, yes, or even while camping. But entire families? And when was the last time a group of Native Americans attacked?" The students chuckled, and Professor Coolidge smiled. He waited for a moment, eyes scanning the group, then sat on the desk. "I hesitate bringing this up because I don't want to scare you needlessly, but strong evidence has been found of something most of you won't believe to be possible. Many of us are familiar with the Tarian legends, the ones that speak of the great and intelligent Shoggoths that could change shape as needed. About their creators, the Agarks who stole powers from the first 3 children of every family, giving it all to the fourths. And it wasn't until recently that I began to wonder if those legends really are true." Murmurs cascaded through the room, and Nicole watched the expressions of disbelief and shock that crossed most people's faces. "What's a Shoggoth?" she whispered to Lizzie. She couldn't even remember the second name Coolidge had mentioned. Shoggoth was weird enough. What he said, a huge monster that changes shape. They can be taller than a building, or small enough to fit in a car. All exaggerated stories, of course. Coolidge continued. "The evidence is under government protection." "Yes, I did see it." "No, I can't tell you what it was. I'm under oath to protect the secret until the expedition has been successfully completed. And although the government doesn't believe my theories, what was found gave them the push they needed to get our expedition funded. I've been forbidden to seek out proof of the creatures directly, but I believe that as we search, evidence will naturally point that way." Coolidge ignored the many hands that had shot into the air when he stopped talking. Instead, he loaded up a presentation and pointed at the first thing on the slide. "All the tests will be held on the same day, a week from this Saturday. For the first test, you'll be required to prove that you can discern between several magical items. It'll be similar to what was done in class this week." He handed a piece of paper to a student on the front row. "This is the sign-up sheet. Only 4 students at a time can be tested. You'll be assigned a time and a room, where you'll have 5 minutes to place several things in their correct order. Once everyone has been tested, I'll post the results, and those who pass will move on to the next test." He looked up. "Any questions about this, specifically?" No one spoke up, so he continued. "We'll be using a handful of classrooms near my lab. As soon as we've finished up here, I'll show you where that is, and let you look at and touch all the objects. I want to make sure you have exposure to everything before being tested." Nicole swallowed. Only a week and a half before the tests, and she just barely found her focus. And it was a defective one at that. What was she thinking? And what if those legends really were true? She shook her head at herself. Now was not the time to start allowing little doubts to enter her mind. She could do this. Coolidge sat on the desk again. The second exam will be on the items themselves. Between now and then, you'll study them. Learn about them. Figure out how and why they became magical. Understand the cultures of the people behind them. You'll be tested on that knowledge. Judith Ann raised her hand. She waited until everyone was looking at her, then folded her hands in her lap. I'm sorry, but I don't see how that could possibly help us with the expedition. Professor Coolidge stared at her for a moment before responding. His expression was blank, but Nicole imagined he was probably annoyed. Nicole would have been. Does anyone else want to guess why I'm testing on this? Nicole glanced around. She figured she knew the answer, but she wasn't about to enter into a battle with Judith Ann. The girl had problems. A guy on the back row spoke up. We'll probably come across magically charged items on the expedition. Exposure to other things, and why different cultures charge them, will help us understand what we find. That would have been Nicole's answer as well. Coolidge nodded. Precisely. Nicole felt a smidgen of pride, knowing she'd understood better than Judith Ann had. Coolidge looked back at the rest of the students. As you know, I specialize in magical items. If you are to do well in any of my classes, you'll also focus on these things. The sign-up sheet reached Nicole, and she put her name down and passed the sheet on to the next person. She turned her attention to the front of the room, in time to see Judith Ann's hand shoot into the air again. You said the tests for the expedition wouldn't impact our grades. Coolidge's response came quickly. And they won't. But everything you learn will help your overall grade, right? She hesitated. I guess. Coolidge clicked to the next slide. The third thing I'll test you on is how to use your own magic. I can't have students take part who are completely inexperienced with their powers. Nicole took in a deep breath. Of course this would come up. It would be the hardest part for her, with her inability to channel, and especially if she was going up against people like Austin and Judith Ann. The last test will be your ability to handle fear. I'm positive that some of the things we'll uncover will, to put it lightly, freak you out. Professor Coolidge got up from the desk. Details on that will only be available to students who pass the first 3 tests. He grabbed his things and walked to the door. Any questions should be emailed to me. Let's go. Students filed out of the room and followed him across campus. Nicole wasn't surprised that Coolidge's lab was in the museum, but what did surprise her were the pulsings that surrounded the building. They were so strong this time. How could normal humans not feel this magic? Warmth permeated the air, chasing away the constant chill from Seattle's humidity. The entire building pulsated with the strong magical force. It flooded the hallways. It stirred her heart, increasing her yearnings to improve herself. She wanted to explore to find all of the sources of the power, but instead continued after Coolidge. Professor Coolidge led them past the table with magically charged toys, and then down the stairs to the basement. He stopped at the first door and pulled out a set of keys. With 2 quick motions, he flipped the lock and pushed the heavy metal door open. He stepped back, waving at the students to enter. Nicole walked through the doorway first, with Lizzie trailing her. She breathed deeply. It smelled like antique things. Old leather. Worn cloth. Musty. She grinned. Mother would go insane in a room like this. Every inch of the estate they lived on was spotless and fresh. She'd fired many maids for not cleaning properly. Properly, of course, meaning obsessively. Professor Coolidge set his things on a cluttered desk. Go ahead and put your stuff here. He rolled up his sleeves and waited for everyone to gather around him again, then motioned to the items on the tables that lined the walls and filled the center of the large room. Everything is ready for you. Don't hesitate, dig in. Take good notes. This is the only time you'll see each item before being tested. Nicole looked around. There were 8 tables, each with 4 objects. She glanced at the other students, wondering what everyone would do. Austin leaned against the wall, arms folded, eyes shut. Yeah, like he even needed to be here. Why had he come, if he was so ridiculously talented and smart? Judith Ann brushed past Nicole, then gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. There's a gun in here. Nicole looked over Judith Ann's shoulder. Sure enough, an old Smith & Wesson Model 1 revolver lay on a table near the door. That was an incredibly rare gun. Nicole would know because her father owned one. She glanced at Professor Coolidge, who rolled his eyes. It's not loaded. They don't even make bullets for it anymore. Judith Ann's jaw dropped. But it's magical. It could still hurt someone. I can't believe you'd bring it here. Nicole refrained from staring at Judith Ann. The poor girl. She'd never survive living in Texas, or any of the western states for that matter. Where was she from, anyway? Coolidge didn't respond, only stared at Judith Ann. She lowered her arms and scowled. Well, someone has to be thinking about safety. It's an important item. I'm not going to ignore it just to protect your feelings. He motioned for the students to continue exploring the things. Nicole spotted the leather book from the night before. It seemed to beckon her to come. She felt the tug on her stomach. She took a deep breath and headed in that direction. Might as well start with the worst thing first. But just before she reached it, Judith Ann pranced over and picked it up, not even looking at her. Nicole turned. Fine. She'd get to the book last. She was really trying hard not to harbor ill feelings toward that girl. Lizzie grabbed her arm. I'm just going to stick with you. Is that okay? Yeah. Nicole started on the side of the room opposite from the book, deciding to work her way around. The first object was a fork. The moment her hand was over it, the pulses hit her sharply, and a wave of nausea slammed into her. She pulled back and coughed, nearly gagging, breathing deeply to get the sick feeling to go away. Lizzie gave her a curious expression. What's wrong? The fork, it's evil, Nicole said. I can't explain it. She looked at Lizzie. You try. Lizzie picked it up, turning the utensil over. She put it down and frowned. I can't tell that it's even magical. What's my deal? Nicole was about to relate her conversation with Coolidge from earlier, when Lizzie squealed and ran to the next table, nearly knocking another student over. She apologized to the girl and grabbed a porcelain doll off the table, turning back to Nicole. I have this exact same one, she said. Nicole smiled and joined Lizzie. Can you feel anything with it? Actually, yes. But it's very, very slight. Nicole took the doll. The pulses were slight to her too. But at least they weren't malicious. She set it down and returned to the table that held the evil fork. You go ahead and wander around. I'm going to take notes on everything. Using the labels Professor Coolidge had put by each item, she took down names and inspected objects and her feelings with every one of them. Only the fork made her sick, and she didn't go near it again. Most of the other objects had very slight pulses, like the porcelain doll. She struggled, sensing the varying degrees, and hoped by researching each item carefully at home, she'd be able to figure out which ones would be more powerful. At first, she took detailed notes, rehearsing the names and origins of the items in her mind over and over again before moving on to the next. But by the time she got to item number 20, over an hour had passed, and everything was blurring together. She realized there was no way she'd be able to memorize it all right then, and stopped doing so as she went. 15 minutes later, Nicole glanced around the room, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The lab had nearly emptied. Only Coolidge, Austin, Judith Ann, Lizzie, and a couple of other people remained. Lizzie was slumped in a chair by the door, head against the wall, mouth open and eyes shut. Nicole shook her head. The girl could sleep anywhere. Austin and Coolidge were deep in conversation, making Nicole wish she could be next to them to hear what they were talking about. She shrugged off the desire and got back to work. Only 3 more things to go. A cell phone, the beanie from class, and the book. The cell phone and beanie had moderate magical pulses, and she quickly wrote down their names, along with her feelings while holding them. Finally, she stepped to the book. Nicole put her stuff down, not wanting anything to be in her hands when she picked up the disgusting thing. She reached for it, but hesitated. Already, she could sense the warmth coming from the leather, and she wasn't even touching it. Its magical pulses were different from the other items. They seemed to drip off the book like sweat. The low murmur of men's voices stopped, and Nicole glanced over. Austin and Coolidge were both watching her. Professor Coolidge had a concerned expression on his face. Austin just stared, arms folded. Why had they stopped talking? Could they feel the warmth too? Neither of them moved to stop her, so she turned back to the table, still hesitating, but not sure why. It wasn't as if something bad would happen, right? She took a deep breath and placed her hands on the book. It shivered under her touch and she cringed, pulling back. The sensation of warm leather made her flesh crawl, and she rubbed her hands and arms on her jeans over and over again, trying to get the feeling to go away. Come on, Nicole. Don't wimp out. Without letting herself think about it, she picked up the book and lifted the cover. A wind rushed over her, blowing her hair back, roaring in her ears. She caught a brief whiff of tobacco smoke before the surge of air reversed and sucked the breath out of her lungs. She gasped. The floor under her quaked. The book vibrated. The leather on the cover moved, muscles beneath it flexing. Nicole tried to drop the book but couldn't. She was unable to control her hands or fingers. They clenched so tightly they ached. A shadow covered the pages of the book, making it so she couldn't see anything written there. What was going on? She gasped again, trying to breathe against the strong wind. She felt someone touch her shoulder, but she couldn't move. Her fingers still clung to the book. The shadow on the pages shifted, roiled, and turned toward her, the brief outline of a face visible. It watched her for several moments. Nicole? The voice was soft, deep. A strange yearning inside her made her want to read the book, to understand. To join the owner of the voice, though she didn't know where or what he was. The wind slowed to a gentle and familiar caress across her cheek. Familiar? Then suddenly it all stopped. The book fell from her hands and slammed itself shut. She backed away, her arms, legs, everything shaking. She felt Lizzie at her side and leaned into her friend. What happened? Professor Coolidge asked right next to her, making her jump. I don't know. Nicole tried to smooth her hair, but her hands shook too much. She tucked them under her arms. It said my name. And there was a shadow. Something inside it. Coolidge lifted the leather book. His mouth popped open in surprise. You've activated a force within it, something alive. He looked at her, fear and worry on his face. How did you do that? Nicole shook her head. I don't know, she repeated. Professor Coolidge put the book back on the table. I'm not sure what to say, other than I'm going to have to rearrange the first test based on what has just happened. The book is much more powerful than it used to be. He peered at her. And I'd love to find out why it called to you, why you woke it up when so many others have not. What I'd like to know is what she's doing here, Judith Ann said, then turned to Nicole. It's obvious you can't even channel yet. She glanced at Coolidge. Correct me please, Professor, but isn't the expedition going to be difficult? Don't we want more experienced Arates there? Nicole's mouth popped open, and she nearly slung some choice words at the snob, but Coolidge's response was faster. I am bringing experienced Arates. They're my master's and doctorate students. If all I needed was experience, I wouldn't have opened up the contest to undergrads. Experience doesn't always equate with common sense or hard work. I'm inviting younger students to help them jumpstart potential careers. To give them experience. He started putting papers into his briefcase. You're all dismissed. Nicole thrust her arms into her jacket and picked up her things, watching as Judith Ann stormed from the room. Nicole and Lizzie followed at a slower pace. Austin stayed behind with Coolidge. What happened back there? Lizzie whispered. I have no idea. I mean, why does she think she's so much better than me just because? Lizzie grabbed Nicole's arm. No. The book? Nicole knitted her eyebrows and shook her head, biting her lips. The strangling sensation of panic made her heart flutter. Breathing became difficult once more and she fought for control. She cleared her throat and glanced at Lizzie. That shadow. It looked at me. Nicole, that's not good. I know. Nicole hugged her purse to her chest, wondering what she'd gotten herself into. It's as if the book knows who I am. I mean, it knows my name. And it's almost like it's familiar. Are you serious? How's it familiar? Nicole shook her head. Let's not talk about it right now. I've had a really stressful day. She told Lizzie about her morning with the spiders, wondering how she'd forgotten to say something earlier. Lizzie yelped. They escaped? Yes, and all around my room. Meet me at the store on the way home. We're buying more traps. Nicole nodded and she and Lizzie separated, heading to their cars. Nicole caught a glimpse of Judith Ann walking toward another parking lot. She glared at the girl's back. Judith Ann, you don't know what can of worms you've opened. I'll beat you at this game. And so she would. She hoped. At least thinking about Judith Ann helped her not focus on the book. Nicole and Lizzie set up spider traps all along the walls in Nicole's room. Only a couple of minutes passed before several had been caught. Lizzie folded her arms, a smug expression on her face. That ought to do it for now. And with your bed in the middle of the room, you should be able to sleep. Nicole agreed. She grabbed her laptop and went to the living room to sit on the couch, ready to study her list from Coolidge's lab. She wasn't surprised to find out that the fork had been a weapon of murder. Some Arate woman back in the 1930s had enchanted it to help her know how hard and where to stab people with the fork, so they'd die slowly while she watched. Disgusting. Nicole stayed up late studying, but didn't get through all the items. They were fascinating. The porcelain doll hadn't been possessed as she'd thought. It acted as an alarm when intruders entered the owner's house, emitting a gas that knocked the people out. Pretty awesome. She still had 5 items on her list when she realized she wasn't internalizing her studies anymore. It was time to go to bed. Sleep came easily and quickly, thank goodness. The next morning, Nicole took her time getting ready, made breakfast, and sat down to eat in front of her laptop, deciding she needed to catch up on email before finishing her studying. There were 4 messages from her mother, all of them asking the same question. How was school going so far? Nicole frowned. Since when did Mother want to know about school? They'd had 2 very brief conversations since Nicole had come to Seattle, and Mother hadn't asked about anything serious. School was far from her field of interests. She spent her time getting her hair and nails done and redecorating the house rather than paying attention to anything scholarly. Nicole shot off a quick reply. School was fine. She enjoyed her classes. She opted not to mention the expedition, the book, or her inability so far to channel. Her mom wouldn't be interested in things like that. Halfway through her messages, she found an email from Professor Coolidge. She'd forgotten that he'd mentioned sending her one. She groaned. Crap. What? Lizzie said from the kitchen sink. She was gulping down a glass of milk, her backpack over one shoulder. Nicole was surprised Lizzie was still home. Her classes all started early this semester, and they rarely saw each other in the morning. I should have read my email last night, Nicole said. I meet with Professor Coolidge and the other cello Arates right after World History. I don't see the emergency. I was hoping I'd have time to come home first. I have to bring my cello, but I haven't touched it since the C-string broke last week, and I need to clean the bow hairs. Plus, I still haven't finished studying the items, and I have reading to do for Professor Whitman's class. No one's going to notice if the hairs on your bow are dirty, Nicole. I never have. Nicole grunted. Maybe Lizzie was right, but Nicole didn't want to admit it. Instead, she changed the subject. Have you had any luck yet? With your focus? Lizzie shook her head. I know it's not dancing. Professor Taylor believes it is, but things are just too off. I can start a fire, but it's a struggle to maintain. From what I've heard, it shouldn't be that way, things should flow smoothly. But they don't. I'll help you practice tomorrow, if you'll help me. Lizzie agreed, rinsed her cup and dried her hands. See you tonight. Gotta get to school. Nicole pulled out her cello after Lizzie left, and restrung her C-string. She spent the next 20 minutes tuning and practicing and tuning some more. Then she packed up her cello, grabbed her laptop and purse, and headed out to school, cello slung across her back. World history passed quickly, and soon it was time to meet with Coolidge and the other students. Nicole headed to Coolidge's lab, adjoining his office. She checked the time on her phone frequently as she walked across campus, not wanting to be late, but also not wanting to be too early. When she arrived, she set down her cello, ran her fingers through her hair, and inspected her makeup with her compact. Finally, she knocked on the door. An attractive guy with light brown hair opened. You must be Nicole. Coolidge said you'd be coming. He stepped back, motioning for her to enter. Another guy with glasses and curly hair so light it was nearly transparent was sitting in a folding metal chair with his cello, a heavy wooden desk looming behind him. A window to Coolidge's lab covered an entire wall, and shelves lined the rest. The seat behind the desk was empty. Where's Professor Coolidge? Nicole asked, sitting on the third chair. The guy who opened the door returned to his seat and smiled at her. He had a nice smile. He doesn't usually come, doesn't need to. But don't worry, we know what he'd do if he were here. He nodded at her. I'm Toby. That's Pete. He pointed at the guy with curly hair and glasses. Pete was cute, in a surfer kind of way, but the poor guy had obviously struggled with acne in high school. Pockmarks covered his cheeks and forehead. He waved at her, smiling. Toby picked up his instrument, sending her another one of his grins. We were just starting. Why don't you get out your cello and join us? Sure. Nicole unbuckled her cello case. Could you explain how all this works? What's expected of me? Toby set his bow on the stand in front of him. Of course. We spend most of the time trying to figure out how to use the cello as a focus. Neither of us is very good at it. Pete brushed away a strand of curly hair that had fallen across his forehead and pointed at Toby. He's more experienced than me. He smirked. But only because he's graduating in a few months. Nicole started rosining her bow. When do you graduate? Spring, Pete said. Nicole swallowed. She pretended to concentrate on getting the rosin perfectly on all the bow hairs. You're both seniors. Her hands started getting clammy. It had been a long time since she was the youngest in a group. Yeah, Toby said. Her discomfort must have been obvious, because he waved her off. Don't worry about that, though. We all have to start somewhere. And Coolidge is great. He's really helped us figure things out. In fact, Pete said, Toby's focus isn't really the cello, he's branching into others with Coolidge's help. Toby grinned. It's been fun learning a new instrument. The tuba is very different, if you can imagine. Nicole smiled at that. So, what if cello is my focus, but isn't really? What do you mean? Toby asked. Nicole told them what happened in Intro to Wind. Now I have to figure out what's wrong. Why nothing happens when I play. She pulled out her cello, lengthened her end pin, and settled into a comfortable position. I don't even know what's supposed to happen. Toby picked up his bow again. It's different for everyone, but some similarities exist. For example, when I play. Well, let me show you. He drew the bow across his strings, and a familiar strain filled the room. Nicole immediately recognized a Shokin farewell, but Toby's rendition of it wasn't very good. Attributing it to the fact that he must not have been at the cello for long, she ignored how badly he played, and turned her attention instead to her surroundings, wondering what to expect. After Toby had played for 5 minutes, getting through the song twice, Nicole noticed that her breathing had become more labored. Her skin tingled and she rubbed her arms, grimacing when her hands came away moist. "It's humid in here." Toby nodded. "Exactly. The song helps me pull liquid toward myself. I think if I were more powerful, I'd be able to create a storm." Nicole raised her eyebrows. "That would be awesome. What happens when you play something else?" Toby looked down. "Nothing, actually. This is the only thing I can do so far, mainly because that's the only song I've learned." "Good choice, by the way," Nicole said. Toby grinned at her. "You knew what it was?" "Yeah, it's one of my favorites." "Cool." Toby leaned forward. "This is why Coolidge is working with me and Pete. Because we're not very good at what we do." Nicole tilted her head. "But the cello isn't your true focus. Why did you switch?" "He's not even a wind arate," Pete said. Toby glanced at Pete and back to Nicole. "I'm a water. But I want to become powerful, to learn how to control all of the elements." Nicole's mouth dropped. "Is that possible? I thought you were stuck with the one you got." "A stupid myth propagated by uneducated people," Pete said, pushing up his glasses. "When you get good enough at channeling, you can change your focus and assigned element." Nicole turned to Toby. "But I've heard that some people don't need a focus at all. Why would you go to all the work of changing, when you could just put that work toward learning to channel freely?" "Not all of us is in Austin," Toby said. Nicole frowned. "How do you know about him?" "He's a freshman." "Word spreads fast when someone like him enrolls," Pete said. "The last time it happened was several years ago." Nicole didn't want to talk about Austin. She looked at Pete. "What can you do with the cello?" Pete's face lit up. "Oh, you just watch? I'll show you." He started Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star, but like Toby, his version was out of tune. But her attention to his skill shifted as soon as she noticed what the magic was doing. Unlike with Toby, whose focus didn't elicit any response within Nicole, when Pete began, she felt the magic pulsing from his cello. It pounded against her chest rhythmically. Toby touched her arm, making her jump. "Look," he said, pointing at Coolidge's desk. Nicole's eyes widened. The papers there were rearranging themselves. She jumped to her feet, still holding her bow, her other hand gripping the neck of her cello. Wow. It wasn't anything like what she'd imagined. Rather than floating in the wind without a direction, the papers were lifting themselves and moving systematically to other sections of the desk. "That's the coolest thing I've ever seen." Pete grinned, lowered his bow, and wiped sweat off his forehead. "It's the best I can do. I can't lift anything other than standard-size paper." "Not even a smaller sheet?" He shrugged. "Nope. For some reason, my magic likes letter paper the best." He leaned forward. "But still, pretty impressive, huh? I've worked hard to control their direction and rate of flow." Nicole nodded enthusiastically. "It was awesome." Toby grunted. "Yeah, and now I'm wishing I'd brought my tuba. I'd show you some serious skills." "How is a tuba a focus for channeling water powers?" Nicole asked. "Not a very good one, as you probably could guess. And don't be grossed out, but the condensation from my breath seems to gather other water particles, probably from the air. Which is why I wanted to start learning wind too, since I really can't do anything with the water once it comes to me. But I'm finally starting to see results more and more often with the cello." "Why'd you pick the cello?" "I've always liked how it sounded, and since I could already read the bass clef, it made sense." Nicole hesitated. "I'm wondering, what use are our powers to us? Why have magic at all? And no offense, if we only can shuffle papers and increase humidity." "No offense taken," Toby said, then sighed. "My goal is to become as powerful as Professor Coolidge. He can do pretty much anything with any of the elements. But I really don't think I'll ever get there. I'm focusing on my law degree." Pete nodded. "If we were working solely toward arate abilities, we'd be more powerful even right now. Unfortunately, Most paid arete positions are rare, and I need to take care of my family. Nicole noticed the ring on his left hand. Is your wife an arete too? Nope. Nicole leaned back in her chair. So why even learn magic if you don't really plan to use it? Oh, we're going to use it, Pete said. Especially if the Tarians try to take over. We have to learn some defensive skills, and I'm hoping to devote more time to my magic once I've graduated. I'm going to be an electrical engineer. My wind arete powers actually help some in my field, but they're not my focus as a college student. Toby started plucking the strings on his cello. On the other hand, we don't want to be caught off guard when the Tarians take over. I really hope that doesn't happen, Nicole said. Don't be surprised if it does, Toby said. Loud minorities almost always win over quiet majorities. He nodded toward her. You play the cello already, don't you? Go ahead. Show us what you can do. Nicole felt redness creep across her cheeks. I don't know, I don't want to take over the class. We don't have much time, and there's so much I need you guys to teach me. We can't start teaching until we know where you are, Toby said. Go on. Play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star for us. Nicole straightened in her chair and played the song from memory. It was the first thing she had learned on the cello. That was way too easy, Pete said. Do something harder. Like what? Anything. Show off for us with something you know we can't do ourselves. Nicole shrugged. Okay. I auditioned for the symphony 2 days ago. I'll play that song. She played the fast movement of the Stravinsky piece with gusto. It was hard to ignore the guys, as their mouths dropped open and their eyebrows shot up in the air. Nicole began enjoying their surprise, playing with more flair than she had in months. She ended with a flourish, letting the last note ring for several seconds before lowering her bow. That was fantastic, Toby said. You obviously really know the cello. And you used your thumb. Pete said. Nicole blushed. Yeah. You have to in this song. Pete looked down at his left hand. And here I thought 4 fingers were hard. Nicole shifted in her seat, trying to find a tactful way to say what was on her mind. I don't know a lot about the magical side of things, but if you plan to play the cello for any amount of time, you need to do it correctly. And I'm going to bet that the magic will flow better if you play the way it's supposed to be done. You won't have to concentrate so hard. Toby rubbed his chin, staring at her. I think you're right, he finally said. Coolidge knows the very basics of playing a cello. He's picked things up over the years, but he doesn't pay attention to our technique. How about this, Pete said. You teach us to play, and we'll teach you to harness your power. With Coolidge's help, of course, Toby said. We can only show you what he's taught us so far. Nicole agreed, and with a smile on her face, started instructing them on the basics of how to hold the bow and position the cello. It didn't take long for her to realize that what people had said about her really was true. She did have a gift when it came to the cello. Yes, she'd spent every spare moment of the last several years practicing, but it had come easily and smoothly. She found true enjoyment in her talent. For the next half hour, Toby tried to help Nicole channel while Pete practiced his bow hold. Nicole still couldn't grasp the magic that flowed around her, but Toby was positive things would be better once Coolidge started assisting her. Nicole hoped so. She was just about to start working with the guys on the proper position of the left arm when Coolidge entered his office. He nodded to her and sat at his desk, promptly opening his laptop. I've got to finalize things for the expedition and the tests. Nicole, I apologize for not being available to instruct you today. Toby, continue working with her, please. He turned to his laptop and started tapping. At first, Nicole was nervous having Coolidge there, but after a moment it became clear that he wasn't paying any attention. She felt a twinge of guilt over her possible role in his apparent workload. The book's reaction to her really had messed things up. She pushed the guilt aside, though, and focused again on Pete and Toby. There wasn't any way she could have predicted what happened, and she wouldn't let it distract her now. Chapter 4. As soon as the session was over, Nicole turned her phone back on. A text from Lizzie popped up, asking if she wanted to help Lizzie practice her fire ability. Nicole responded with a yes, and Lizzie's next text came quickly, asking Nicole to meet her at their apartment. That was fine. Nicole's first rehearsal with the symphony wasn't scheduled to happen until 4 in the afternoon. That gave them plenty of time. An hour later, Nicole was standing in the kitchen holding a metal garbage can with a small piece of paper in it. "Okay, I'm ready." "Again?" Lizzie bit her lips and squinted. Her expression of concentration was so intense, it nearly made Nicole laugh. Nearly. They'd been practicing for 45 minutes already, and so far Nicole had laughed so many times that she knew if she did it again, Lizzie would stab her with the pen she was using to take notes. "Turn on the music," Lizzie commanded. "Didn't you say you needed to learn without music?" Lizzie's answering glare made Nicole jump to push play on her phone. As soon as the happy beat filled their apartment, Lizzie started dancing, focusing on the fire. Nicole held her giggle inside. Poor Lizzie. From what Nicole had heard, most Arates enjoyed the manner in which they brought their powers to life. Not Lizzie, though. After several seconds of nothing, Nicole stopped the music. "I know what your mom wants, but how do you want to do it? And why is your dance teacher agreeing with your mom?" Lizzie swept the curls out of her face. "She doesn't want to peeve my mom. Dancers all know each other." "Okay. So I ask again, what do you want to do?" Lizzie blushed, looking down. She didn't respond. Nicole's eyes widened and she grabbed the nearest bar stool, pulled it over and slumped onto it. "It's something you haven't told me." Lizzie nodded. "Why not? You tell me everything." "Because you'd laugh." "Laugh? For trying to use your magic?" Lizzie glared at Nicole. "You've been laughing for the past hour. Why would this be any different?" "Oh, Lizzie?" Nicole got up from the stool and hugged her friend. "I'm sorry I've made you uncomfortable. Really, I am. I won't do it again, I promise. You can show me your idea. The thing is, it doesn't always work." "But is it better than dancing?" Lizzie raised an eyebrow. "Anything is better than dancing." Nicole watched her friend, waiting for her to make a decision. A smile spread across Lizzie's face. "Okay. I'll show you." Nicole grabbed the garbage can, relieved it hadn't taken much to convince her friend. For the most part, Lizzie was really easygoing. She always had been. Once Nicole held the can in place, Lizzie put one hand out, palm up, and acted like she was writing something on it with her other hand. The paper in the trash can popped. Nicole shrieked and dropped the can, stumbling away. The can rolled, then came to a stop, facing her. Little tendrils of smoke curled up from the paper, and Nicole raised her eyes to Lizzie. "It worked. It worked." Lizzie bounced up and down, clapping. "Oh yay." She stopped moving, glancing out the kitchen window as if expecting to see someone there. "Don't tell my mom, she'd freak." "Of course I won't." Nicole put out the fire with a spray bottle and righted the can. "How'd you figure out that writing on your hand would work?" "Drawing, actually, and it was a total accident. I'd been practicing dancing, trying to produce magic, when an idea for a portrait popped into my head. I grabbed a pen and drew the idea on my hand. I'm guessing that since I'd been focusing so much on magic, the power was ready and willing. It was awesome. A little fire appeared in my palm." "That's so cool." Lizzie grinned. "I know. My pen melted. I still have it somewhere if you'd like to see. But anyway, it's the actual motion of drawing that gets my magic going. I only have to pretend to be holding a pen or pencil." She grimaced. "But like I said, don't say anything to my mom. I'll eventually tell her when she's ready to hear it." "Isn't it difficult to switch to a different focus?" Lizzie pulled out a new piece of paper, placing it in the can. "Well, yes, but I didn't technically switch. I've been trying to force one that isn't mine." It's no wonder I've only ever produced magic while dancing a couple of times. I can't believe your teacher tries to make you do it. Lizzie shrugged. I'm sure it happens a lot. She snickered. Can you imagine having to use Play-Doh? Nicole laughed. No, and I don't have to, thank goodness. The girls got back to work, practicing until it was time for Nicole to head to campus for symphony rehearsal. Later that evening, Nicole was lying on the couch, finally getting to her reading for Professor Whitman's class, when Lizzie burst into the living room. Put down your homework, girl. It's party time. She skidded across the wooden floor in her stocking feet, did a pirouette, then landed on the arm of the couch next to Nicole. Come on. I'm serious, we need to get to know people. Nicole groaned. I've got at least an hour of reading left. Lizzie tugged on Nicole's arm, trying to get her to stand up. I won't accept no for an answer. Besides, you've been reading for an hour now. Nicole shut her book and rubbed her eyes, stretching out. She could use a break. Okay, fine. Lizzie cheered, jumping to her feet. Let's go. The party starts in half an hour. It took Nicole 5 minutes to touch up her makeup, change into something cute and grab her purse. They rushed to Lizzie's car. Where's the party? Nicole asked as Lizzie drove out of the parking structure that they shared with a few other buildings. And who invited us? A guy named Nate. It's at his apartment. Lizzie hesitated. Oh, and we know his roommate. She turned in her seat. But don't worry. Austin didn't have anything to do with planning the shindig. It's all Nate's idea. I don't think Austin will even be there. Nicole frowned. 15,000 students on campus, and the party is at Austin's place? Lizzie squirmed. Yeah, sorry about that. But like I said, Austin probably won't participate. That's it. We're only staying for a few minutes. If he's there, I'm not sticking around. Lizzie acted as if she hadn't heard Nicole. Nate's also a fire arate. We've sat next to each other every time we've had class. He's really cool. I can't wait for you to meet him. They found the correct apartment, but when Lizzie tried to ring the doorbell, Nicole grabbed her arm. Give me a minute, she said. Not waiting for a response from Lizzie, she leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. She had an inkling of a feeling at the back of her brain, telling her that she was overreacting. Well, so what? Austin had been a jerk. Are you sure we have to go? Of course. Lizzie folded her arms, scowling. Where's the independent girl I know? Nicole lifted her eyes heavenward, wanting to respond sarcastically. But Lizzie was right. It was time to put this whole thing with Austin behind her. Nicole pushed away from the wall and rang the bell herself. A guy answered. When Lizzie gave him a huge hug, Nicole realized it was Nate. His hair wasn't as red as Lizzie's, and the light from the apartment made it look more strawberry blonde than anything. Lizzie made quick introductions, and Nate stepped back to let the girls in. Nicole scanned the crowd. Austin wasn't in sight. She breathed a sigh of relief and followed Nate into the combined living and kitchen area. Nicole dropped her jacket with the other outerwear and immediately went to the refreshment table. Chocolate. There had to be chocolate somewhere. She spotted a bowl of M&Ms, yes, and swooped up a handful, popping a few in her mouth. Someone across the counter from her straightened, lifting a cookie sheet from the oven and setting it on the counter between them. Nicole glanced over and found herself looking into Austin's deep brown eyes. They both glanced away quickly, Nicole ignoring the racing of her heart. She grabbed a paper cup and dumped the rest of her M&Ms in it, then strode away from the counter, entering the crowd. Guess she and Lizzie would be leaving early. It didn't take long for her to spot Lizzie. She was the only one with flaming red curls who had a group surrounding her, laughing at something she'd just said. Nicole grinned. Trust Lizzie to become the center of attention as soon as possible. Nicole glanced around the room again and saw a brunette sitting alone on the couch, flipping through a photo album. Nicole decided to start there. She walked over and sat next to the girl, who looked up and smiled. There aren't any pictures of Austin in here, even though it's his album. She returned to flipping through the photos. Nicole raised an eyebrow. Was the girl looking for Austin specifically? Probably. He was hot after all. And making delicious-looking cookies. Nicole's gaze flicked across the room to where Austin was putting the cookies on cooling racks. Nicole shrugged. I wouldn't fill my own album with pictures of myself either. Not even one or two? Good point. Maybe he doesn't like cameras. I'll say. She closed the album and turned to Nicole. I'm Lacey. Nicole? You're a freshman, aren't you? Lacey asked. How could you tell? By the level of magic around you, freshmen tend to have a lot of undirected pressure. Nicole exhaled. I wish it wasn't so visible. Lacey laughed. Don't worry. My main power is a rare one. I can see others' level of magic. How does that relate to Earth? Nicole asked. Lacey hesitated. I'm not sure, actually. As far as I can tell, the molecules in a person's body speak or show me their abilities. She frowned. Maybe it's because of that saying, you know the one. We come from the dirt, and will return to it, or something like that. She brightened. But anyway, I'm a junior majoring in physics. Have you chosen your major yet? Nicole chuckled. No. I'm still a little disoriented from having to learn magic and regular things. Lacey patted Nicole's arm. You'll get used to it. She folded her hands in her lap. I'm excited about the university's change. Too many people were failing in real-life subjects. Arete magic is real life. Yes, it is, but if you can't do math or if you don't know history, what good will you do the world? Nicole nodded. How did you pick your major? How'd you decide not to have it be in magic? Oh, it's in magic all right. I sense molecules. It's a natural fit for physics. Lacey continued talking, her hands showing her excitement, but Nicole's attention got ripped away. The wind rushed out of her lungs. She gasped for air. A warmth spread across her back and she turned, expecting to see someone there, looming over her, but the nearest person was 5 feet away. The warmth increased, heating her face. It was gentle, like a summer breeze. Would you please excuse me? Nicole asked during a break in Lacey's conversation. Lacey nodded, said something about being glad to meet Nicole, and turned back to the album. Nicole got to her feet, inspecting the crowd. Nothing looked out of place. Was she the only one who had noticed a change? She walked around the side of the couch, reaching out with her inner magic self. The heat was increasing. Something was approaching. It was familiar, like a hug from her grandmother or a kiss from a longtime boyfriend. Nicole felt her stomach drop. The only other time she'd felt that had been. Austin's apartment door slammed open with a bang that made the wall decorations shake. Nicole's breath caught in her throat. She clutched her neck. A shadow crossed the threshold, low to the ground and long. Like a person creeping, army crawling. Suddenly the power went out, plunging the large room into darkness. Someone screamed. Lizzie? Nicole kept her hand to her throat, unmoving, afraid to do anything. The lights turned back on. Everyone started talking at once, except one person. Nicole felt his gaze on her and she looked. The intensity in Austin's eyes made her heart race yet again. She couldn't look away. Why was he staring at her like that? The warmth disappeared, and a shiver crossed Nicole. She rubbed her arms, breaking eye contact with Austin. It wasn't until then that she noticed the room had fallen silent. Everyone was staring at something on the counter that hadn't been there before. The leather book. Chapter 5. Things happened in a flurry. Probably freaked out by the strange power outage and the weird feeling in the room, people scrambled to get out of the apartment, grabbing coats and jackets as they left. Nicole couldn't force herself to move. She watched as Austin threw a kitchen towel over the book, wrapped it up, put it in a grocery bag, and tied it off. He glanced up, met her eyes, and nodded to the bag. Nicole understood. It was her responsibility to return it to Professor Coolidge, no matter how it had gotten here. She crossed the distance between them, snatched up the bag, and held it tight to her chest, hoping the pages would stay shut. She turned. Lizzie was there with their things. The two of them left without another word. Nicole felt Austin's gaze on her the whole way out. The girls parked as close to the museum as possible and jogged across the grass to the door nearest Professor Coolidge's lab. "Please be there, oh please be there," Nicole whispered to herself. For the first time in a while, Lizzie was silent. She kept sending glances to her friend, worried looks that frustrated Nicole. How could Nicole defend herself if Lizzie wouldn't talk? The museum was locked. Nicole dropped her head against the glass, trying to control her breathing. What was she supposed to do now? The heat from the book's binding had begun to seep through the bag and towel, warming her hands and arms. She cringed. She really did not want to take it home. "Do you have his number?" Lizzie asked. Nicole shook her head. "I don't." She took a deep breath and closed her eyes for several seconds, then looked at her friend. "I'll just have to give it to him tomorrow." Regardless of how she felt, she couldn't leave it at the museum door or anywhere else. Lizzie nodded and motioned for Nicole to follow her back to the car. As they were walking away, the lock clicked behind them, and Coolidge called to them to return. "Sorry it took so long to get up here. I couldn't leave my lab right away." Nicole's shoulders sagged with relief. "How'd you know to come check?" Austin called. Coolidge reached out, and Nicole passed him the sack. He opened it, removed the book, and crumpled the bag and kitchen towel, handing them back to Nicole. After flipping through the pages, he glanced up. "I don't want to worry you, but the book wasn't supposed to be in my office earlier when you were working with Toby." Nicole's mouth popped open. "It was there? I didn't see it." Coolidge didn't respond, and Nicole and Lizzie met eyes. "What's going on?" Lizzie asked. "I don't know." Coolidge shook his head. "Something isn't right. I've had this book in my possession for many years. It shouldn't be acting like this. It never has before." Nicole frowned. "It's doing this on its own? Is that possible?" Coolidge looked at her sharply. "I don't believe you're naive enough not to know that this sort of thing, though rare, does occur." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I'll lock it in my office. Be careful on your way home." Not surprisingly, Nicole didn't sleep much from there on out. Her dreams were riddled with power outages and possessed books. Thank goodness the spiders were leaving her bed alone. They were still trying to take over her room, but she could handle that for the time being. She and Lizzie lined the room with traps each night. Every morning, without fail, the traps were full. Throwing the things away was a joy. The spiders were wiggly and constantly tried to escape the sticky stuff. Occasionally, one was successful. As long as the girls were fast, the spiders that got away didn't crawl up their hands and arms. Nicole and Lizzie also emptied the water jars. That wasn't nearly as difficult. Rarely were there more than 3 or 4 spiders per jar. Nicole refused to wonder why, not wanting to picture the critters swimming in the water and climbing the bed legs anyway. But it was satisfying, knowing they were ridding the earth of as many disgusting predators as they were. She said as much to Lizzie as the girls drove to Austin's to return the bag with the kitchen towel in it. "I totally agree. They don't deserve to live." Lizzie parked the car and grinned at Nicole. "And look on the bright side. You get to see Austin again." Nicole snorted. "Why would that be the bright side of killing spiders? I don't see a connection between the two." "Because he thinks you're hot." Nicole glanced heavenward, deciding to ignore the logic in her friend's argument. "Lizzie, you and your imagination. If he thought I was hot, he wouldn't ignore me. You just keep telling yourself that." Lizzie undid her seatbelt and hopped out of the car. Nicole wiped her hands on her pants, not sure why she was nervous. He was just a guy, and this was just a towel, and she was just returning it. Nothing more. As soon as Nate opened the door, Nicole handed him the bag and turned to leave. But Nate gave Lizzie a big hug and invited her in, forcing Nicole to follow. Great. Nicole entered hesitantly, hoping Austin wasn't home, and for a moment it appeared she would get her wish. But then she spotted him on the couch, watching a documentary of some sort. He looked up and turned off the TV. Nicole groaned to herself, turning to listen to Nate and Lizzie, not wanting to encourage conversation with Austin. Of course, knowing him, he would stare, not talk. Nate laughed at something Lizzie was saying, and Nicole pretended to enjoy it as well, all the while being painfully aware of Austin's movements. He walked around the bar that separated the kitchen area from the living room. He opened the fridge and pulled out several cans of pop, placing them on the counter. Lizzie immediately grabbed one, flipped the top, and took a long drink. Nicole didn't blame the girl for being thirsty. This was the first time she'd stopped talking since they entered the apartment. Nate also took a drink from a can of pop, then turned to Nicole. "How are you liking Caton so far?" Nicole shrugged. "It's fine. Better than high school." Nate chuckled. "Definitely better." He set down the can. "Lizzie says you're having a difficult time with channeling." "I'm sorry about that, it was hard for me too." "Speaking of which," Lizzie said to Nate, "how's that going?" "Not bad. I still struggle, depending on the material. Plastic's the easiest. I can't wait until I'm strong enough to move on to other sub-abilities. Course, I doubt that'll happen for a while." Nicole tilted her head. "Sub-abilities? What do you mean?" Nate started talking animatedly, using his hands. "You know how arites control elements, right? And which element they control depends on what color their hair is when they turn 18? Nicole nodded. "Well, within those powers are what we call sub-abilities. For example, Lizzie here controls fire, that's her main power. Her specialty within fire is to actually create fire. Mine is to make it grow." He grinned, his eyes gleaming. "Want to see?" Lizzie perked up. "Yeah. Do you have a metal garbage can?" "Nope. I have something else that'll work though." Nate pulled a heavy cookie sheet from one of the cabinets. His eyes moved to Austin. "Okay, if we use this." Austin motioned for Nate to go ahead and settled in at the bar. Nicole also sat, looking forward to the demonstration. Nate placed the cookie sheet on the counter and grabbed a paper plate and some plastic forks. He put the forks on the counter next to the cookie sheet and ripped off a section of paper plate, setting that on the sheet. "As you're about to see, I'm pretty useless if there aren't matches around." He pulled a bit of rope from his pocket and started tying knots in it. His faint magical pulses grew stronger. "You're trying to create a fire, aren't you?" Nicole said. He nodded. "And nothing's happening. But if Lizzie were to do it, she'd be successful. Watch." He motioned to Lizzie, and she immediately began drawing into her palm. "It'll take a minute," she said. "It always does." "That's fine," Nate said. Everyone watched as Lizzie concentrated hard, her face bunched up. Magical pulses began flowing off her. Nicole noticed that Austin seemed particularly interested, and for a moment, jealousy panged in her chest. She'd never been envious of Lizzie, and it was a weird sensation. Attention that Lizzie got and Nicole didn't had never bothered her before. Why would this be different? After several moments, the scrap of paper plate started smoldering. A tiny flame appeared, and quickly the bit of paper was gone. "We need something a little bigger," Nate said. He grabbed the rest of the plate and put it on top of the burned piece, then filled up a glass of water. "Just in case." He motioned to Lizzie to go ahead. Lizzie again drew into her hand, and once more the flame started. "See if you can make it grow," Nate said. Lizzie's face scrunched up again, but nothing happened to the flame. "She can't do it. And that's where I take over. But I need you guys to back up. Wouldn't want someone to get hurt." Nicole and Lizzie did so, but Austin stayed where he was. Nate didn't seem to notice. He began folding and tying his rope, and again his magical pulses increased. Nicole watched as the fire grew. "That's pretty cool," she said. The fire went out as the paper supply ended, and Nate slumped, clearly exhausted. "Paper is hard," he said somewhat loudly. "Like I said, plastic is easier." He took a drink from his pop can, set it down, then cleaned up the paper mess, replacing it with the plastic forks. "Lizzie, if you would," he said. Lizzie was much faster this time, and one of the forks caught on fire immediately, surprising Nicole. She wasn't aware that plastic could actually burn, she thought it only melted. Almost as quickly, the magical fire grew as Nate took over. It was obviously much easier for him this time. The strong smell of burning plastic wafted through the room. "Disgusting," Austin said. He reached for the glass of water, but instead of picking it up, he hovered his hand above it for a split second and moved over the fire. A little cloud appeared there, smothering the flames. Water pooled into the cookie sheet, and the glass he drew from emptied. "Awesome," Lizzie said. "I didn't know you could control other elements." Austin glanced at Nicole, then Lizzie. "Only to a degree." "Why isn't your hair gray?" Lizzie demanded. "Do you dye it?" "Not yet. There's plenty of gray in it already though." Lizzie walked behind Austin and inspected his hair. Nicole rolled her eyes. Only Lizzie could get away with something like that. "I see some. But there's not much. You still struggle with things, right?" Austin grunted. "Some areas are difficult for me. I haven't mastered much of the wind abilities. But I will someday." His eyes flicked to Nicole again, and she felt herself flush under his gaze. She looked away. "You're not the only one who struggles with that." No one said anything as Nate cleaned up the mess. "We'd better get going," Lizzie said. "Got homework to catch up on." "Thanks for the demonstration." She hugged Nate and the two girls left. "I told you Austin thinks you're hot," Lizzie said when they got to the car. Nicole didn't respond. She couldn't stop thinking about his intensity and moodiness, but also the hunger she'd seen behind his eyes. He shared her passion to understand everything about the Arate world, to become powerful, to learn every element. They also shared something else, the frustration at being unable to control wind. At least Austin could do other things with his magic. Until Nicole figured out what was holding her back, she was powerless. A knock on the apartment door woke Nicole from her Sunday afternoon nap. She got up, rubbing the mascara from under her eyes, then redid her ponytail and glanced around the main room. At the moment, it looked like college students lived there. Textbooks were strewn across the table and their second couch. Her laptop was open on the floor near where she'd fallen asleep, and the sink was full of dirty dishes. Sighing in resignation, Nicole padded to the door and peeked through the peephole. Her mother, Tiffany, was on the other side. Nicole's heart stopped beating for a moment. There was only one reason Tiffany would come visit. Nicole flung the door open. "Mother? What's wrong? Is it Dad?" Tiffany stared at Nicole, and Nicole felt her cheeks redden. She must look horrible. A stark comparison to Tiffany's professionally applied makeup, expensive dress, and stylish hair. As usual, her clothing hid her worst features while accenting her best features, pretty blue eyes and naturally dark hair. Nicole's cheeks reddened even more when she realized her mom was waiting to be invited in. She stepped back, holding the door open. Tiffany breezed past without a glance at Nicole and gave herself a tour of the apartment, starting with the bedrooms. Nicole hovered behind her, anxiously glancing ahead, hoping she'd made her bed that morning. Tiffany stared into Lizzie's room, then strode into Nicole's, fingering the designer comforter on the well-made bed and checking the dust on Nicole's antique vanity and dresser set. She glanced out the window and turned back to the room, a disapproving expression on her face. Her disapproval turned briefly into approval when she saw the spider traps. Why would she approve? But the cringe immediately returned as she resumed her tour. Not looking at Nicole, she continued back down the hall and stepped into the bathroom, where she inspected the sink, toilet, and shower. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief, glad she'd cleaned the bathroom after making her bed. But she dreaded her mother's reaction to the kitchen and living area. She followed her mom into the kitchen, practically dragging her feet. Tiffany froze in the main area, her blue eyes first like saucers, then narrowing into slits as she stared at the dishes in the sink and the books all over the table. A determined scowl marred her otherwise perfect features, and she set her lips in a firm line, dropping her purse on the counter. Still not saying anything, she turned the water on and emptied one side of the sink, filling it with soapy water. Nicole groaned. "Tiff, mother, stop please. This is my apartment, not your house." Tiffany didn't respond. Shoulders slumping in resignation, Nicole cleared the table, knowing nothing else would happen until every inch of the apartment was clean. "You should have called before coming." "Don't give me attitude, Nicole. I sent you a computer message." "You've sent me many computer messages. I can't keep up with them all." "Why the sudden interest?" Her mom splashed a large pot into the soapy water and bent over it, scrubbing furiously, her shoulders bunched up. Nicole watched for a moment, then shook her head and finished the table. She moved to the living room and stacked Lizzie's books, glad that her friend would understand. She went back to her room and changed into more mother-appropriate clothes, a conservative skirt and dark top. She fixed her makeup but left her hair untouched. Tiffany would have to deal with a little bit of disorderliness. Nicole returned to the kitchen just as her mom finished the dishes, and together they stepped into the adjoining living room. Nicole slumped on the couch, watching while her mother started dusting on the left side of the room with a slightly moist rag, fingering books on the shelves, reading titles, approving and disapproving, then moving on. Finally, she stopped scrutinizing and sat on the couch. She gazed at Nicole's posture, her eyes narrowing. Nicole groaned and sat up straight, tucking her legs underneath her, folding her hands in her lap. "Doesn't that feel better, dear?" Tiffany asked. "Yes, ever so much better. Thank you so very much for your consideration, Tiffany. Don't call me by my first name, Nicole. I expect you to treat me with respect." Nicole nodded and let out her breath. Antagonizing her mother only led to prolonged situations that were nightmare-worthy. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "I wanted to see how you were faring." Nicole stared at her mother. She'd come all the way from Texas to make small talk? Ridiculous. "Yes, you said that multiple times in your emails, but again, why the sudden interest?" Tiffany sniffed. "I've always been interested in your life, Nicole." "No, you haven't. You've made it clear that you detest what I am." She folded her arms. "Why you and Dad even went to all the work to have a fourth is still beyond me." Her mom looked away. "It wouldn't have been appropriate not to." Nicole leaned forward. Tiffany had never said even that much before. "Not appropriate? Why? Because all your friends were trying for Arates?" "We didn't want to be different." Tiffany got to her feet and returned to inspecting the shelves in the room. "Oh yes, the ever-important appearance." Nicole also stood. "Will you please just relax and ignore how things look here? Cleanliness, Nicole, is next to godliness." Nicole rolled her eyes. "I'm hardly a slob." Her mom grunted. "I know some who disagree. If you're only here to insult me, please, just go. I don't need to deal with insults." Tiffany gave an exaggerated sigh, her hand on her chest. "I wish we could be friends. You know how I hate your animosity toward me." Nicole's animosity? And what about Tiffany's? Nicole slumped back on the couch. "I wish you'd enrolled in Armitage University," Tiffany said. "Caton is just so far away. Mothers need their daughters." "Not this mother. It's only 4 years. I'm sure you'll manage." Nicole tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "How is Derek doing?" "Still trying to be an attorney, regardless of how Dad begs him to take over the business. None of my children, it seems, desire to respect their parents' wishes." Tiffany returned to the kitchen, rinsed out the rag, wrung it, and then draped it over the edge of the sink. "I've some errands to run, dear," she said. "I hope you don't mind my short visit." "Oh, not at all. Definitely not at all. Nicole walked her mother to the door in silence. We would have been able to enjoy one another's company for much longer, had your apartment not been in such disarray. Nicole chose not to respond. Tiffany stepped across the threshold, pulling keys out of her small white purse. That tree out front is beautiful, with all those vines growing on it. How long has it been there? Nicole shrugged. Many, many years, I'm sure. You used to climb trees a great deal. Have you tried that one? Nicole raised an eyebrow. Of course not. My mother taught me it wasn't ladylike to behave that way. Besides giving her the creeps, the tree was also covered in moss. If Nicole had tried to climb it, she would have slipped and fallen, most likely to her death. Tiffany nodded. Well, be sure to keep me posted on your studies. And on any books you've read lately. That was one thing they had in common. They both loved reading. Oh, you know I will. Nicole knew she wouldn't. And Tiffany knew it too. Her expression of annoyance was enough to make Nicole grin. Nicole shut the door and leaned against it, letting the wind out of her lungs. She shook her head. Only her mom would fly thousands of miles for a 30-minute visit. Too bad Lizzie hadn't been home. She could usually diffuse awkward situations, or at least distract Nicole from them. On the other hand, Tiffany had never approved of Nicole's relationship with Lizzie. Lizzie's family wasn't exactly poor. Her father made just under 6 figures a year, but it still didn't compare to the large fortune Tiffany had inherited as a child when her great-grandfather died. Why that money hadn't gone to her mom's parents or grandparents, Nicole still didn't know. One thing was for sure, she was a conniving, difficult person. Nicole wouldn't have been surprised to learn that her mom had somehow convinced her great-grandfather to change his will. Nicole took several moments to rid herself of the feelings of frustration and anger her mother always brought, then grabbed her book and settled down to read until it was time to play ultimate frisbee. It took 20 minutes for them to find the correct field. The GPS on Lizzie's phone had told her to expect it to take 30, but with how she drove, Nicole wasn't surprised they arrived early. Several moments later, Austin pulled up in his car with a girl next to him. Nate sat in the back. Nicole smiled at the expression of annoyance on Lizzie's face. Apparently, she'd also noticed the girl. You know, Nicole said, it's okay if Austin is dating someone. She felt a sense of relief at the idea, actually. It removed a lot of the pressure she'd been feeling to impress him. She hated that part of being single. No, it's not. Lizzie undid her seatbelt, sending Nicole a glare. I'm not letting you out of it that easily. You guys are supposed to be together. By whose edict? Nicole grabbed her bag from the backseat. Just because you think it, doesn't mean it should happen. Lizzie jumped out of the car, not responding, and Nicole growled at her friend. That girl? Nicole took off her flip-flops and put on some socks and a pair of cleats. She tied the cleats tightly and joined Lizzie right as Nate jogged over, giving big hugs to both girls. I'm so glad you made it, he said. We didn't really have anything else to do, Lizzie said. And we're always ready for ultimate. Nicole pretended not to notice, as Austin walked up and stood next to her. The new girl followed him. Her dark blonde hair fell in perfect ringlets down her back, and was nicely highlighted with gold and red. Her manicure did not look like it would go well with a frisbee, and by the expression on her face, Nicole wondered how long it had taken Austin to convince her to join them. The magical pulses surrounding her were stronger than those that flowed around Nate and Lizzie, but not as strong as Austin's. Obviously, she was an arete and probably a good one. By the way she and Austin stood, it was obvious they were very familiar with each other. Lizzie, Nicole, this is Savannah, Nate said, pointing to the girl. She's here to help us get the field ready to play. Nicole tilted her head, wondering what all that would entail. Another carful of people pulled up, and Nate continued the introductions. Nicole already knew Lacey from the party, and was grateful for a friendly face. Austin and Savannah led the way across the pavement to a grassy field surrounded by trees. Several benches faced the field, and it was on one of these that Nicole set her phone. You might want to keep that with you for a bit longer, Austen said. She glanced at him, but he'd already started toward the middle of the field, with Savannah and the rest following. Nicole pocketed her phone and joined them, then turned her attention to Savannah when everyone else did. Savannah closed her eyes, raising her face to the sky. Her shoulders and chest rose as she inhaled. Nicole watched closely, trying to figure out what the girl was doing. It was obvious she was gathering magic toward herself. The pulses were increasing and swirling. Moments later, the water in the grass began lifting and spraying to the edge of the field, splashing all the benches. The water resembled a sprinkler, creating a circular arc that swelled 5 feet into the air and whooshed away from the group on all sides. Nicole stepped to the edge of the water and put her hand into the stream. It was gentle, not much force behind it, and she suspected that Savannah was probably struggling with even this much. Still, Nicole couldn't help but be impressed. It was the most she'd ever seen anyone use their magic. Pretty soon, the entire field was fairly dry. "We don't want it perfectly dry," Nate said. "Otherwise, things start dying." But Austen, the wuss, doesn't like playing on wet grass. Austen raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He escorted Savannah to the edge of the field, where she used her magic to push water off one of the benches and settled down with a book. "She's a water arate if you hadn't figured that out," Nate said. "She can't create or control water, other than being able to push it away. But even that much is really nice here in Seattle." When Austen returned, Nate put everyone on teams. Nicole and Lizzie were assigned to Austen's, which he didn't seem pleased about. At first, no one tossed the frisbee to Nicole. They threw to the louder Lizzie until she dropped it enough times for them to figure out she couldn't really play. She laughed it off as usual and continued egging the other team on, particularly Nate. It wasn't until the 3rd or 4th time that Nicole slapped the frisbee out of the hands of an opposing team member that her own side began taking her seriously. From then on, she was included, and she knew her team didn't regret her joining them. The longer they played, the more Nicole was able to relax and really get into the sport. It felt good, being able to put her frustrations aside for a couple of hours. Every now and then, she caught Austen watching her, even when she didn't have the frisbee. But then his eyes would stray to Savannah, and Nicole was left to wonder what role the girl played in his life, if any. After 3 games, with Nicole's team winning 2, the players decided it was quitting time. Nate and Lizzie left the field first, laughing and joking, and Nicole slowly followed, not wanting to be a third wheel. Austen lingered in the middle of the field, and Nicole glanced back when she sensed his pulses increasing. The humidity in the air around her also increased. She couldn't see the water, but she could tell he was trying to set the field back to the way it was before they'd arrived. Nicole changed her shoes back to flip-flops, then she and Lizzie headed out. "So," Lizzie said, glancing at Nicole, "I know you're not going to ask, but I also know that you're wondering. She's a sophomore at Caton. They're not in a relationship, though they did date on and off in high school. He broke up with her after Christmas, and they haven't gotten back together again." Nate spilled everything. "They still hang out? That's weird." Lizzie shrugged. "Being friends after a breakup is sometimes possible." "Not usually." Lizzie agreed, then changed the topic, apparently wanting to complain about a test she was taking in biology the next day. Nicole did her best to follow her friend's train of thought, but found herself thinking about what Savannah had done on the field. It had been pretty cool. She couldn't wait until she could exhibit that level of control over her powers. Chapter 6. Later that evening, Nicole sighed and leaned away from the desk in the library, rubbing her eyes. She'd been studying the scant history of the leather book for an hour, and still had no clue why it was so attached to her. It had been written by Captain Christopher Price. The name was vaguely familiar, but there was no information about him online. Christopher Price. Such a common name. Who was he? Why was his book possessed? More importantly, why had she been the one to wake it? What little she'd found of the book said it contained a history of magical items, which, aside from the fact that it was a magical item, explained why Professor Coolidge owned it. Various websites said the book had probably been written in the late 1800s and had passed from person to person quite a lot. Nicole checked the time on her phone and reluctantly shut her laptop and gathered her things. It was late, past 9, and she had a long walk to her car. She'd been hoping for a relaxing weekend, but with her mom's visit, and with all she needed to memorize before next Saturday, she hadn't gotten one. Storm clouds covered the night sky, making Nicole homesick for the first time. The Williamses' family estate was part of a small city called Lucas, on the edge of Dallas, and the stars were beautiful at night. Oh, how she missed the smells and sights of home. She scowled at the bright lights from campus, realizing that even if the sky wasn't cloudy, she still wouldn't be able to see the stars as clearly as she could back in Lucas. A brisk breeze whipped her attention to the sidewalk, forcing her to tuck into the wind as she continued, arms encircling herself. Nicole was halfway to her car when the wind suddenly stopped, and everything around her went eerily still. She paused, watching the branches of the nearby trees. Nothing moved or made a noise. Not even the sound of bugs reached her ears. She started walking again, trying not to freak out, controlling her breathing. Moments later, a warm breeze brushed past her, lifting her hair, caressing her neck. The leaves in the trees remained motionless. The wind only seemed to touch her. Her stomach clenched as she realized what the warmth meant. Nicole walked faster, afraid to look behind her, but unable to resist doing so anyway. The sidewalk was empty. Thank goodness. She continued around a building, and for a moment the warmth on her face stopped. Nicole took a deep breath, hoping with all her heart that the book and its creepy shadow had given up. But when the balmy gust returned, Nicole started running, no longer willing to bet that she wasn't being pursued. She was only 5 minutes away from her car, but knew plenty could happen in that amount of time. Please, oh please just leave me alone, she whispered. Nicole entered the nearly empty parking lot. She spotted her car and dashed across the asphalt for it, beeping it unlocked as she got closer. Without looking back, she yanked the door open, threw her backpack onto the passenger seat, and slid inside. She slammed the door shut and pushed the lock button with one hand while turning the key with the other. She revved the engine and peeled out of the parking lot. Nicole watched through the rear-view mirror, but nothing seemed to be following her. Had she imagined it? Was she freaking herself out without the help of the book? Nothing happened the entire drive back to her apartment, and she forced herself to loosen her grip on the steering wheel. She snorted when she realized she was actually looking forward to the comfort of home. That apartment was anything but comforting. Nicole pulled into her designated spot in the parking structure and jumped from her car, backpack in hand. The warm breeze stirred her hair immediately. Nicole grabbed her pepper spray from her purse, knowing it wouldn't do any good, and started running across the vast lawn toward her apartment. She only needed to glance back once to know that she was being followed. A shadow, low to the ground, stumbled across the lawn toward her. It looked like a very tall person trying to crawl without legs and arms. It was the same shadow that entered Austin's house the other night. Nicole put all of her energy into crossing the distance to her apartment. She dashed into the building and tried to shut the door, but the stupid thing wouldn't budge. The kickstand had flipped down. Instead of fixing it, Nicole went straight to the stairs, ignoring the elevator, and raced up. She ran into the apartment, slamming the door shut behind her. Lizzie yelped from her room and appeared in the hallway, face white. What's wrong? Nicole put a hand on her chest. I saw a shadow outside. It was following me. She turned to look out the peephole, but the hall was empty. I don't know what to do. I'm positive it's the shadow from the book. Lizzie's expression remained serious. This is really bad, Nicole. Has Coolidge figured out what's going on yet? Nicole shook her head. And I couldn't find anything significant about it online. She grabbed Lizzie's shoulder. Why me? I don't understand. Lizzie knitted her eyebrows. I don't know, but we need to get this resolved for you, and soon. You can't have an obsessive shadow following you around in Moab. Nicole took one last look through the peephole, then she and Lizzie went into the kitchen. She set her backpack on the counter, ready to inspect the damage to her laptop from when she'd flung the pack into her car. She started telling Lizzie more about her trip home, but jerked to a stop. No. She pulled her hand out of the bag and backed up against the wall behind her. No. What? The book's here. Lizzie squealed. Are you serious? Where? In my bag. Lizzie came around the counter and yanked out the leather book, tossing it to the floor. Things are getting out of control. How did it climb into your backpack? This is so gross. Get Coolidge's number from Austin, Nicole said. He has to come right now. Lizzie nodded and pulled her phone from her pocket, tapped on it for a moment, then held it to her ear. Hello, Nate? Are you with Austin? No. Text me his number, please. It's an emergency. She ended the call, set her phone down, and folded her arms. She looked at the book with disgust. Do you want me to try burning it? Nicole shook her head. No, it's Coolidge's. We'll let him make the decision. Lizzie's phone buzzed and she picked it up. Nicole watched as she saved Austin's information. Never know when we might need it again, she said. She contacted Austin and relayed Coolidge's number to Nicole, who quickly called him. Coolidge answered on the second ring, and Nicole told him what had happened. She gave him their address, and he promised to be over as soon as possible, but said that it would take at least 20 minutes. Nicole sighed and kicked the book to the edge of the kitchen, before retreating to her room to start taking care of the traps. Even though they weren't full, she needed something to do. Lizzie joined her, and they worked in silence for several minutes. Where did the shadow go? Lizzie asked. I've been wondering about that. Nicole glanced out the window, but didn't see anything unusual. Lizzie put her hand on Nicole's arm, a spider trap dangling from her other hand. I'm worried about you. I know. Nicole brushed her hair out of her face, then retrieved a ponytail holder from her pocket and pulled it all up. Maybe the shadow just wants me to read the book. Could reading it hurt me? Lizzie nodded. Yes, and you don't want to take any risks. Who knows what it would do? The doorbell rang a while later, and Nicole and Lizzie both went to answer it. They showed Professor Coolidge where the book still lay on the kitchen floor. Coolidge picked the thing up, brushed off the cover, and tucked it under an arm. I'm researching a new way to keep it contained, since ordinary locks obviously don't work. I'll let you know what I learn. He turned to leave, but Nicole stopped him. Do you think maybe the book isn't what everyone says it is? He shrugged. At this point, I think anything is possible. Do you have any theories? Nicole shook her head. I can't figure it out, nothing makes sense yet. Coolidge agreed. Let me know if you come across something, and I'll do the same. He nodded to the girls, said goodbye, and left. Monday, while Nicole was working with the guys, Professor Coolidge surprised them all by participating in the session. From what Toby had said, Coolidge almost never worked with them directly. His presence and attention made Nicole edgy at first. This was one of the most powerful arites in the world. She felt some comfort in the fact, though, that most people would be nervous around him. I feel the need to apologize for what happened last night, Nicole, Coolidge said halfway through the session. I don't understand what's going on with the book, but I really hope to stop it soon. She shrugged, glancing up from helping Toby with his bow hold that refused to be corrected. It's not your fault. Coolidge grimaced. I still haven't learned anything new about why it's awake now. He focused on something on the other side of his office for a moment, and sighed. But that's neither here nor there. Why don't you try a song by Mozart? I've always loved his compositions. Nicole nodded and returned to her seat, then grabbed the correct book. She began playing, barely needing to look at the notes on the page. The song was one she'd performed more than once, every time without magical results, and she didn't put any energy into it. Coolidge didn't seem to notice. Neither did either of the guys. In fact, they were more focused on her musical abilities than anything. She lowered her bow. I still haven't produced even a little magic, she said. Never. Why is the cello my focus? Coolidge shrugged. There are many theories as to why a certain focus works for some and not others, but none of them seem true to me. He got to his feet. I wouldn't worry about it. You've got plenty of time. Not if I'm going on the expedition. If I can't even produce a wisp of wind magic, I won't be able to pass the third test. Coolidge picked up his briefcase and opened it. I haven't told many this already, but the third test isn't as important as the others. I'm bringing master's and doctorate students who are very good with their magic for a reason. Yes, everyone needs to show they can manipulate elements to a certain extent, but I think you're putting too much emphasis on it. Don't worry so much, it'll come when it's ready. But will that be by the time I have to take the test? Coolidge shrugged again. We'll get it out of you yet. He glanced at Toby. Have her try holding the bow differently, the way I showed you. Nicole groaned, but Coolidge didn't hear her. He was busy grabbing various stacks of papers from his desk and shoving them into his briefcase. He left, closing the door behind him. Toby and Pete grinned at her. She exhaled with exasperation, looking at Toby. He's undoing everything I'm trying to teach you. Toby ignored her. You're going to make the expedition. I know you will. And obviously Coolidge isn't worried. I think he's too distracted to be worried, Pete said. There's a lot of planning going into that trip. Nicole turned to Toby. So what's this special way I should be holding the bow? Toby showed her, and she adjusted her position slightly. It's not very different from how I've always held it. He ran his hand through his hair. I know. But even small things can help. Pete nodded. And your powers are building a lot. Something has to give eventually. Nicole sighed and returned to her work. Wednesday morning, Nicole woke up with a start. She peered at the clock for several seconds, finally reading that it was 6:30. Her alarm would be going off in 10 minutes. Why wasn't her body taking advantage of the last few moments of shut-eye? She turned on the lights and immediately found out what had awakened her. Tons of spiders stared at her from the ceiling above her bed. How had they gotten up there when every single wall was lined with traps? Nicole groaned and carefully, not wanting to draw attention to herself, she slid out of her bed. As soon as she wasn't underneath the spiders anymore, she called for Lizzie. Lizzie flung the door open, Pop-Tart in one hand. What's wrong? Nicole motioned to the ceiling. They're back. She dodged a spider descending on a web and shuddered, then frowned when Lizzie turned and ran. Where are you going? She shouted. She didn't understand Lizzie's muffled response, but her friend was only gone for a moment. She returned with a can of hairspray in one hand and a couple of garbage bags in the other. Does this work on spiders? She asked, motioning to the hairspray. Only one way to find out. Nicole grabbed the can and shook it, while Lizzie covered the bed with the garbage bags. As soon as the product hit the ceiling, the spiders started falling. Have we talked to our landlord about this yet? Nicole asked after she and Lizzie cleaned off the bed, tossed out full traps and laid new ones. Only like 50 times. It's your turn to call. Lizzie handed over her cell. His number is right there. I'm going to go finish my breakfast and head to campus. Nicole saved their landlord's number, then returned Lizzie's cell and said goodbye. She took a quick shower and hurriedly pulled her hair into a ponytail and threw on some makeup. Finally, she called their landlord. Hi, Sam. It's Nicole Williams. Good to talk to you too. Yes, we've been having a serious issue over here. No, spraying outside hasn't helped. Do you have anything that would work indoors? Fantastic. I'll be here when you come. Sam arrived soon after. He owned most of the buildings in the area and lived in one of them. Nicole followed him around the apartment, watching as he double-checked that the windows were all shut and there were no cracks or holes leading outside. He sprayed all the edges and corners of the rooms, along with the seams around the doors. Spiders find ways inside, but not the sheer number you and Lizzie have mentioned. He pushed his comb-over back in place and peered up at Nicole. She had a good 4 inches on him. I know this building has had problems with spiders before, but never in this number. At least no one else has mentioned so many. Nicole sighed. She knew what he was hinting at, that she and Lizzie were exaggerating. I'll take a picture next time. She hesitated and smiled. Wait. I have an idea. She motioned for him to follow her to that morning's garbage that she still had to throw out. It was sitting in the entryway near the front door. Sam picked it up, but she stopped him before he opened it. Better do that outside. Some of them usually get free of the traps. They're probably running around inside the bag. He nodded and led the way. Outside on the sidewalk, he carefully untied the garbage bag and slowly pulled it open. Nicole watched with satisfaction as his eyes widened. Well, he said. Well, that's quite disgusting. He shook his head and quickly tied up the bag again when several spiders tried to escape. This is much worse than I thought it would be. I don't think my spray will be enough. He squinted at her. I'll call a professional. Don't come back until late tonight. They have powerful stuff that can harm humans too. I'll air the building out, but we should take extra precautions just in case. Nicole agreed and went back inside to get her things, including her cello. She had plenty to do that didn't require her to be home. Nicole put her bow on the music stand and slumped back into her chair, letting her cello rest against her. Still no magic. She took a shaky breath. If she wasn't careful, she'd end up bawling in front of the guys. It's no use, she said. I'm a squid. Squid? Toby asked, head tilted, eyebrows drawn together. Nicole nodded. It's from Harry Potter. At least I think it is. Aren't squids people who can't do magic? Toby stared at her blankly. Nicole frowned. Or was that a grop? It's been years since I read the books. She exhaled loudly. The point is, I'll never be able to produce magic. Something is seriously wrong. Toby looked at Pete and back at Nicole. Coolidge gave me an idea this morning that might help. Here, he said, holding out his cello. Take it. We're going to let you try ours. Nicole frowned. You think it's my cello that's causing the problem? She looked down at the trusty instrument she'd owned since junior high. It was her best non-human friend. Could it possibly be the issue? Well, she said slowly, it's worth a try. And give us your bow. She hesitated again. I'm fine. Just be incredibly careful with it, more than you are with your own. She'd seen him drop his bow several times. Pete tilted his head. You handed over your cello just fine. What's so special about your bow? It's an El Morazat. Cost my parents over $10,000. $10,000? Toby's jaw dropped. For a bow? How much did your cello cost? $5,000? Pete scoffed. Your parents paid twice as much for your bow? Doesn't that make them stupid? Nicole couldn't help but laugh. You'd think so, but no. The bow is what makes the instrument. A cheap cello could almost sound like a Stradivarius when played with a very good bow. Toby rubbed his chin, obviously thinking about that. If you say so. All right. We've got work to do. Let's have you play each instrument with each bow. Time to start trying different combinations. Nicole agreed, then paused. But that just means we're searching for a needle in a haystack. I mean, that's 3 bows and 3 cellos. And when only one song will produce magic for each of you, we could be here for hours and hours. I can play thousands of songs. Rub it in, Pete said. So who knows which one will work for me? An excited glint entered Toby's eyes. I guess it's time to start. Nicole first used Toby's cello with all of the bows, then she tried Pete's, then hers. No results. She tried different songs each time, with every song displaying a different emotional theme. But still, nothing worked. After 2 hours of playing, she laid down Toby's bow. I'm done. I can't keep going. I don't even feel the emotions behind the songs anymore." "At least we've narrowed it down," Toby said. Nicole snorted. "To what? 1 billion cellos across the world?" Toby shook his head. "I sensed your ability more strongly a couple of times, but I don't know what triggered it. Your emotion, the song, the cello, or the bow. But I think we're on to something." Nicole was tempted to scoff again, but didn't. Instead, she stretched out, then picked up her own instrument and bow. "I've got symphony soon. Do you mind if I finish practicing here?" The guys were okay with that, and Nicole got started. Soon everything melted away as she lost herself in Smetana's beautiful music. Friday afternoon, wanting to escape the leftover smells of the professional spider sprays, Nicole grabbed her laundry and headed down to the basement laundromat. She smiled at 2 middle-aged women who were already there and started shoving clothes into a washing machine. She added detergent, turned the machine on, then sat down to read Professor Whitman's textbook. "Excuse me?" One of the ladies, a woman with frizzy bleached hair, was looking at her. "Are you new to the building?" Nicole set the book down and smiled. "Yes, I am." The woman returned the smile. "How nice to have you here. I'm Denise, and this is Sandy." She pointed to the other woman, a tall, skinny lady with salt and pepper hair. "We've both lived in the building for decades and decades." "Where are you from?" Nicole told them, noticing while she talked that Sandy kept sending sidelong glances at the book in Nicole's lap. "You're a student at the local college?" Sandy asked, tucking her speckled hair out of her face. Nicole nodded. "Yes, I go to Caton University." Sandy's eyes narrowed, and she turned away, yanking her laundry from her washing machine and thrusting it into the dryer. Nicole hid the urge to roll her eyes. She wasn't in the mood for anti-arete people. "Oh, that's so nice," Denise said. She sighed with exaggeration and sent her eyes heavenward. "I wanted an arete child so very badly." Sandy jerked back. "You what?" Denise sighed again. "All that magic. It would have been handy." Sandy returned to her machine, her actions jerky. "Whatever." She glared over her shoulder at Nicole. Wow. This woman was much worse than the usual hater Nicole came across. Denise pulled her clothes out of the dryer. "Don't listen to her. I'm sure she always desired to be an arete herself. And if she didn't, she wanted to have one." Sandy didn't respond to that remark, but by the way she flinched, Nicole could tell Denise had struck a sore spot. Whether it was because Denise was right or because she was wrong, Nicole didn't know. She wasn't sure she wanted to find out. "Which apartment are you in?" Denise asked. Nicole told her, and the woman said, "Sandy and I both have apartments on the top floor. If you ever get bored, feel free to stop by. I'm in 302. Nicole smiled. "I'll do that." She waved goodbye as the 2 women left the room, then returned to her studies. She was glad she'd finally had the chance to meet other people in the building, even if one of them already hated her. Chapter 7. Thursday and Friday were over far too quickly, and Saturday morning dawned cloudy and rainy. Nicole sighed, staring out the window while she picked up spider traps alone. For the first test, she'd been assigned a time slot at 7 in the morning, and it was Lizzie's only opportunity to sleep in. Nicole was fine with that. The girl was up way too early every other day. Butterflies erupted in Nicole's stomach each time she allowed herself to think about the upcoming tests, especially the one on magic. She tried hard not to dwell on it, but couldn't help it. Hopefully, the experience wouldn't scar her for life. Hopefully, Coolidge would overlook her inability to do anything magical. And hopefully she'd still be able to go to school without feeling like an idiot. Nicole practiced in the living room with the mute, knowing the sounds of her cello wouldn't wake Lizzie. She was determined to squeak even a small bit of magic out of her instrument before leaving. But nothing worked, and she ran out of ideas. For the last 5 minutes of available practice time, she stared at her music, unwilling to feel any emotion of any sort: excitement, nervousness, sadness. At 6:30, Nicole packed a sack lunch, then put away her cello, her pulse quickening. She had to try several times to grasp the buckles on the case. Her hands were shaky and clammy. She wiped her palms on her jeans and pulled herself to her feet. She wasn't ready for any of this. She couldn't possibly be ready. Nicole walked to her car, hoodie up and hair tucked where it wouldn't get wet from the rain. She drove to the museum and studied the pages stuck to Coolidge's lab door. With so many students competing, apparently Coolidge and 7 of his doctorate and master's students would be administering the first test. The classroom she was assigned to was down the hall and around the corner. She glanced heavenward when she saw Judith Ann's name next to her own. What were the odds? Maybe Nicole would get lucky and not see the girl. But then, and Nicole's finger pressed against the paper as she read it, Austin was also scheduled with them. It occurred to Nicole that since they were all in the same class, they'd be assigned to the same time and area. That made sense. Nicole found the place, her breath stuck in her throat. 4 rooms were tucked into a corner. Professor Coolidge was leaning against the wall in the hallway, holding a clipboard behind his back, staring up at the ceiling. Many students were sitting along the wall, studying. Nicole assumed they were doing last-minute memorization. She grabbed her notes, wanting to do the same. A door opened moments later and Austin stepped out, adjusting his backpack. Coolidge clapped him on the shoulder. "And that's why I double-booked your room, knew you wouldn't need it long." Austin brushed past Nicole, not meeting her gaze. She rolled her eyes. So he was back to ignoring her. Whatever. Professor Coolidge went into the room and shut the door, probably to check Austin's work and rearrange the items, then came out and sent the next student in. He resumed his stance. Judith Ann walked around the corner, saw Nicole, and stopped short. "Still trying to play grown-up games, huh?" "What is with you?" Nicole asked. Judith Ann opened her mouth to respond, but Coolidge cut her off. "There will be no conversation before or after the exams. Please wait in silence." Nicole breathed a sigh of relief and continued studying her notes. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she had eaten a very light breakfast. She ignored the temptation to eat her lunch, popping in a piece of gum instead. After 5 minutes, another room emptied, and Coolidge checked the things inside and motioned to Judith Ann. "It's ready for you." Nicole didn't feel bad that Judith Ann got to go first. She didn't want to wait with the girl. Was it possible that Coolidge felt the same? Nicole bet so. Judith Ann stepped into the room and squealed in disgust. "The gun is here." She whirled, glaring at Professor Coolidge. "You did that on purpose." Coolidge frowned. "Actually, I didn't. And thank you for giving away its location. Now I have to rearrange the objects in all of the rooms." He nodded to Nicole and the others. "You're excused. I can't have you around to see which objects end up where. Return in 20 minutes. Judith Ann stomped a foot and stormed around the corner, flipping her hair. Nicole half smiled, shaking her head. She walked in the other direction, sat on a bench, and pulled out her lunch, deciding to eat part of it now anyway. She could restock at the cafeteria between tests. The food calmed her nerves, and she was able to finish reviewing what she'd learned the night before. The time passed quickly, and Nicole returned just as Judith Ann disappeared into a room. Coolidge motioned Nicole to an open room, and she went inside, shutting the door behind her. She peered at the table and breathed a sigh of relief when she realized she recognized all 7 objects. Of course, the book was one of them. She hesitated. Had it followed her, or was Coolidge really wanting her to be familiar with it? Nicole took a deep breath, headed straight to the book, and put it on the far end of the table. It would be the most powerful thing in the room, she was sure of it. Nicole stepped back and examined the remaining objects. The porcelain doll was there, along with the beanie, the gun, a wad of tissue, a coin pouch, and the bowl they'd talked about the second day of class. Nicole started touching the objects, weighing them in her hands. She was surprised to find that she could recognize a difference in the magical pulses of 3 of them. Wow, that was better than she thought. She placed those items on the table, according to the strength of their magic. She studied the remaining objects, the beanie, the coin pouch, and the bowl. Where should she put them? None of them seemed any more important than the others, and their magical pulses felt the same. The bowl was thousands of years old, yes, but that didn't make it more powerful. The beanie was from the 70s, the coin pouch the 30s. Nicole felt time ticking and tried not to rush herself. She put her shaking hands in her back pockets, trying to force herself to concentrate. What if she failed the first test? Would she be allowed to make mistakes? She suspected that it all depended on how the other students performed. She couldn't help but wonder what Judith Ann was doing. She'd probably left already. Okay, enough rambling and mind-wandering. Nicole closed her eyes and took a deep breath, pulling the information on the objects to the front of her brain. The beanie was created by a wealthy man. It looked shabby because it really was his first crochet project. But he was a very powerful artiste. He'd made it for his only child, a boy with a mental disability. He hoped it would prevent the son from developing further problems by offering cushioning to the boy's skull. Whether it worked or not, Nicole hadn't been able to find out, but she knew the man had put his heart and soul into the beanie. The coin pouch was made magical by a woman who suspected her husband was filching her money. The pouch caused money not owned by the man to turn red. Again, Nicole didn't know if it had done what it was supposed to do, but she hadn't been very impressed with the woman's other projects. The bowl was a fertility item, with a long history of supposedly helping couples get pregnant. Finally making a decision, Nicole put the beanie above the coin pouch and the bowl in between them. Without looking at the objects again, she stepped out of the room and nodded at Coolidge. She didn't wait for him to check on her work, knowing he wouldn't tell her how she did right then. Instead, she rushed down the hall and up the stairs. She burst through the doors that led outside and sucked in a breath of Seattle's humid, chilly air. First test completed. At 10 o'clock, Nicole walked to Coolidge's lab and, after waiting her turn, scanned the 2 pages tacked to his door. Out of the thousands of students who'd competed, 100 had passed. They were listed alphabetically. Nicole got jostled several times as other students tried to get around her to look, but she held her ground and glanced over both pages of names. Judith Ann and Austin both made it. Great. But Nicole couldn't help grinning when she saw Williams, Nicole printed near the bottom of the second page. She'd done it. She did a little celebratory dance, then stepped through the people to Coolidge's office door where another page had been taped with information on the second test, including the fact that it would be held in the testing center. Students would need to pass it completely, and Coolidge would not budge on that. That was totally okay with Nicole. She'd spent the last week and a half memorizing every detail she could find on the items and was positive she'd do well. It was the third test that still freaked her out. Someone tapped her on the shoulder, and Nicole turned. It was Professor Coolidge. "I need to apologize for what happened with that exam." Nicole frowned, tilting her head. "What do you mean?" "You were tested on 7 items instead of 6. The book wasn't supposed to be there, and that wasn't fair. Judith Ann was only tested on 5. He unlocked his office door and glanced at her. "Sorry for that. On the other hand, you did very well." He entered his office, closing the door. Nicole couldn't help but grin. A verbal pat on the back from teachers always made her day. It was with that cheer that she started and finished the second test. Her results were available immediately. She'd aced it. Nicole took a deep breath and left the testing center with a sense of elation she hadn't felt in a long time. Now she needed to prepare for the third test. Her smile faltered. No, she pushed her negative thoughts away. She was not going to let that cloud her happy mood. In fact, she wasn't even going to practice. She would treat herself to ice cream and the reading of a good, non-school-related book. Nicole tightly gripped the neck of her cello. Her bow was ready, and she knew which song she'd play. As with the first test, Coolidge had assigned each student to a specific place, but this time he was using special rooms in the science building that had been built to allow artistes to practice their powers. Go ahead and get comfortable, Coolidge said. I'll be back in a few minutes. Nicole didn't have much time to follow his instructions. She was soon joined by one of his doctorate students who was helping him keep things organized. Nicole, right? The girl asked. I'm Sylvia. I've heard a lot about your talent on the cello. Nicole looked up from tuning her instrument. You have? How? Coolidge has been discussing the potential undergrad contestants for several days. Are you going? She nodded. Hopefully. My husband is arranging to stay home from work with our 2-year-old. Coolidge entered just then, and Nicole finished tuning. She wished Sylvia hadn't come in so soon. She really could have used the extra time to get ready. She cleared her throat, trying to swallow. I feel like I'm auditioning for the symphony all over again. Except this time I'm totally and completely nervous. She chuckled. Neither Sylvia nor Coolidge responded. Coolidge was shuffling through his briefcase, and Sylvia was messing around on her tablet. How does this work? Nicole asked. Am I supposed to tell you what song I'll be playing? Coolidge waved his hand. No. Just pick something you like, and concentrate on your magic. Nicole took a breath. Okay. That was the same thing he always told her to do back in his office. How was this supposed to be any different? She didn't voice her question. Instead, she closed her eyes and put her cello into position. Not hesitating, she started playing a Ashokan Farewell, putting as much as she could into it. Nicole finished and opened her eyes. Anything? Coolidge rubbed his chin. No. Even though she knew that would be his answer, she still felt disappointment roll over her, bringing on an exhaustion headache. She tried and failed. He hesitated, studying Nicole and her cello as if watching the magic around her. Do it again. He leaned forward. But this time, I want you to concentrate on the wind in your lungs as you play. Breathe in, breathe out. Make it smooth and even. Nicole felt a cold sweat rush over her. He was giving her another shot? She hadn't known he would do that. She quickly raised her bow and played the song again, this time doing as he'd asked. It was a silly request, but she was willing to do whatever was needed. She felt the wind smoothly rushing in and out of her lungs. That's it, Coolidge said. Good concentration. Keep playing. While you're breathing, envision the wind from your lungs flowing into your cello and out the holes. Make it follow the music. Nicole adjusted her thought process accordingly, concentrating on the wind, picturing it flitting, bustling around with fall-colored leaves. It swirled in her imagination, exiting her lungs, entering her cello and drifting out. She opened her eyes, almost expecting, hoping, to see something happening. But nothing had changed. She bit her lips, struggling to keep her voice even. I'm never going to gain control, am I? Sylvia raised an eyebrow. You're being too negative. Magic never follows negativity. Coolidge lifted a hand, silencing Sylvia. Nicole, your powers are right at your fingertips, quite literally. They're begging to be released. Let them go. Allow them to do your bidding. You say it like it's so easy. Nicole stopped talking. If Sylvia was right, she needed to be positive. Or at least not negative. Should I play a different song? He shook his head. I don't think it matters. Just repeat this one. Follow the steps I've already given you. Go ahead and start. Nicole did so, concentrating on each step long enough to get through the song an entire time before moving on to the next one. Breathing in and out. Imagining the wind rushing into her cello. Watching in her mind as it then rushed out. Keep going, Coolidge said. Now concentrate on the pulses of campus. Tell me when you sense them. Why hadn't he been doing this with her all along? Nicole continued with the breathing technique and tentatively reached out for the pulses of campus. There they were, fainter here but tangible. She approached them mentally, feeling her way around their edges. Got them. Good. The pulses that belong to you aren't so different. They'll be calling to you. Listen for them. Catch their feel and release them. Nicole nodded. After making sure her concentration was strong, she turned an inner eye toward herself, searching for pulses that were similar to those of campus. She sensed the magic coming from Coolidge and Sylvia, swirling and mingling with the ones from the university. She compared the three sources. Coolidge's and Sylvia's were softer edged than the campus's pulses. Hers would feel the same, right? Breathe in, breathe out. Imagining autumn leaves blowing into the cello, out of the cello. The pulses from the other two were strong, too strong. Nicole pushed back from them momentarily. Then she sensed something else. For a moment, her mind flitted to the book, nearly ruining her concentration. Was that what she'd felt? No, this was different. She pushed thoughts of the book away, and again sensed that other magical source. It was muffled, soft, faint. She tried to reach the edges of it, wanting to test its size and depth, recognizing with chagrin that she'd played through Ashokan Farewell multiple times. Coolidge and Sylvia had to be bored out of their minds. Still she kept going, eyes closed. It no longer mattered what the others thought, as they whispered to each other occasionally. This was too important, more important even than the expedition. While probing, Nicole realized something. The power she felt was separated from her by what she could only describe as an incredible wall or ocean of water. She knew she needed to break through it before she could release her powers. Nicole wasn't sure when she started playing Stravinsky, but after several minutes, she became aware of an uncomfortable silence in the room and nearly stopped. But she refused to allow herself to be further distracted. She kept her eyes closed and continued. It took a couple moments for her to regain her concentration, but once she had, she sensed a sliver of a crack in the ocean wall. She attacked that with a vengeance, her bow and fingers following with excitement, matching her enthusiasm. With one more rush of playing, Nicole felt a small, tiny, barely there wisp of magical energy pulse through that crack. She opened her eyes. A tendril of red-colored air wafted out of her cello's F-holes. She slumped back in her chair, letting her instrument drop against her. Coolidge leaned forward and grinned. Well done, Nicole. He beamed at her, showing more pride for her in that moment than her parents ever had. Very well done. Will it always be this difficult? She asked. Hopefully not, he said, then frowned. I've been thinking a great deal about something that we should discuss. My usual techniques for helping students unlock their powers haven't worked with you. What I had you do today was something I haven't needed to introduce in years. It seems like something that should be tried first, Nicole said. She didn't want her frustrations with him to leak through, but she couldn't help it. I wish you'd had me do that a long time ago. He shook his head. No, I've only had a couple of students need it out of tens of thousands. Besides, the circumstances have to be perfect. All of them did it in a moment of stress. I couldn't have you try the breathing technique in my comfortable office with two nice, supportive guys helping. He grabbed his briefcase from the small table behind him. As I was saying, I want to talk to you about something important. He pulled out a business card and handed it to her. Nicole read the name on it out loud. Professor Stephen Nielsen. She looked up at Coolidge. Who is this? A cello wind arate who teaches in Ohio. I want you study with him next semester for a few weeks. She frowned. What about Caton? If I go on the expedition, I'll already be missing this semester. Sylvia shook her head. Working with Professor Nielsen won't set you back academically. Like the expedition, it's considered a credit-earning internship. Everything you do there will transfer here. Coolidge nodded. Professor Nielsen is excellent at what he does. He's a good friend, and I believe he'll help you a lot. Nicole looked down at the card. But I just produced magic. Don't I simply need to practice more? No, Coolidge said. I'm sure you sense that something is blocking your way. That something is still there, and I can only help you so far with the cello. Steve will have a lot more assistance to give. So after the expedition is over, I want you to go work with him. Depending on how long we take in arches, you might even be able to do it before Christmas. Nicole grinned. I'm going to arches? He nodded. As long as you pass the fourth test, yes. She set her bow and cello down and jumped to her feet. Awesome. Yes. I can't wait to tell Lizzie. He laughed, pulled something else from his briefcase and handed it to her. I need you to sign this. Nicole looked at the sheet. It was a release form stating she wouldn't sue if anything happened to her both during the fourth test and while on the expedition. She cleared her throat and glanced at Coolidge. Even the test is dangerous? He nodded. I can't tell you much more about it than that. It needs to be a surprise for you. Otherwise, part of it won't work. Nicole pulled out a pen and stared at the release form for a moment. Was this something she really wanted to do? Was it so important? For a moment, she nearly changed her mind. But when she thought of where she was now versus where she wanted to be at graduation, she didn't. It would only be through experiences like this that she could possibly grow and nurture her arete abilities. Nicole signed her name and handed the sheet back to Coolidge. Good. He folded the paper and tucked it into his briefcase. I'm assigning you to the 4 o'clock slot for the test. Be prepared for it to take several hours, at least 3. He told her to meet him outside of the museum at that time, then nodded at Sylvia. Go ahead and get another student ready. I'll be in the next room. Coolidge left, and Sylvia turned to Nicole. Well done. I hope you do get to come. It would be nice to have another woman on the trip. You're the only one? I don't know about those from Armitage, but out of the Caton students, yes. From what Coolidge has said, the rest probably wouldn't work with those he's already chosen. Sylvia got to her feet, and Nicole started putting away her instrument. She couldn't help but wonder about Judith Ann. Maybe she'd done perfectly on the first 3 tests, but if Coolidge didn't think she'd get along with the others, it would make sense that she wouldn't be going. Nicole practically danced out of the room, pulling out her phone to call Lizzie, and promptly collided with Austin. She dropped her phone in her scramble to stay upright. Austin, hi, she said, grabbing her cello before it also fell. Hi. He retrieved her phone and held it out to her, an expression on his face that she couldn't read. For once, though, it wasn't dark or angry. Austin cleared his throat, looking away. Good job in there. You knew what was happening? Yes. Even heavily insulated walls don't keep me from sensing powerful magic. Nicole swallowed. Powerful? He nodded, meeting her gaze. It was impressive. Well done. Nicole sensed a happy feeling that floated into her chest at his praise, but then a negative thought popped into her mind. She flung her hand toward the room. But it was just a trickle. I barely did anything. Austin's eyes dropped to her lips, and he hesitated long enough for Nicole to wonder if Lizzie had been right all along. Was he attracted to her? She couldn't believe it was possible. Not with how abruptly he treated her. It doesn't matter. The power waiting to be unlocked is much stronger than what most aretes have. Austin brushed past her, entering the room she'd just vacated. What was he doing? Nicole wondered only briefly before he stuck his head into the hall, spotted Coolidge, who was already out of the other room, and spoke. The room is ready. Send in the next student. So he was helping Coolidge. It made sense, being the new teacher's pet, and for some reason it didn't bother her. He'd actually complimented her. Weird. Nicole decided to tuck the exchange away for the time being, as she stepped out of the building and made her call to Lizzie. As soon as Lizzie answered, Nicole shrieked, I'm going on the expedition. That's wonderful. I thought it would take all day. I've been on pins and needles waiting to hear. Well, I still have to take the 4th test, but Coolidge pretty much told me I've already made it. Lizzie didn't respond at first. Then she cleared her throat and said, Isn't that test supposed to see how well you handle fear? Think about it, Nicole. He's not going to go easy on you just because you passed the 3rd test. Nicole hesitated. She was right. Lizzie suddenly squealed. Hey, you must have produced magic. You couldn't have passed the third test any other way. You bet I did. Nicole told Lizzie what happened, finishing by mentioning Coolidge's Ohio suggestion. I'm positive my parents would be okay with me doing it. And I really do want to get to the bottom of all this. I totally agree. When's the next test? In about 45 minutes. Nicole sighed, hoping the time would pass quickly. She wanted to get the test over with as soon as possible. And it's going to take several hours. He said at least 3. 3 hours? Lizzie said. What could he possibly make you do for 3 hours? I don't know, but I'm nervous and excited and can't wait to be done. Nicole met Professor Coolidge and one of his doctorate students, whom Coolidge introduced as Jason, just outside of the museum. Nicole noticed right away that Jason's hair was already turning gray. It was at the stage where the amount of gray versus the amount of original hair made it nearly impossible to tell if he'd been blonde or light brown. That was kind of cool. Jason is very experienced with spelunking and knows the Seattle Underground very well, which is why he's helping me out today. Oh, and he'll also be on the expedition. The Seattle Underground? Nicole asked, following Coolidge and Jason toward the parking lot. That's where we're going? Yes, Coolidge said, his eyes sparkling. Okay. Should your reaction make me even more nervous? He shrugged. Depends on what scares you. Nicole didn't respond. She didn't want to give him any ideas. Coolidge drove them to an empty warehouse. He and Jason grabbed boxes from the trunk and carried them inside, indicating for Nicole to follow. They took her downstairs and into the basement, where a set of doors led to what used to be a ground-level street in Seattle. Nicole knew the history behind the underground. A fire had destroyed over 30 blocks, and rather than rebuild what had been burned, the city decided to build above it. Totally fascinating, and she couldn't help the excitement that lightened her step. Nicole turned to Coolidge, a grin on her face. Are we going to explore the tunnels? He half smiled. Yes. But not in the way you think. All right. Just tell me what to do. Coolidge handed her a box. Open it. She did so, then held it away from her and looked up at him, wrinkling her nose. A dead rat? Pick it up. You can't possibly be serious, she cut herself off. Of course he was serious. Time for her to show her true Texas grit. Biting back a grimace, Nicole put her hand into the box, hoping the rat wasn't still warm. Luckily, it wasn't. But the flesh had deteriorated enough to where it was spongy and slightly gooey. She ignored the fluid that dripped off her hand as she lifted the creature. As soon as the rat was out of the box, it moved. Nicole jumped, nearly dropping the dead thing. She barely stopped herself in time, but couldn't help shrieking when it curled itself around her hand, its belly resting in her palm. Coolidge turned on a flashlight and shone it at the rat. It was dead for 48 hours before an arate turned it magical. The spell required that it be dead that long. Nicole nodded, doing her best to control the spasms that fled up her arm and down her back. The rat's eyes were sunken in, its face turning leathery. The liquid still dripped, and Nicole felt bile rise in the back of her throat. Why is it leaking? The state it was in, when turned magical, will forever be perpetuated. The liquid replenishes itself from moisture in the air. Lovely, huh? Nicole frowned and lowered her hand slightly. What does it do? It measures the amount of sweat on your palm, and well, changes your experience accordingly. Coolidge started walking toward the set of double doors, Jason following, carrying a couple of the boxes. Coolidge opened the door for Nicole and motioned for her to go ahead. She turned back to him. Should I have brought anything? A flashlight? A gun? No. Jason and I have everything, and will protect all of us if necessary. He waited for Jason to close the doors, then turned back to Nicole. I need to reiterate what I said before. don't expect this not to be dangerous. The rat will conjure up things that will be real and could possibly cause harm. And you're doing this how many times? Nicole swallowed, trying to rid her mouth of the bitter taste that now filled it. I'm not the only one conducting these tests. My doctorate and master's students are with undergrads too. Nicole squared her shoulders. Tell me where to go. Just follow me for now, we'll be walking for quite some time. Coolidge started off into the dark tunnel, and Nicole fell into step behind him, with Jason bringing up the rear. Nearly as soon as they started walking, Nicole's eyes blurred. She blinked several times to clear them, and was astonished to see that the walls were coming closer. Water dripped down them and into puddles that the group splashed through. More than once Nicole saw rats racing by. Coolidge led her through several switchbacks, and occasionally through buildings. They went downstairs and upstairs, and once had to climb over sunken cement. Nicole tried to hold her hand up to keep the rat from falling off, but her arm tired quickly and she dropped it. The rat stayed attached to her hand, allowing her to focus only on keeping its liquid from dripping onto her shoes. Gross. Conversation was stilted. Coolidge and Jason only grunted in response when she tried to talk with them. After a while, Nicole needed the extra energy just to continue. She kept expecting something to jump out at them, but after an uneventful hour of walking, she relaxed. Half an hour or so later, Coolidge stopped. He turned to her. Now the test begins. Guide us back to the warehouse. Nicole felt her breath shorten. She hadn't been paying attention that closely. Okay. Coolidge handed her a flashlight. She turned in the direction they'd just come and started forward, praying that she could remember, that her internal compass wouldn't fail them. After walking for nearly 30 minutes, her flashlight died. Professor Coolidge? Do you have another one of these? No answer. She could hear the men behind her, so she knew they were there. Why hadn't he responded? She turned to face them, but couldn't see anything. Hello? Was this part of the test? Did they totally ditch her? Or was the rat changing her perception of things? Nicole walked quickly forward again, noting that the sounds of the men continued as well. Then a new sound entered the tunnel, heavy, loud breathing. It echoed off the stone and wood walls. Nicole glanced back. Something cold brushed against her hand and she shied away. Two faint, ashen-faced men floated toward her, feet dragging on the tunnel ground. Their eyes were closed, their expressions blank. Had Coolidge and Jason turned into ghosts? She couldn't be sure. If they hadn't, where were they? Nicole backed against the wall of the tunnel, feeling the rotted boards of an old storefront behind her. The ghost-like figures floated past and she slumped in relief. But one of them stopped suddenly and turned to face her, eyes opened. The wall behind Nicole moved, shook. It pushed her forward, closer to the apparition. Nicole couldn't see anything but the ghost, and when a drop of water landed on her face, she jumped. I'm just going to keep walking. Her voice cracked. She wanted to tell herself that Coolidge wouldn't put her in any danger, but she had signed a release form stating that she realized this would be dangerous. Oh please, just don't kill me, she whispered, passing the ghosts. Her flashlight flared into life, and for a moment she was blinded. When her eyes cleared, she almost wished the device hadn't chosen that moment to start working. A man leaned against the wall ahead, leering at her. A cigarette dangling from his lip fell when he grinned. Nicole tried to sidestep him, but the wall pushed her closer. The man grabbed her arm and yanked her to him, breathing onto her face. Hello, pretty. He eyed her mouth, and before Nicole could force him away, his lips landed on hers. She gagged on his suffocatingly disgusting breath and bit him, pushing back. He laughed and pulled her closer with one hand, while the other tried to get into her shirt. Nicole struggled and broke his grasp. She shrieked when his arm fell out of its socket and dropped to the ground with a thud. He grinned down at it and stopped smiling when the other arm fell too. Oh no, the man groaned. A leg collapsed under him, and he toppled onto Nicole. Nicole fell to her butt under the weight of his torso, cringing when his head detached and rolled down her back. She scrambled out from under his body, grabbed the flashlight she dropped and jumped to her feet, watching as he melted into the dirt. Bile rose in Nicole's throat, but she swallowed it away, gasping for air. Gotta keep going, gotta keep going. She turned and continued walking, glancing over her shoulder every so often. The gray apparitions were still there, following. Suddenly, the rat shifted its position, digging its nails into her skin. Oh, that would be fantastic, getting some horrid disease from a rotting animal. It stopped moving, and immediately, creatures swarmed through the air around her, tugging at her clothes and hair and skin. What were they? Bats? Nicole did her best to brush them off as she scrambled forward, nearly falling several times. Her flashlight became a weapon, and she batted the little beasts from the air, noting as she did that these were skin-toned creatures, not dark and furry like a bat. As she rushed onward, Nicole noticed a few things that she remembered passing earlier. An old sign hanging over a saloon. A huge burned wall, revealing what might have once been a restaurant kitchen. A shadow passed through a doorway on her left, making Nicole jump. Then someone yanked her down to the boardwalk. "How about a penny for your food, miss?" a woman with rotted teeth said. Nicole shoved herself away from the woman, scrambling to her feet again. "I don't have any." The woman sneered. "What's that you're holding? Looks like food to me." "This?" Nicole looked at the rat. "Sure, take it. Eat it. It's not helping me out right now." She offered it to the woman, but was refused. The woman melted into the shadows, and Nicole continued walking, wondering how far she'd gone and how much farther she had to go. This test was more like a clinical experiment with hallucinations. She glanced backward. The ghosts were still there. "Okay, not much farther," she said, more to herself than to the men. And she was right. After a few more turns, Nicole spotted the warehouse ahead of them in the beam of her fading flashlight. She yelped with excitement and crossed the distance at a run. The minute she stepped into the warehouse basement, the rat loosened its grip and dropped to the ground. "Quick, pick it up," Professor Coolidge called out. Nicole jumped to obey, grabbing the rat as it tried to scurry off. Coolidge joined her, and they forced the squirming creature into the box. "Let's go upstairs to discuss," Coolidge said, motioning for Jason to lead the way. Nicole followed the men up, keeping her hand away from herself. She didn't even want to know what her clothes looked like. "How long were we gone?" she asked as soon as they'd reached the main level. Jason looked at his phone. "About 5 minutes." Nicole frowned. "Whatever. We walked for at least 3 hours." She motioned to her feet. "I mean, my feet ache." She looked down and rolled her toes in her shoes. "At least they did." Coolidge smiled. "The rat manipulates time along with atmosphere." "Why did you tell me to prepare for it to take so long?" "Because you needed to believe it would." He motioned to a table and some benches. "Let's have a seat." They did so, and Coolidge turned to Nicole. "You did really well." Jason here was pleasantly surprised. Jason glanced at her. The other 2 girls fainted and screamed themselves silly. Even some of the guys reacted similarly. Nicole scoffed. "You can't be serious. Wimps?" She frowned. "How many other people still have to be tested?" "You were the last," Coolidge said. Nicole nodded, then leaned forward, still keeping her hand away from herself. "What all did you guys see?" "Pretty much everything," Jason said, though in a fast-forwarded version. "We discussed your reactions, compared to how the others handled the test." "It was the same for everyone?" Coolidge nodded and smiled. "I appreciated you offering the rat to the woman. She seemed to think it was food, and I figured, why not? Maybe it would tell the rat I wasn't intimidated." "Well, you did excellently," Coolidge said. "Especially compared with many others. Congratulations." He reached across the table to shake Nicole's hand, but she pulled away, cringing. "Are you sure you want to do that?" "It was just water," Coolidge said. "Pulled from the air like I said, but don't worry, it's not decomposing rat organs." He grinned. "All part of the experience." Nicole released a breath of air, and finally shook Coolidge's hand. "Welcome to the team," he said. "We'll be meeting at my place tomorrow for dinner, and for everyone to get acquainted with each other. My wife loves black tie events, so dress up." He told her he'd email her more specifics regarding the dinner and expedition, and after he made sure she didn't have any more questions, they exited the warehouse. The sun was peeking through the clouds for the first time in a long while, and Nicole turned her face toward the warmth. She felt weird, as if she had jet lag. And she sort of did. Her body had just gone through several hours' worth of stress and physical activity, and only 20 minutes had passed from when they'd arrived at the warehouse. Following the others, Nicole got in the car and strapped on her seatbelt. So that was scary, but it could have been so much more intense. Coolidge pulled out of the empty parking lot. He sighed. "I really don't know what to expect in Arches, but something tells me it's not going to be pretty." Without knowing what to expect, it's hard to tell the rat what to create. Understandable. Nicole slumped back in her seat. She was done. She'd completed the 4th test. She was going to Arches. "Who else is on the team, if you don't mind my asking?" "A few of my graduate students, including Sylvia and Jason. Then Austin and you. I still have to choose the 3rd undergrad." Nicole watched the buildings pass. At first, she didn't pay them attention, but when she recognized the name of the street they'd just turned onto, she sat up. "Let me off here, I'll find my way back to campus." Coolidge pulled over, and Nicole grabbed her purse from where she'd left it under the seat, and hopped out of the car. The white and glass exterior of Westlake Center gleamed in the sun before her. Nicole breathed deeply, the smell of the ocean entering her nose. She grinned. Time for some shopping. She'd totally earned it. Nicole received Coolidge's email the next day. As he'd mentioned to her, he wanted everyone to meet at his house for dinner. The trip itinerary he included showed an early flight out of Seattle on Wednesday morning, with a couple of stops on the way to Moab. Once there, Coolidge would rent several jeeps and hire drivers. The email instructed her to pack things appropriate for a lot of hiking and camping. They'd be staying in hotels part of the time, but depending on where they decided to start digging, they could possibly end up having to set up camp. Nicole grinned. It had been a long time since she'd braved the outdoors. This was going to be awesome. Coolidge's email mentioned that he'd arranged for each of the students' classes to be dropped without penalty. She was just fine with that. Nicole stepped out of her car and into the brisk evening. She pulled her jacket closer, taking care not to wrinkle the elegant, floor-length evening gown she'd bought specifically for the night. Even though she knew her dress made her look pretty and confident, she still couldn't get over the jitters that were bouncing in her stomach. She'd be the only person in attendance who didn't know her own powers, who'd never really sensed them, apart from the 3rd test the day before. She was Austin's age, but not even close to his experience and talent. What was she doing? It hadn't taken long to find Coolidge's place. It was a white-paneled house on the shores of Union Bay. The house itself was gorgeous, and at first Nicole wondered how a university professor could possibly pay for it. Then she remembered who Professor Coolidge was, and stopped wondering. He probably did things for people and companies around the world. He didn't teach at the university because he had to, but because he wanted to. Sylvia opened the door when Nicole rang, and Nicole nearly stepped back in surprise. She'd been expecting a butler or another, more official person. "I was so glad when Coolidge told me you passed the 4th test," Sylvia said, showing Nicole where to put her jacket. "And that dress is beautiful. Where'd you get it?" "Westlake. I'm glad you like it. Too bad it can't come with us to Arches, huh?" Sylvia's tone implied she had something on her mind, and Nicole knitted her eyebrows, head cocked. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Sylvia said, turning to walk down the hall, beckoning Nicole to follow. She paused. "Okay, so a couple of the guys are worried that you're too prissy." Nicole snorted. "Are you serious? What gave them that idea? Get me near a campsite, and they won't be wondering that anymore." "Well, your purses are Gucci, and you always dress nicely." Sylvia held up her hands. "Don't get me wrong, I'm on your side. I think you'll totally kick trash and shame the men into little boys. I just wanted you to know what they've been talking about." Nicole folded her arms. "What does Coolidge think?" "He hasn't said anything. He doesn't usually, he lets us control the conversation." Nicole nodded. Coolidge was the same in her sessions with the cellists. "Well, I'll be sure to show them that I can keep up and beat any of them with starting a fire or staking tents." Sylvia grinned. "You and me both." They continued down the long hallway, through an open area with a piano in it, and into a plush sitting room where everyone else waited. The men looked fantastic in tuxes, and the women were beautiful in dresses. They were still waiting for Jason to arrive. Nicole took a seat and watched and listened. She wanted to see how they interacted with each other before joining the conversations. Right away she noticed that Austin didn't speak often, but when he did, the others listened. Even Coolidge. Austin seemed a lot more laid back here in Coolidge's house than he did on campus. Maybe because he was with people more on his level of intellect? While Lizzie had done Nicole's hair earlier, she'd repeatedly said that Austin wouldn't be able to keep his eyes off her. And Lizzie was partially right. He did keep glancing her way. Nicole couldn't help but wonder what he thought about her making the expedition. She wished she could have eavesdropped in on the earlier conversations. Nicole's phone chimed, signaling an incoming text message. It was from Toby. He was asking if they could do something together, away from Pete, after the expedition was over. Nicole smiled at the "away from Pete." Was Toby asking her out? Obviously, yes. But why had he waited so long to say something? He'd flirted with her just a bit in their first meeting, but hadn't since then, even though he'd had plenty of opportunities. "Toby's a good guy," Sylvia said. "And cute too." Nicole flushed, realizing that the girl had read over her shoulder. She tucked her phone away, deciding to answer him later, and struggled to control her embarrassment at Sylvia's comment. She glanced up. Austin's gaze was on her again. It was obvious he'd heard Sylvia, everyone had. They were all staring at Nicole. She cleared her throat, putting her hand to her neck, and felt heat rising from her skin. "Dang it, Sylvia. Yeah, he's a good friend." "Looks like he wants to be more than friends," Sylvia said. Nicole's blush deepened, and not knowing what else to do with her hands, she grabbed the blanket from off the arm of the couch next to her and laid it across her lap. Her hands fisted beneath it. She couldn't think of a way to respond, not without either confirming that she was interested in being more than friends, or rejecting Toby before she'd even had the chance to get to know him. With how quickly things moved in certain circles at this university, she was positive he'd hear either way. "Speaking of relationships," Sylvia said, "I heard that Jenna and Tom are tying the knot." Several members of the group jumped on the new topic, probably sensing Nicole's discomfort, and Nicole felt a tiny bit of gratitude toward Sylvia for obviously trying to distract everyone. But why bring attention to Nicole in the first place? Nicole glanced across the room. Austin's dark gaze was on her, his expression unreadable. She looked away, not wanting to understand him, not even caring what he thought at that moment. Finally, Jason arrived, and Coolidge's wife, Hayla, invited them into the dining room for dinner. Sylvia grabbed Nicole's arm as they were leaving the room. "I'm really sorry I embarrassed you," she whispered. "I've been told I'm abrasive and speak my thoughts too easily. Most of the time, I'm not aware I've done something wrong until after it's happened." Nicole took a deep breath, feeling her anger with Sylvia ease away. "I was embarrassed, but it's fine. I'm sure we'll all forget it soon." And they did. The food was delicious: brisket, shrimp, and loaded mashed potatoes. Nicole ate as much as she could, knowing she'd burn it off quickly when they arrived in Arches. After they finished, they retreated to the sitting room again. Nicole waited until no one was talking to Coolidge, then asked him if it would be possible to take her cello on the expedition. She rushed on before he had a chance to answer. "The more I thought about it, the more I realized I don't want to drop symphony. I worked too hard on my audition. And the conductor agreed to keep me in class, as long as I practice for the concert in December. But that means I need to bring my instrument. She took a breath. On the other hand, cellos aren't exactly cheap. If you think there's a chance it'll get ruined, I'll leave it behind. Coolidge rested his head on the back of the couch and stared at the ceiling. It should be fine. One of the professors from Armitage is bringing a lot of expensive equipment. I'm sure we could arrange for you to keep your cello in his air-conditioned shed. It'll be protected against weather and vandalism. Nicole thanked him and leaned back in her seat, grateful she wouldn't have to leave behind the one thing that had allowed her to produce magic so far. The others continued chatting as Hala, Coolidge's wife, brought around dessert. Nicole responded to Toby's text, saying yes, she'd like that, then ate her ice cream slowly. Sylvia was right, Toby was cute. But Nicole wasn't sure she wanted a relationship with him. Not yet, anyway. She needed to know him better first. Nicole tried to follow the discussions, wanting to look like she fit in and understood all of the topics. But when Hala returned to gather the dishes, Nicole jumped to help. She was done pretending to know what everyone was talking about. She followed Hala into a huge kitchen complete with an industrial-sized grill that would have made a chef faint with envy. Nicole put the bowls and silverware where Hala indicated and surveyed the room. Dishes were piled high on the counters and in the sink. Leftover food covered a breakfast table tucked into one corner of the room. A couple of spills on the floor made it impossible to maneuver safely. Without asking, she turned on the sink and began filling it with water. "Oh, Nicole," Hala said, "that's really not necessary." "Of course it is. This could take you all night. Besides, I'd rather not return to the awkward conversations just yet." "I found them stimulating," a deep voice responded. Nicole didn't even need to turn to know it was Austin. What was he doing? Why'd he follow them? She felt more than heard him approach. Her back straightened as she went on the defensive. She wasn't in the mood for his crankiness or attitude. Austin placed a dirty ice cream bowl next to the sink and leaned against the counter several feet away. He folded his arms. Didn't say anything. Didn't look at her. What was his deal? Was he going to mood her into talking? Nicole decided not to rise to whatever the challenge was, and instead continued to wash dishes as Hala put the leftovers away. After several long moments, Hala left, mumbling something about the dining room table. She probably wanted to escape the awkwardness. Or was it to give the students alone time? Yeah, they didn't need any of that. Sure, Austin was hot, incredibly hot. But he was arrogant, and Nicole didn't want to be alone with him. Several moments passed. Nicole loaded the dishwasher, then scrubbed furiously at the leftover dishes. Still, Austin didn't say anything. Was he waiting for her to respond to his earlier comment? She couldn't even remember what it had been. Could a guy be any more clueless? Was her body language not enough? Go away. Austin surprised her by grabbing a towel. He started drying the pile of clean dishes that had accumulated. Nicole glanced sidelong at him. He was staring at her. She dropped her eyes. Austin cleared his throat, taking a pan from her. She caught a whiff of his aftershave and found herself relaxing in the deep, musky scent. Oh, so that was his plan. Torture girls with amazing cologne and a rude personality. What a waste. Coolidge has been very impressed with you. Nicole raised an eyebrow, surprised at Austin's choice of conversation and the fact that he finally broke the silence. With me? Why? Austin shrugged. He says you have a good work ethic. Nicole scowled, knowing where Austin would take that. Good work ethic in no way equaled talent with arete abilities. Personally, Austin continued, I think he just didn't want to bring someone who'd invite drama. Okay, that wasn't as bad as it could have been. Austin met eyes with her again, a question there. He believes you won't. I'm not into drama, if that's what you're wondering. He nodded. I didn't think you would be. Anyway, Coolidge just told everyone. Ouch. Nicole jerked her hand out of the water when something sharp pricked her palm. Blood dripped down her fingers. Did you grab a knife? Austin asked. Nicole scowled at him, and then turned back to the sink, choosing not to respond to such a ridiculous question. Of course, she hadn't grabbed a knife. She wasn't stupid enough to put one in the soapy water in the first place. She rinsed the blood away, and tried to inspect the cut. It kept bleeding though, preventing her from seeing anything. Ouch, she repeated. Austin reached for her hand. At first, Nicole resisted. Why would she want his help? He kept challenging her intelligence. Come on, it's not going to stop until you do something about it. He waved a paper towel at her and finally, she relented, allowing him to press the towel over the cut. I got it, Nicole said, trying to take over. Instead of letting go though, Austin enveloped both her hands with his own and raised his eyes to hers. Nicole's heart rate increased and her breaths shortened. Austin's expression was open, unguarded. His warm brown eyes searched her face, soaking her in. Why the sudden intensity? Didn't he hate her? Nicole opened her mouth to speak, and noticed his gaze wander there. She licked her lips automatically, hoping they didn't look rough. Of course, doing so made her feel silly. What an obvious please kiss me action. She didn't want him to kiss her. At least, she didn't think so. She said, searching for something to talk about. What were you going to say? He blinked. What? About Coolidge. He told everyone something? Austin's hand still pressed against hers, his long fingers wrapped around her own. He said there'd been a fifth test, one he hadn't mentioned in class. Nicole tried to force her breath to return to normal. Should she pull away? Was he waiting for her to do that? Was she making herself look desperate by not pulling away? Deciding it was better to take charge of the situation, rather than appear too eager for attention, Nicole edged out of his grasp, acting like she needed to shift the position of the paper towel while still maintaining pressure on the cut. Would you look for a first aid kit? She asked, not wanting him to feel like her action was a rejection. Austin stepped back and nodded. Sure. He ran a hand through his dark hair, and turned to the cupboards over the sink. He stared at them for a moment before opening them, apparently readjusting his thoughts. Coolidge said that any student who couldn't get along with the others was eliminated. He said he'll send people home if they create problems. Nicole's thoughts flew to Judith Ann. So that was what happened with her. She caused too much drama. Nicole agreed. She was grateful she wouldn't have to deal with the girl while in Arches. Hayla returned at that moment, and Austin asked her for a first aid kit. She paled, pointing to a cupboard. Is everything all right? Nicole nodded. I cut my hand on something in the sink. Don't worry, it's not bad. She didn't think so, anyway. And it wasn't. Hayla was able to cover it with a single band-aid. But no more washing for you, Hayla said. She drained the sink, revealing a broken glass at the bottom. There's the culprit, she said. Nicole blushed. I'm so sorry. I didn't even hear it break. Hayla waved her off. Don't worry about it, it was a mismatched set anyway. She cleaned the shards out of the sink with a damp towel, and shook them into the garbage can. Thanks for your help. You were right. It would have taken me hours to get through everything. Coolidge wandered into the room just then, and kissed Hayla on the back of the neck. He turned, seeing Austin and Nicole, who now sat at the breakfast table. There you two are. Nicole, I've been meaning to ask if you've seen the book recently. She shook her head. Not since yesterday. It disappeared after the test. I'll do another search in my lab, but if my suspicions are correct, it's with you again. Nicole really hoped he was wrong. The drive home went quickly, as she struggled not to daydream about Austin and his brown eyes and dark hair. She felt his hands around her own again, imagining how it would feel to have those hands in her hair or around her waist as they kissed. Nicole shook herself. Forming a crush, right before she'd potentially spend a lot of time with him, was not what she needed. He'd know right away that she was interested, and it would probably only feed his ego. Except tonight, he hadn't been as arrogant as usual. He'd been gentle, caring, and warm, and that was confusing. "Come on, Nicole, drop it," she whispered as she pulled into her parking structure. "It's not like he's asking you out or getting your number." She flushed, realizing he hadn't really done anything to show his interest. Time to focus on the expedition, not the hot guy going on it. Drama obviously was the last thing Coolidge wanted, and she couldn't afford to get sent home for making an idiot of herself around another team member. Chapter 8. Nicole woke up Tuesday morning to spiders all over her bed. She screamed and flopped onto the floor, immediately feeling things crunching under her. Wet spots began soaking through her pajamas. With one motion, she was up on her feet, still shrieking, flicking on the light. Spiders were everywhere, the ceiling, her bed, the floor, the walls. Lizzie burst into the room, spider spray in hand. She glanced at Nicole. "Run, go change your clothes," Lizzie said. "I'll take care of this." Nicole threw away her pajamas. Sections of them were so covered in spider guts that she could barely discern the original color anymore. She jumped into the shower as fast as she could. It didn't surprise her that as she washed her hair, spiders flushed down the drain. She couldn't help screaming and pounding the shower walls, not caring who heard. Why was this happening? Why were they invading her space? Stalking her? At least she hadn't been bitten yet. A miracle, to say the least. Nicole didn't shower long. As soon as she had scrubbed everywhere multiple times, she popped out, dried herself off, and changed into jeans and a tee. "I'm not sleeping in that room again," she said, then paused, tapping her cheek. "I checked the guest bedroom yesterday. The traps were empty. There hasn't been a single spider there since we moved in, so I'm sleeping there tonight." Lizzie shook her head. "You can't do that, Nicole. That room was completely overrun when we moved in. I mean, what if they want you there?" Nicole chuckled. "Don't be silly. They're spiders. They don't want people anywhere. But what if they do? It could be dangerous. I mean, they might even bite you." "They haven't yet." She held up her hand when Lizzie started arguing again. "If I see any spiders while getting ready for bed, I'll leave immediately. I promise. And let me know, I'll help you set up in the living room." Nicole sighed. "You know, after everything we've had to deal with, I honestly don't care how great a bargain Sam is giving us. If we can't figure out what's going on, we need to find somewhere else to live. Even if that means having to ask my parents for help." Lizzie looked surprised. "Wow. You're that serious?" "Of course." "Well, I agree. This is insane." The girls spent the next hour setting out spider traps and throwing the sticky things away when they got full. The lighter it got outside, the more scarce the spiders became, until the girls couldn't find anything anymore. Nicole turned to her queen-size bed, hands on hips. Several carcasses were on the sheets, and she'd bet there were plenty of living creatures buried beneath the blankets. She yanked off the bedding, and at least 100 spiders fell out, scurrying into the crevices of the room. Others rolled to the ground, already dead. But something else dropped to the wooden floor with a thud. Something that upset Nicole even more than the spiders. The leather book. "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh." She flipped the blanket away from herself and jumped up and down, screaming, shaking her hands. "It was in my bed. In my bed." Lizzie stared at the book in shock. "Oh, I can't believe it. The spiders were bad enough. But this?" She flung her hand toward the book. "I'm positive it's been here the whole time it was missing from Coolidge's lab." "Arg." She sat down, staring at Lizzie. "Call Coolidge. He'll want to know you found it." "And where has the shadow been this whole time?" Nicole jumped to her feet. "No wonder I felt someone watching when I'm in here." She kicked the book out into the hall. "Pervert." Nicole slammed the door and slumped back onto the mattress. It took her 5 minutes to calm down enough to contact Professor Coolidge. She was devastated to learn that he wouldn't be able to come until that evening. "Can I meet you somewhere?" Nicole asked. "I can't handle having it around me for longer than necessary. If you'd like, you can bring it to my office now. I'm packing up some last-minute things for the trip. Besides, I think you'd enjoy seeing where the book is going to be held." Nicole agreed to meet him, ended the call, and shoved the book into her backpack. When she arrived at Coolidge's office, he took the book from her and set it on his desk, then pointed to a large cabinet. "It's beautiful," Nicole said, admiring the red finish. "It's made of mopane, a very tough wood from Africa. It spent a couple of centuries in Zimbabwe, where it was used by some very impressive arites. Eventually, it was bought by a Chinese emperor who commissioned a powerful arite to enchant it with a spell strong enough to prevent unlawful entry or exit." He glanced at her, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Rumor has it that the emperor stashed people in here until they suffocated to death." Nicole raised her eyebrows. The cabinet was big enough to hold 2 or 3 adults. It couldn't have been cheap. "How much did it cost?" "Nothing. I traded for it. The Chinese government has been unwilling to let it out of their sight for over 100 years. You can imagine why. It's quite amazing. Anyway, when I told them of your situation and mentioned a few artifacts of mine they've had their eyes on for several years, we struck a bargain. They want to hear how well it operates with the book." "Speaking of which," Nicole motioned to it on his desk. "Can we take care of it? I can feel it wanting me to pick it up." Coolidge nodded and grabbed it. He set it on the middle shelf of the cabinet and shut the door. "What about the shadow that follows me around?" "It's bound to the book. As long as that stays here, and the magic keeps it put, the shadow will have to stay as well." Coolidge put his hand over the lock and muttered a few words. Nicole heard a series of clicks and shifting gears on the inside of the cabinet. She raised her eyebrow. "Locks haven't worked so well to keep the book contained before." He grinned. "Ah, but watch." Coolidge set both hands on the front of the cabinet and again muttered words. This time, instead of clicks, the wood vibrated. A powerful magical pulse burst from the cabinet, causing the air to furrow visibly, nearly knocking Nicole down. She grabbed Coolidge's desk to hold herself up. The wood turned to golden liquid. The surface rippled like waves on a lake, and a strong turpentine and resin smell filled the office. Nicole's nose stung, but the aroma wasn't unpleasant. After several seconds, the cabinet glowed red for a brief moment, then the pulsing stopped, and the wood solidified again. Coolidge stepped back, wiping his brow. "That's harder than it looks, trust me." He motioned to the cabinet. "Go ahead. Check it out." Nicole touched the wood, noticing that the seams had disappeared. In fact, instead of 2 doors, there was now a solid piece of wood with a chunk of metal for the lock on the front. She inspected the sides and found that the same was true there. Each seam had melded together. It was a perfect box now, with no way in or out. "That's really awesome." She looked at Coolidge. "How'd you do it?" "I control molecules. I commanded the sections of the cabinet to become one. Because of the power the previous arite put in the cabinet, until I release the molecules, anything inside will stay there forever." He pushed his hair back from his forehead. "You should be free from it in arches." She nodded, feeling the stress the book had caused melt away. "Thank you." Nicole left campus in high spirits. Her apartment was overrun with spiders. Tomorrow she'd be leaving on a scary and dangerous trip, but she was free from the book. And yes, she could sense a difference. The drain on her energy must have been gradual for her not to notice it earlier. How long had the shadow been doing that? Probably since she'd awakened it. Weird how she didn't notice the drain until it was gone. After lunch, Nicole headed home, where she practiced for a while, then crashed on the couch with her favorite movie-watching blanket. Nicole and Lizzie carefully inspected every inch of the guest bedroom. Thankfully, it was clean. The girls said goodnight, and Nicole got ready for bed. Sleep came quickly, but sometime later the sound of the wind rattling the building awakened her. She grabbed her phone to check the time. It was midnight. She groaned, rolling to her back and putting her pillow over her eyes, begging her brain to relax and go to sleep. It refused to obey, so she flipped the pillow under her head again and stared outside. The old apartment building shuddered more as the wind picked up. The vines growing on the ash tree just outside the window started drifting across the glass pane, occasionally smacking it hard enough to make her jump. The tree was magnificent. It was Sam's pride and joy. He said that in the next month the leaves would turn a brilliant red, and Nicole couldn't wait to see that. Her favorite season had always been fall. She looked forward to the crunch of leaves underfoot, the cool breeze, the crispness in the air. Of course, she was in Seattle and had no idea if fall would even be the same. It was probably too humid for anything to get crunchy. Nicole watched for several moments, letting her body relax to the sound of the wind. The motion of the vines was mesmerizing, and she couldn't seem to pry her eyes away. After watching for a couple of minutes, though, she tilted her head. The vines, still moving at the window and illuminated by the street lights, caught her attention. A few of them weren't moving the same as the others. In fact, it was almost as if they acted with a purpose. She sat on the edge of her mattress, gripping her phone, staring. It wasn't possible. Was the plant trying to open the window? No way. She laughed out loud at the thought, then jumped at the abrupt sound. Suddenly, the lock on the window shifted and moved to the unlocked position. She gasped. Nothing had touched it, Nicole was sure. How had it popped over? The vines pushed the window open an inch, then two. Spiders started entering, a trickle at first. Nicole jumped to her feet on top of the bed, balancing on the squishy mattress. Bigger spiders followed the little ones. They came in faster and faster, thicker and thicker. The trickle swelled until pretty soon, a river of spiders was pouring in through the slit of the window, creeping across the walls, the ceiling, and the floor toward her. And then the bed was surrounded. Spiders crawled up the outsides of the cans Nicole had set up earlier, and fell into the water. The window creaked, screeching the rest of the way open. Not good. Nicole started dialing her landlord. Would he be up still? She gaped, watching as the vines themselves entered the room. She was barely aware of the ringing that sounded in her ear. Sam answered. Nicole? I'm in the guest room, Sam, and it's full of spiders. Nicole glanced down and shrieked when the spiders clambered up the quilt. There are thousands and thousands of them, and they've got me completely surrounded. Sam made a sympathetic sound. She shook her head, not wanting his pity. But that's not all. Just then, the tip of a vine brushed across her face. She screamed, ducking. Nicole jumped to the floor, ignoring the crunching and squelching beneath her stocking feet. She sprinted into the hall and pounded on Lizzie's door. Up! Hurry! Lizzie's door popped open and she rushed out, a panicked expression on her face. She only had to glance once into the guest room before racing with Nicole to the kitchen. Nicole? Nicole, what's going on? Sam shouted into the phone. It touched me. It touched me. What did? A spider? No, the vines. An idea occurred to her, and she blurted out the question before thinking how silly it would sound to someone talking about spiders. Do you have a chainsaw? Yes, but... Bring it. Now. Or you might have 2 more deaths on your hands. What do you? Just do it, please. Hurry. All right. The line went dead, and Nicole peered down the hall, grateful for the nightlight she and Lizzie had plugged into every socket. Sure enough, the spiders were exiting the bedroom. What do we do? Lizzie asked, clutching a blanket to her throat. Leave the building. But not through the front door, the tree and vines are right there. We're trapped then. Nicole shook her head. No, the back door. We're not supposed to use it, unless it's an emergency. Yes, and that's what this is. Nicole grabbed her keys and jacket, pocketed her phone, and dashed to the door to their apartment. She opened it quietly and slowly, checked that the way was clear, then motioned for Lizzie to follow. They ran to the stairs in the rear of the building and dashed down them to the main floor. The back door opened with a groan, and a red light above it started flashing. Nicole and Lizzie raced around to the front, getting there just as Sam arrived. "Why do I need to have a chainsaw?" he asked. Nicole pointed at the ash tree. Nearly half of it was bent over as the vines reached through the window that was now shattered. How long would it take before they realized she wasn't there anymore? And what about the tree? Was it possessed too? He swore. "What's it doing?" "The vines are trying to get me," she said. "They don't know I'm outside." He nodded. Sam revved up the chainsaw and dashed forward, lugging the heavy thing. He was only a little taller than Lizzie. Nicole hoped he'd be able to stop the plants. The moment the chainsaw touched the side of the trunk, the tree and vines started shaking violently. The ground below quaked. The roots churned. Dirt fell into holes as the roots attempted to unearth themselves. The vines started pulling out of the window. Lights turned on in neighboring buildings, and sirens blared a couple of blocks away. The cops must have been called or alerted when the back door alarm went off. Seconds later, police cars raced down the street and pulled to a stop in front of the building. Sam screamed and Lizzie pointed, one hand over her mouth. The vines were picking Sam up, lifting him higher and higher in the air, wrenching the chainsaw from his hands. The cops shouted, pulling their guns, shooting at the trunk of the tree. That didn't do anything. "Call an arborist," a cop shouted. The vines hit Sam with the chainsaw. Nicole gasped, expecting him to be torn in half, but nothing happened. Why not? She could still hear the motor of the machine. Had the blade stopped turning? Oh, please let that be the case. The cops swarmed around the tree and vines, clubbing them, trying to get Sam free. Nicole noticed several officers using phones, probably trying to get hold of a tree trimmer. She wrung her hands, wishing there was something she and Lizzie could do. An idea occurred to her. They were Arates, and it didn't seem like any of the police officers were. Could Lizzie use her magic to get the tree to release Sam? Not giving herself time to formulate a plan, she grabbed Lizzie's arm and the girls bounded across the grass, leaping over holes and pits, joining the cops. Instead of staring up at Sam, though, who was now 50 feet in the air, Nicole turned to Lizzie. "Start a fire. Focus on the trunk." Lizzie nodded and took a deep breath. She immediately began drawing on her palm. A flame appeared, and she held it to the bark in front of her. As soon as the flames licked the tree, the vines whooshed down, grabbed Lizzie, and flung her 20 feet away. Nicole watched, mouth open. Suddenly a vine picked her up, throwing her after her best friend. She sprawled and somersaulted across the grass, gasping for air. Her lungs refused to work. A whizzing sound alerted her to a vine flying toward her. She rolled to the side, dodging it just in time. She wasn't fast enough for the other vines, though, and scrambled to crawl away, still gasping for air, as rope after rope whipped at her and Lizzie. Most missed, but several got in painful hits. Yeah, she'd be covered in welts. A cheer went up and she glanced back. Sam had been released and was tumbling to the ground, falling branch to branch through the tree. The chainsaw was pelted into the sky, over the apartment building. Nicole hoped it didn't crash through anyone's house. Someone, a woman, grabbed her by the arms and yanked her the rest of the way to the curb, putting her out of reach of the vines. "Oh, what an awful situation," her rescuer said. Nicole glanced up. It was Denise, the friendly woman from the laundromat. Sandy, the ornery one, was behind her, helping Lizzie to the curb as well. That surprised Nicole, but also warmed her heart. The woman obviously didn't hate Arates enough to let them get whipped to death by evil vines. Both women rushed away and returned moments later, leading Sam and placing him next to the girls. An ambulance pulled up, along with the arborist. A paramedic started treating the girls and their landlord while Denise hovered, tucking blankets around Nicole and Lizzie's shoulders. Sam took a shuddering breath and looked at Nicole. "I've always wondered if the apartment building, specifically your unit, was cursed. I've got my answer now. My beautiful ash tree. His eyes glazed over, but he continued speaking. While up in the air, I caught a glimpse of a huge hole in the center of it. There's something inside it, I swear I saw something. He looked at her. It has to be cut down. Nicole nodded. He was right. Nicole yawned as she pulled a branch to the bonfire Lizzie had started at Sam's request. It was in the middle of the huge lawn between the building and the parking structure, and was growing very large and very hot. No one complained though, and none of the cops had asked to see any sort of permit. Nicole couldn't blame them. Nearly every person had been whipped by the vines. They were eager to destroy everything. The sky was just lightening, the sun would rise in another hour, and Nicole paused, wiping sweat off her face. The vines had stopped thrashing and attacking anyone who got too close. Apparently, the arborist had finally cut enough of them and the tree away, and whatever curse that had flowed through their veins had given up. What surprised everyone as they'd started dismantling the branches were the bits of tangled fabric that clung everywhere, especially to the vines. Nicole grimaced. She knew how the fabric got there. Those plants were man-eaters. After most of the vines and branches were chopped off and carried away, people started crowding around the tree trunk, wanting to see what Sam had been talking about. The landlord had told everyone at least 3 times that there was something inside. Sam was the first to get near it, claiming responsibility. He yelled out in shock and backed away, pointing frantically. Before anyone got the chance to look, he pushed them away and called for Nicole and Lizzie. Nicole raised an eyebrow as they joined him. He grunted, noticing her skeptical expression. You two have had to deal with it the most. You deserve to see first. She nodded, and they cautiously peered over the top of the trunk into the hollow center. Lizzie screamed, hands to her mouth, and Nicole felt bile rise at the back of her throat. The tree was hollowed out all the way underground, forming a sort of pit that was lined with thousands of vines. It was full of bones and dead bodies. Several were almost all the way decomposed, but many weren't very old. In fact, one of them moved, and then Nicole did scream. What? Sam asked, scrambling up beside her. That one's still alive. She pointed at the elderly woman with long hair. Sam turned around. Get the paramedics, he shouted at no one in particular. Get a fireman? There's a live person down here. Everyone started running at the same time, some to the tree, others to the ambulance that had stayed around while paramedics treated wounds. Sam revved up the chainsaw, and without waiting for anyone to say or do anything, he began cutting the trunk, making a hole in the side big enough for a man to crawl through. The paramedics joined them, and when Sam finished, they coordinated a rescue. Moments later, a cheer went up as the elderly woman was pulled out. She was shaking with weakness and struggled at first, screaming something about her lovelies. But she calmed down enough to allow the paramedics to strap her to a gurney. She stared at Nicole. Crazy old bat, Sam said. Doesn't know what's good for her anymore. The woman reached for Nicole, and it wasn't until that moment that Nicole sensed magic pulsing outward from her. The pulse was faint, yes, but strong enough for Nicole to recognize it and know she'd felt it before, back when she'd been standing outside of her apartment building. The woman beckoned again, a pained expression on her face. Please, Nicole. Please. Lizzie gasped and tried to pull Nicole back. How does she know your name? Nicole shook her head, shrugging out of Lizzie's grasp. I'll be fine. She could sense that the woman held no malice for her. Lizzie's question was valid though. How did the woman know who she was? Nicole approached. The woman gazed into her eyes. Read the book? Nicole's mouth popped open. How'd you hear about that? I followed. She didn't get a chance to finish. Her eyes shut. She slumped back against the gurney, blood dripping out of an ear. Nicole frowned and stepped away as the paramedics began performing CPR. Was the woman dying? Why now, when it appeared she'd been alive in the tree for some time? Was she a victim of the vines, Or was she the reason the vines acted the way they did? Nicole knew the answer immediately. The woman hadn't been an attempted murder victim. She'd been upset when the paramedics pulled her out. The vines had strengthened her. But how? And who was she? The paramedics declared her dead. Nicole's heart dropped, realizing she'd never learn what the woman knew. Her desire to understand was overpowering. Had this woman controlled the spiders along with the vines? Was she behind the other deaths? And where could Nicole find answers? The book. Nicole knew right away that it really was meant for her. It had awakened to her touch, it had called to her. Somehow it, and the lady, had known she would attend Caton University even before Nicole had. How though? Nicole bit her lip, turning to Sam. He held up his hands. I have no idea what she's talking about. The panic in his expression showed he was probably worried about a lawsuit. Nicole put a hand on his shoulder. I know none of this is your fault. Don't worry, I won't retaliate. But is there anything you should be telling me about the tree or that woman? He shook his head. No. I mean, deaths and disappearances have been going on for quite some time, years. A couple here and there. I never suspected it was the vines. No one else has experienced what you two have gone through, or at least if they did, they never mentioned it to me. Nicole chewed on her thumb, watching the ambulance pull away. How did the lady know I'd end up here? She mulled the question over, then turned to Lizzie. You said all the other apartments were full. Lizzie nodded. I toured many and made offers, but every single one called back saying I was too late. All their vacancies were gone. Is it possible they weren't really full? Nicole asked. Sam grunted. That, I do know about. He glanced at Nicole. But I'm pretty much sworn to secrecy on it. Nicole and Lizzie faced him. Tell us, Nicole said. Please. Sam slumped onto the curb. In the last couple of days, I've been hearing from other landlords. They've been paid quite a lot of money to, well, make sure a couple of college-age girls didn't move in. He took a deep breath. The descriptions matched the two of you. He bit his lip, watching Nicole and Lizzie closely. That's not all, though. He wrung his hands. I'm going to be losing a lot of money over this, but I've never felt good about the arrangement, especially after hearing from the other landlords. Nicole waited expectantly. He took a deep breath. I charge several hundred more a month than what I've been having you two pay since Lizzie reserved the apartment back in May. He motioned to Nicole. Your mother has been paying me the difference, and then some. I think she really needed you to stay here. Nicole shook her head, feeling anger boiling up inside. She pulled out her cell phone. Apparently so. And she's going to tell me why. Nicole quickly dialed her mother's number and didn't give her a chance to say hello before starting to talk. What did you hope to accomplish, Tiffany? I've just learned everything from, Nicole saw the panicked expression on Sam's face, from an old lady who used to live in the tree in my front yard. And to think I was proud of myself for living on my own, for being independent. But for the past several months, you've been paying for me behind my back. Since before we'd even moved in. She flung her hand into the air, storming back and forth in front of Lizzie and Sam. Why did you want me here? Why your visit? Why your sudden interest in my life? Nicole froze as something occurred to her. Wait a minute. You were dusting my shelves, asking me about books. You were searching for it, weren't you? Tiffany was silent for several seconds. Then, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't give me that. You know what's going on. I still don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps Dad and I could come? That's the last thing I want right now. I'm going on an expedition tomorrow, and won't be returning for at least 2 months. And I will have a good time on that expedition, and won't think for one moment about you or the stupid book. Nicole hung up the phone. Lizzie's face was worried. She confessed to everything? Nicole shook her head. Nope. Denied it all. Don't you think you were a little too harsh then? Heavens no. If anything, I wasn't harsh enough. Nicole grabbed Lizzie's shoulders. I know when Tiffany is lying, and Lizzie, she was lying. She probably knows everything that's been going on. My call must have put her on the spot. Nicole swung away, folding her arms. Arg? Why did I have to be born to those people? She looked at Sam. Don't worry, I don't blame you. My mom can be very convincing at times. Oh, and thanks for coming so fast, Lizzie said to him. And for not thinking we'd gone insane. We appreciate it a lot. Sam looked at his feet, nodded, and cleared his throat. It's the least I can do, especially considering everything else. He turned to Nicole. I'd only just begun to realize the extent of your mother's plans the last few days. It's okay. Really, it is. No, it's not. I want you both to stay here gratis until you graduate. I definitely owe it to you, after everything you've been through. Lizzie grinned. Thank you. That's very generous. He shook his head. It's the least I can do, he repeated, then cleared his throat and motioned to the building. Got some damage to take care of? I'll go grab a bit of tape and a tarp to seal off that window. He left, and Nicole watched as the cops and other specialists prepared to exhume the bodies. After only 1 or 2 minutes, her stomach couldn't handle anymore, and she and Lizzie decided to inspect the apartment instead. She dreaded entering. She had watched the window off and on all night and hadn't once seen a spider leave. A couple of huge officers insisted on accompanying them, and the girls thanked the two profusely, especially since both looked tough enough to squash a few hundred 8-legged critters. It didn't take them long to figure out what had happened with the spiders. They were dead. All of them. Every surface in the apartment was covered in at least 3 inches of carcasses. Nicole looked around in disgust, totally repulsed that her mother had anything to do with it. How had she, when she wasn't an Arate? Did they die because the vines died? Lizzie asked, pushing her curls off her forehead. And how are we going to clean this up? One of the officers put his hand on Lizzie's shoulder. You won't need to. Your landlord should have insurance. He can have a company come in. She sighed in relief. Oh, that's true. Thanks. Nicole shut the door of the apartment, and they all walked to the lobby of the building. The girls thanked the cops again, then sat on the steps to wait for Sam to return. Denise joined them and put an arm around Nicole's shoulder. I'm so sorry this has happened. I feel just awful. I mean, I'd heard about people going missing, and I know a few dead bodies have been found in the area. But I never thought the cause behind all of it was planted in my own front yard. She paused for a moment, then looked at Nicole. You look exhausted. Why don't you two come up to my place and get some rest? The girls met eyes. That sounds wonderful, Nicole said, and Lizzie nodded her agreement. With the expedition starting in less than 3 hours, Nicole would need all the rest she could get. Chapter 9. At 8 o'clock, Nicole met the expedition group outside the museum. They would be carpooling to the airport. Even though the drive was only 30 minutes or so long, Nicole was hoping to get in a little more shut-eye. It seemed like everyone else also wanted more sleep. They were tired and grumpy. No one said anything as they waited for Coolidge to arrive. 10 minutes after 8, 2 cars pulled up. One was Coolidge's. The other was driven by a brunette, who, when she stepped out, gave Nicole a glance of triumph. Judith Ann. Nicole held a groan inside. She tried not to smile when Sylvia actually did groan. I thought she wasn't coming, Sylvia said to Jason, who was leaning against the museum wall, eyes shut. Jason shrugged. Coolidge couldn't find another undergrad who passed the tests satisfactorily. Sylvia folded her arms. Makes me wonder what sort of strings she pulled to get included. Nicole frowned, glad that at least she had passed legitimately. Coolidge finished pulling his luggage from his trunk and started giving out last-minute instructions. He assigned Sylvia, Nicole, and Jason to the same car. They would also be sitting next to each other on both flights. Nicole was glad when Judith Ann was assigned to a different car. Sadly, it was Austin's, but that couldn't be helped. He'd either fall for Judith Ann's annoying personality or he wouldn't, and Nicole had no control over the situation. Even knowing that, though, didn't stop her heart from aching just a little. 7 hours and 2 flights later, with Nicole fitfully sleeping while in the air, they touched down at the small airport in Moab, Utah. It was sunny and hot, a welcome break from near-constant rain. Nicole had learned to appreciate Seattle's beauty, but had seriously missed seeing the sun on a regular basis. She raised her face now, enjoying the warmth that melted through her skin to her muscles. Every ounce of her body heated up, and suddenly she felt more alive than she had in days. Coolidge signed off on the jeeps and met the drivers, then they headed to the motel and unpacked in their designated rooms. Later that day, the group from Armitage University would arrive. In the meantime, Nicole took a walk down Main Street, immediately falling in love with the city and its tourist attractions. Right after they'd met with the people from Armitage, Coolidge took Nicole aside. The professor who was bringing the air-conditioned shed pulled out at the last minute. Fortunately, Judith Ann's father has access to the same type of equipment and is trusting her and us with it. I've already talked to her, and she's willing to allow you to store and practice your cello there. Nicole tried her hardest not to let her dismay show. She'd be in debt to Judith Ann, of all people. If she'd known this would happen, she wouldn't have brought her cello. At least now she understood why Judith Ann had been chosen. Coolidge must have sensed her frustration. I know it's not the best situation, given her previous interactions with you, but it's the only thing we could do on short notice. Why did the professor back out? Coolidge frowned. He felt the expedition would be too dangerous. Too dangerous? Nicole was beginning to wonder why she didn't sense the danger. Just then, Judith Ann pranced up. Coolidge has informed you of the arrangements? You'll be given an extra key and can use the shed, but only as long as you promise not to touch anything. It's very expensive equipment, and I doubt you could afford to replace it if something gets damaged. Nicole glared at Judith Ann, deciding not to bring up the fact that her parents could probably afford to buy triple sets of the equipment. She wasn't the type to flaunt their wealth, unlike Judith Ann. The girls sauntered off and linked arms with Austin. Nicole turned away, refusing to listen as she bragged to him about all the places she'd lived with her ever-important father. The next day, everyone was separated into groups of 3. Nicole wasn't surprised to be assigned to Sylvia and Jason again. That seemed to be a trend Coolidge would probably follow for a while, and she eventually figured out why. They were his most powerful students, and evened out Nicole's inexperience. Their object was to follow the magical pulses, measure them, and compare their findings with the other groups at the end of the day. Based on what the groups found, Coolidge and his colleague Professor Howard would determine where to start digging. As luck would have it, Nicole's group didn't find anything. That was fine though, since the area they'd been assigned to had several beautiful arches in it, and they spent the day exploring. Occasionally, Jason or Sylvia would sense something, but most of the time Nicole couldn't feel any of the pulses. It disappointed her, but didn't surprise her. Late in the afternoon, they hiked back to their jeep and returned to the hotel for showers and a dinner with the others. Coolidge and Stan Howard, the professor from Armitage, spent several minutes discussing the results of the day before presenting their decision to the group. Howard was a portly man of probably 60 years of age, who sported his gray hair proudly. It curled past his shoulders, and he had a frizzy white beard to boot. At first, Nicole called him Santa Claus in her mind, until she heard him address the group. His gruff personality and mannerisms definitely did not match Santa's warm joviality. Howard now relayed their decision. They'd be setting up camp just outside of an old pioneer homestead. It was far enough away from the motel that they wouldn't be able to come back most of the time, so they'd have to let their rooms go. That evening, while Sylvia was out for a walk, Nicole called Lizzie. "How's Arches so far?" Lizzie asked. Beautiful. I got some fantastic pictures. Nicole curled up on her bed. You doing okay? Pretty good. It's really nice not having spiders in the apartment anymore. I'll bet. I'm almost envious I can't enjoy the place until I get back. Are you still planning to wait to talk to your mom? Nicole nodded. Yes. I'm too mad to do anything about it yet. I don't believe she wanted to hurt us. It had to be that old woman, but something is going on. Oh, totally. Lizzie paused. So, how are things with Austin? Nicole waved her hand, rolling over. Fine. I haven't really seen him. I'm beginning to think that night with him in Coolidge's kitchen didn't mean as much as I'd thought it did. Lizzie made a sympathetic sound. Besides, Nicole continued, Jason isn't too bad looking. And he's a lot more approachable than Austin. He and Sylvia were talking a lot about relationships today. Apparently, his ex moved to Denver and he still hasn't found someone else. Is he hot? Nicole rolled her eyes. Only you, Lizzie, only you. What? Attraction is important. Yes, he's cute. I didn't ask if he was cute, I asked if he was. Oh hey, Sylvia's coming. Gotta go. Nicole ended the phone call and pretended to be texting when Sylvia entered the room. Had she heard any of Nicole's conversation? Nicole hoped not, that would be embarrassing. The next day was another scorching one. Instead of wandering and exploring though, they left the motel and drove all of the jeeps out to the old pioneer log cabin. The first thing Nicole noticed as they neared the cabin were the magical pulses. They weren't constant, but occasionally a really strong one would wash over her, making her heart skip a beat. It was disconcerting. As the group started setting up camp, Nicole was surprised to find that Sylvia was right. The guys all treated Nicole like she was some sort of prissy princess. At first, instead of allowing her to help, they had her carry the small things. It didn't offend Nicole. She couldn't blame them, especially after seeing how Judith Ann acted upon arriving. At first, Judith Ann grabbed an oversized camp chair, unfolded it and flopped into it, a Diet Coke in one hand. She bossed Austin around, having him move and set up her dad's things. When someone complained that she wasn't helping, she joined the others and whined about having to carry a half-empty duffel bag, saying it was too heavy. Nicole rolled her eyes, stepped around the girl and grabbed the bag. It hardly weighed 25 pounds. Nicole carried it over to where Jason pointed, feeling Judith Ann's glare on her back. At least we've found something for you to do, haven't we? Judith Ann said. Nicole raised an eyebrow and stared at Judith Ann until the girl looked away. She refrained from verbalizing her thoughts, knowing that anything she said would only make things worse. Judith Ann was the prissy one, and it wouldn't take long for the others to figure that out. Instead of waiting for someone to tell her what to do, Nicole grabbed a tent, a dark green one made of heavy-duty canvas, and tossed it over a shoulder, then dropped it where Coolidge indicated it should go. It's a difficult one to set up, Coolidge said. Let me know if you need any help. Nicole nodded, grateful that Coolidge was giving her a chance to prove herself. She unfolded the tent, staked it, and set it up. She could feel Austin's eyes on her, but ignored him and the others, pausing only once to redo her ponytail when her hair started coming loose. Good thing her father loved the outdoors. She knew her way around pretty much any kind of camping equipment. Pretty soon, all the tents were set up and people were hauling stuff into them. Once Judith Ann's items had been put in the huge, air-conditioned storage shed, she gave Nicole the go-ahead to put her cello and music in there. Nicole did so, making sure to pick a place where her things were least likely to get bumped. She stared at the equipment filling the shed, not recognizing anything. The shed was actually too put together. The front room would be left empty until tests were to be conducted. They'd pull equipment to that section as needed. For the time being, that's where Nicole would practice. Nicole headed back to the Jeep to get her things. Unfortunately, her luck where Judith Ann was concerned really had run dry. They were assigned to the same tent, along with Sylvia and a red-headed girl from Armitage named Camille. Not surprisingly, Judith Ann insisted on having the spot farthest from the tent door, and even demanded that everyone's sleeping bags face the same direction, parallel to the front of the tent. Sylvia and Nicole looked at each other. Nicole held back her eye roll, and Sylvia mumbled something under her breath. Camille, probably in an attempt to ease the awkward situation, volunteered to be nearest the door. Nicole didn't envy her. It would end up being the dirtiest part of the tent, no matter how careful the girls were to remove their shoes before entering. Sylvia and Nicole set up their sleeping bags in the middle and quickly exited, joining the others near the portable kitchen area. Nicole unfolded a camp chair and slumped into it. She drained a bottle of water in seconds, wiping the sweat off her forehead. "Oh, Nicole," Judith Ann called, exiting the shed. "Come here, let me show you how this is to be locked up." Nicole joined the brunette and watched as she turned a key in the padlock. She held back a retort. She already knew how to lock things. "Don't forget to secure both doors," Judith Ann said. Nicole didn't respond. She knew Judith Ann was trying to annoy her. Instead, she merely took the key, secured it to the others in her pocket, and returned to her camp chair. She slid down until she could rest her head on the back of the chair, then opened a new bottle of water. Coolidge had decided not to start digging into the well until the day after, allowing everyone to have a relaxing evening. They definitely earned it. Setting up camp had taken several hours. Nicole still didn't feel comfortable being there. She was so different from the others, who were confident in their abilities. She'd been surprised that no one showed off their powers. So far, they all acted like normal people. Nicole glanced at Austin every now and then. He was reading on his phone, ignoring the chatter that surrounded him. Judith Ann had returned to her own camp chair and was flipping through a magazine. Nicole studied those who'd come. Howard had brought more undergrads than Coolidge, and she wondered why. Maybe it was because he didn't have enough talented master's or doctorate students. Or was it because Coolidge felt the trip was going to be dangerous, and Howard was openly disagreeing with him? Nicole shut her eyes, enjoying the warmth of the setting sun on her face. The other campers continued talking, but Judith Ann quickly became the loudest. Nicole did her best to tune the girl out, but was unsuccessful. After 20 minutes of hearing the girl bragging about the latest house her parents had purchased, Nicole got up, deciding it was time to check out the air conditioning in the storage shed. She let herself in and latched the doors behind her, switching on the hanging lantern. The coolness inside gave her goosebumps. Nicole unlocked the other set of doors and retrieved her cello. Rather than setting up the stand and getting her music, she decided to play from memory. Starting tomorrow, she'd practice the stuff for symphony, and perhaps try to coax out a bit more magic. But for now, she was content to play whatever called to her heart. Nicole closed her eyes, letting the melodies wash over her, flooding the shed, her fingers moving of their own will. The music transported her to locations around the world. To the deserts in Africa, the marshes in the southern states, the freezing rains of northern Canada, along with the heat of Israel. Not for the first time, she was grateful that her parents loved traveling. After she'd fully warmed up, she started adding her own sounds to the compositions of other musicians, making them fuller, more complete. 2 hours later, Nicole let the last note ring and slumped in her chair, resting her head against the cello scroll. She was glad Coolidge had agreed to let her bring her instrument. It was her only true friend here. She wouldn't feel alone as long as she had it to play. She took a deep breath and put her cello away, locked the first set of doors, turned off the lantern, then locked the outer doors. Playing always put her in her own world, and at first, Nicole didn't notice that everyone was staring at her. When she did though, she felt her cheeks redden. "That was some of the most beautiful music I've ever heard," Professor Howard called to her. "I look forward to hearing more of it." Nicole nodded, tucking some hair behind her ear. "Thanks? Oh." She cleared her throat. "Thanks?" She retreated to her tent, wanting to get out of sight, but her heart swelled with happiness. She was used to getting attention when she played, but for some reason, Having these people appreciate her music felt like a huge accomplishment. Once inside, Nicole turned on her satellite phone. She didn't want to have to ask to charge it in the Jeeps very often, so to save the battery, she'd be keeping it off. Every evening, she would call Lizzie, and Lizzie would keep her family and friends updated. Nicole exited the tent and walked away from the campsite until she had a clear signal. "We're all set up now," she said once Lizzie had answered. "Going to start digging into the well." "Oh, you're digging a well?" Lizzie asked. Nicole chuckled. "Not really, we're widening an existing one. It looks like it's had some foot traffic recently, and they lowered someone down into it today. It opens into a cavern." "Cool. Anything interesting happen yet?" Nicole shook her head. "Nope. But I can tell why they chose this area. The pulses are really strong here. It gets distracting sometimes." They talked about members of Nicole's group for a couple of minutes, then Lizzie sighed loudly. "I'd better let you go now. I miss you. How much battery do you have left?" Nicole checked. "A couple hours worth. Once I get to know people here, I'll be able to charge it in one of the cars, but for now, I don't want to bother anyone." "Understandable." They ended the conversation. Nicole slipped the phone into her pocket and stared out across the desert. It was a beautiful night, and the stars were magnificent. She breathed deeply, the smell of dust and sagebrush and a little bit of chicken still cooking back at the campsite rushing into her nose. Nicole raised a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear and jumped when something scurried across her wrist. She gasped. "A spider." She shook her arm, her entire body. Hadn't she left spiders behind when she came to Arches? Why would they bother her down here too? The memory of legs tickling her skin made her cringe, and she rubbed her wrist on her shirt over and over again. Then something in front of her moved. Nicole shrieked and looked up, hand to her heart. She blinked. Nothing was there. But she'd seen something, she would swear to it. A gray apparition of a woman with long hair. The ghost of the old lady who'd controlled the spiders. Nicole shuddered. Had the woman followed her here, even after death? No longer caring that people had been staring at her earlier, Nicole quickly joined the others for dinner. Chapter 10. Digging commenced bright and early the next morning, so early that the sun had barely risen and most everyone was still sleeping. But Coolidge and Howard's eager voices carried across the camp, waking Nicole and the other girls in her tent. Not surprisingly, Judith Ann began complaining immediately. Sylvia didn't say anything, she merely glanced heavenward. Camille made a comment about hoping the day would lead to plenty of cool discoveries. "Don't count on it," Judith Ann said. "Can't you guys feel the pulses?" Sylvia glared at Judith Ann. "Stop trying to freak everyone out. They need to know that the possibility of danger exists." And Coolidge hasn't been shy about that. Sylvia grabbed her things and stormed out of the tent, probably heading to one of the porta-potties. Judith Ann fell silent, and Nicole changed to jeans and a tee and shoved her feet in a pair of socks and shoes. She might as well get out and see what everyone else was doing. Coolidge and Howard were leaning on shovels near the well, conversing. Nicole scanned those present and saw Jason not far from the professor's. She joined him. "What's going on?" "We're just waiting for the digging crew to arrive." He glanced at his watch. "They'll be here in a few minutes." "Are they going to dig straight down the well?" "No, they'll turn it into a ramp. We'll bring power and lights down too." He rubbed his hands together. "And then the fun begins." Nicole smiled. "Judith Ann is freaking out. She was talking about how the new people can't feel anything, and so we don't know how much danger we're in." Jason scoffed. "She's exaggerating. Nothing's going to happen." "But what about the people who've gone missing?" He nodded. "Good point. Well, Coolidge is taking all the necessary precautions. We'll let him worry about the possible dangers." He glanced over his shoulder at the backhoe that was just arriving. If we listen to him, we should be fine. A couple of hours later, a ramp had been dug through to a small cavern. Nicole watched the whole time, finding the removal of dirt fascinating. She kept herself at a safe distance, but couldn't help peeking down the hole every now and then. Once it had been declared ready for the expedition team, she stole below to get an early look. From the corrosion on the sides of the cavern's rocky walls, it was apparent that water once ran through it. A tunnel bent off to the right, preventing her from seeing anything else, and she decided to wait for permission before exploring farther. Her heartbeat quickened as she left, her breath shortening. She felt close to bursting with excitement. What sorts of things would they find? Would they learn right away the source of the pulses that had attracted other Arette's attention? Or would it take months? While inside the small cavern, Nicole had felt those pulses. They were faint at times, but grew stronger the closer she moved toward that tunnel. She couldn't wait to start exploring. After lunch, Coolidge made sure everyone had spelunking equipment: ropes, harnesses, headlamps, gloves, knee and elbow pads, and emergency essentials. Nicole quickly donned the gear. She'd worn this sort of stuff plenty of times. It was fun to watch Judith Ann struggle with the harness, though, and especially fun to see the girls' disgust with how it was supposed to be worn. Nicole chuckled, pulling on her gloves. She took a deep breath, feeling butterflies erupt in her stomach as she thought about what the group might end up finding. Maybe ruins with magical items, pottery, and other things from Native American artes. What could possibly be cooler than that? Coolidge said it was time to head down, and he began issuing warnings about being alone and doing stupid things. As he spoke, everyone gravitated into groups. Nicole stood awkwardly for several seconds, fidgeting with her gear, not sure where to go. She had no desire to be a third wheel for the umpteenth time. Instead of joining one of the groups, she decided to go solo, making sure she could see and be seen by others at all times. As she followed everyone down the ramp, Austin surprised her by walking next to her. "Should be exciting," he said. Nicole looked back, wondering if he was talking to her. She was closest, but his eyes were on the dirt. He glanced her way, and she realized he was addressing her. She took a moment to respond, pretending to be concentrating on her foot placement. Austin had spoken to her? He'd completely ignored her since the dinner at Coolidge's place. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it." He motioned for Nicole to enter the cavern first. "Cello is your focus." Apparently. Nicole took a breath, trying to calm her heart. Why was she nervous? She didn't get nervous. I never would have guessed it. The pressure around you has lessened by a small degree. Nicole nodded, following the example of Sylvia and Jason and turning on her headlamp, even though it wasn't very dark yet. That third test was the first I've ever produced magic. Ah? They walked in silence for several minutes. Was he going to stay with her the whole time? She couldn't imagine why, especially since he'd completely ignored her the past week and a half. And what had happened with that girl, Savannah? Nicole hadn't heard anything about her since they'd played ultimate frisbee. The silence stretched on for so long, Nicole wondered if he'd given up on talking. Should she break it, or should she wait for him to say something? If she did, would it make her look insecure? Nicole couldn't find anything casual to say that would fit the situation. And like the last time, it was Austin who finally spoke first. "The pulsings are getting stronger." "Yeah, I've noticed." He glanced at her. "It doesn't bode well for us." "Why?" "That's why we're here, isn't it?" Austin looked ahead. They'd nearly reached the end of the small cavern. "Yes, but they're not the same pulses we thought we'd find. They're of a different timbre. Foreign. You'll discern the difference, eventually." He reached out and grabbed her arm. "Hold on," he said. "Did you feel that?" Nicole shook her head, enjoying the tingling in her skin under his hand. "I didn't feel anything." A powerful burst of magic. Austin looked at the others around them. No one seemed to have noticed. "I must be the only one who did." "Stay here." Nicole let him go ahead. She didn't need to wait long. He was back in moments, an excited expression on his face. "Come on, it's okay. And definitely not what I expected." Nicole followed him through a narrow pass and under some huge stalactites. The tunnel opened up around her, the walls of an enormous cavern spreading far on either side. The massive size of the cavern was impressive, but it wasn't what caught Nicole's attention. A sprawling ancient underground city filled the space. Sunlight flickered down through many places above, making the crumbling stone towers and edifices glow in a rosy light. Her jaw dropped as she took in everything. The cavern had to be at least a square mile, if not more. "It's going to take us months to get through all of this," she murmured, shutting off her headlamp. She wouldn't be needing it anymore. Austin nodded. "Just remember what we're here for, and it'll be less intimidating." Coolidge issued new instructions. Enter the city, take any magical items to the open area in the front, and report anything weird directly to him. Then they began exploring the towers and buildings. Nicole had only been inside the stone walls for a brief moment when she became aware of two things. First, the architecture of the place was incredibly geometric and square, with only a few rounded shapes and corners here and there. Second, the pulses came from every direction, hitting her, flowing through her, and wrapping around her, all at different strengths and speeds. It was impossible to tell where they originated. She couldn't even separate them from each other. Austin adjusted his pack. "There's a pretty decent-sized pulse a ways into the city. No one is heading that direction. Let's go there first." Nicole followed him, wondering at his desire to continue with her. Had she been misjudging him? Was he actually shy? She pushed her thoughts away, knowing she'd find out eventually. The two students walked down streets, through alleys, and past crumbling towers that looked like they hadn't been touched in thousands of years. Austin offered his hand several times, helping her over fallen stone. His touch lingered, and he seemed reluctant to let go. They entered a large corner building, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the place lit up. Nicole squealed, jumping against the wall, ready to defend herself against attackers. Austin put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, it's automated. The builders must have had access to powerful arrates." Nicole glanced up, expecting a ceiling but seeing the top of the cavern instead. She had to shield her eyes from the natural light that glared on them. Austin looked up too. They found a way to amplify the sun, probably by using mirrors or an enchanted device, though I can't sense anything magical originating up there. He continued forward and entered a second room, apparently following a pulse that Nicole still couldn't differentiate from the others. A square vase with faded green markings on it rested on top of a tall pedestal. Austin retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket and put them on. "Are those to protect the vase from the oils in your skin?" "Yes, but also because we don't know anything about the people who created it and what sort of magic might lie in it, dormant or otherwise." Nicole nodded, thinking about her experience with the leather book back in Seattle. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she hadn't seen the stupid thing in days. But then she remembered what she'd learned about her mom. She quickly put those thoughts away, not wanting to dwell on them. Austin reached up to grab the vase, and for the first time in a while, Nicole allowed herself to check him out. His t-shirt hugged his torso, showing the strong lines of his back, accenting his broad shoulders and narrow waist. She pictured herself with her arms wrapped around that waist. It was a good image. She'd save it for later. Nicole averted her eyes when he pulled down the vase and turned to her. "That's unexpected," he said, looking at it. He glanced up. "It's old. Hundreds of thousands of years old." "How can you tell?" He stared at her for a moment, eyebrow raised. "I'm an earth arate." She nodded, as if that explained everything. Obviously, she had a lot to learn. Austin dug out another pair of white gloves from his pocket and handed them to her. Nicole pulled them on and took the vase from him. As soon as it was in her hands, a magical energy twisted around her, tugging at her skin. "Whoa," she said. "Weird." The pulses were unlike anything she'd sensed before. The magic was powerful, probably like those who created it. She couldn't put her finger on what made it different. Maybe it was the length of the pulse, but she also sensed a slight color to it, a sea green, though she wasn't sure how that was possible when she wasn't looking with her physical eyes. Austen took it back. It was a marital promise vase. Couples helped each other drink from it, as a way to show their commitment to each other. How can you tell what the people used it for? He shook his head, leading the way out of the building, vase in hand. Not people, they weren't human. Coolidge may be correct in his theories about Shoggoths and Agarks, but I won't be able to tell unless we encounter one of those directly. And let's hope that doesn't happen. He glanced back at her. In answer to your question, the sand has imprints on it. The earth speaks to me, shows me the vase's purpose. Nicole didn't know how to respond to him. She found herself curious about the creatures, while also hoping they really didn't exist. Still, how bad could they be if they drank from a vase to show their commitment? After walking deeper into the city for several moments, they caught up to Professor Coolidge. Nicole realized Austen had probably been following the professor's magical print. Austen handed him the vase. Coolidge's eyebrows shot up as he stared at the item. It's magnificent. Better than the pottery shard the government is hiding from the world. He fixed his gaze on Austen. What do you make of it? You were right, everything is going to change. Coolidge nodded. Indeed. He cleared his throat and handed the vase back to Austen. Let's get it with the other things. Austen motioned for Nicole to follow him. We've got work to do, he said once they'd put the vase with the growing collection of magical items. For the next hour, Austen showed Nicole how to concentrate on, and then pick out the strongest nearest pulse from the hundreds that bumbled around the cavern. He taught her how to follow it to its source. Eventually, she succeeded in separating a single pulse, and was able to lead Austen to it. After everything was gathered outside the city, Nicole and Austen joined Coolidge and Howard, who were discussing and pointing at the objects. When Coolidge saw Austen, he said, "What do you think? Is the combined pulse from these things enough to draw the attention of visiting arites? It would depend on the strength of the arite. Personally, I don't think so. And don't forget about the disappearances over the years, they still have to be accounted for." Coolidge nodded. There is definitely something more, something that doesn't pulse continually, as an inanimate object would. Howard raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Austen ignored Howard's question, looking at Coolidge. The print on the earth here points to your theories. Excuse me? I'm not going to listen. Austen gasped, silencing Howard. Did you feel that? Yes, I did, Coolidge said. Nicole concentrated hard, staring in the direction the men were looking, and finally, she sensed a very faint magical vibration coming from behind the city. The mouth of a deep, dark tunnel gaped there, indicating that they had more to explore once they finished the city. Just then, Nicole noticed Judith Ann slinking off around the side of the buildings in the direction of the tunnel. Nicole started forward. As much as she disliked Judith Ann, the girl shouldn't be alone. Austen began jogging, and Nicole stepped up her speed to match. They'd only gone 10 paces when a powerful wave of energy slammed into them, knocking Nicole to the ground. The chattering voices around them fell silent for several seconds. Nicole and Austen's eyes met. What was going on? All at once, everyone started talking, scattering. Austen helped Nicole to her feet, and they began running toward the dark tunnel. They were stopped for a second time by another magical pulse as powerful as the first. Austen grabbed Nicole's arm, helping her stay up. A deep guttural bass note reverberated through the cavern, so low and loud that Nicole felt it clashing with her heartbeat, pounding against her sternum. She clamped her hands over her ears, looking at Austen. The sound went on for several moments. It reminded Nicole of the sound pedals on an old pipe organ produced, but even deeper and much louder. Finally, the noise stopped. No one moved. What was that? Nicole whispered, afraid she already knew the answer. Austen held up his hand, quieting her. After a moment he whispered, "Shoggoth." He took a few steps, and indicated for her to follow. A scream pierced the still air, echoing off the walls of the city. Judith Ann. Nicole and Austin dashed forward, following the girl's magical imprint. They entered a large building by the tunnel, and when Nicole saw the main room, she quickly forgot about the pulse. Ornate gold carvings covered most of the walls, interrupted only by alcoves. Pillars lined the room, and the mosaic tiling was made of jade and gold. Something filled each alcove, and it was in front of one of these that Judith Ann stood, an expression of horror on her face. Nicole's shoulders slumped in relief. Judith Ann was fine. Nicole stepped closer, following Austin. But then she saw what Judith Ann was staring at and gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. "What is it?" she asked. Austin didn't respond, and Nicole didn't expect him to. The thing that filled the alcove was so unfamiliar in shape that Nicole couldn't tell at first if it was plant or animal. Root-like tentacles grew from a long tubular torso. Antennae sprouted from what she assumed was a head, thinking that maybe it was animal after all. But there were no legs or arms. What was visible was shriveled and grotesque, and definitely not human. Austin stopped staring and turned around, looking at the room. "This is newly constructed." Nicole glanced at the other alcoves. There were 20 of them, each as tall as her and as wide as her arm span, all containing a shriveled being. Others trickled into the room, each having a similar reaction to Nicole's. They erupted into questions when Coolidge and Howard arrived. Howard ignored them all, rushing to the first alcove where Judith Ann stood. He gazed at the thing, his mouth opening and closing several times. "Agark," he breathed. "Coolidge, I believe your theories were correct." He turned greedy eyes to his colleague. "Let's take a few samples upstairs. I'll call in a team to dissect. We'll get started right away. Can you imagine what we'll learn?" Coolidge shook his head. "No, Stan? We'd better not disturb them." Howard snorted, motioning to the Agark. "They're obviously dead." Austin cleared his throat. Judging by the slight magical pulses radiating from them, they might not be. Howard scowled. "What pulses?" "You're imagining things." He laughed. "You're not talking about the blast we felt moments ago, are you?" "No. These did not create that. We're safe with the Agarks." Coolidge stepped forward. "If Austin senses something, we'd better listen. And I repeat, we're not touching the creatures." Howard laughed. "You mean you're not touching them?" He motioned several of his students forward. "Take this beauty and 3 others to the surface. We've got work to do." The lines between Coolidge's eyebrows deepened considerably, but any further arguments were rejected. Howard's students were skittish at first, but they eventually calmed down enough to get to work. Soon the first alcove was empty, and 4 students were carrying the thing out of the building, careful not to let roots and antennas drag. Nicole looked at Austin and shivered at the dark expression on his face. "Howard's a complete idiot," he whispered. Nicole nodded. She took a breath and bit her lip. "Agarks? What about the Shoggoths?" Austin turned back to the empty alcove, holding his hand into it. He closed his eyes. They must be nearby, because Howard was right about something. That pulse wasn't created by these creatures. He looked back at her. "We'd better get above ground. I don't want to be a part of this." Nicole agreed with that, and the 2 of them hurried past the city and through the cavern. She wasn't surprised to see many others, including Judith Ann, doing the same. The sun was about to set as the rest of the Agarks were brought above ground. No matter how excited Howard and his students were, Nicole couldn't shake the hollow, sick feeling in her stomach. Despite Coolidge's warnings, she'd expected dangerous criminals, arites with a history, and even wild animals. But not things from legends. And it seemed many shared Nicole's feelings of apprehension. Especially Judith Ann, who was pacing, muttering to herself. Nicole stopped Coolidge as he walked past. "You're actually letting him do it?" she asked. "I don't have a choice." "But you're heading the expedition." Coolidge frowned at her. Sometimes the only way to maintain order and peace is to allow someone a bit of rein to do what they want. For the first time, Nicole found herself disagreeing with Coolidge. Maybe in some cases what he said was correct, but not this time. "You're sending us all to our graves," Judith Ann said. "I know you sense the pulses around those things." Coolidge stared at her. "Yes. There's danger. How many times have I tried to warn everyone about that? He's inviting problems, creating danger." Coolidge passed a hand across his face. "I agree, Judith Ann," he said quietly. "Then do something. Complain to someone." He folded his arms. "And who would I complain to? The government? They'd come in, shut us down, kick us out, and finish what Howard has started. No, I must do what I can to protect the location and the students. Including Howard's students." Judith Ann flipped her hair back. "Well, you're on your own. I'm not waiting to get killed." She stormed off to her tent, yanked the door open, and disappeared inside. Moments later she emerged, carrying her unfolded sleeping bag over one shoulder and her duffel over the other. "Who's taking me back to town?" she demanded. One of the Jeep drivers got to his feet and unlocked a door for her. They left quickly, a cloud of dust billowing out in their wake. No one said anything for several minutes. Was Judith Ann right? Should Nicole go too? She wasn't sure what the right answer was and needed to talk it out with someone. Nicole turned, looking around. Austin skulked by the shed that was still full of Judith Ann's things. She almost went to him, but still wasn't comfortable enough to do that just yet. She spotted Jason and waited until the others had resumed their activities before approaching him. "Judith Ann might be right," he said after she voiced her concerns. "I can't help but wonder how intelligent we're being by taking on this sort of project without knowing what we're up against, without even knowing what those things are, aside from legends that have been passed down for generations. Legends that probably contain a lot of untruths." He scowled at Howard, who was walking by just then, talking to a student about needing help with these beauties. After several moments, it became apparent that Jason was finished talking. Nicole thanked him, even though he hadn't made her feel better, and retreated to the shed to play her cello. The next morning, 5 people arrived to help with the dissecting. They were from the anatomy department at Armitage and had been sworn to secrecy. Nicole noticed right away that they were frazzled and nervous, but also excited to be involved in something so incredibly big. Coolidge called his students together and explained yet again that he didn't agree with what Howard was doing. "I'm going to ask that my students stay away from the dissections, just in case. At least until we know more about the city and the Agarks. We'll be working extra hard to understand the magical objects. Once we have a satisfactory answer for both the pulses and the disappearances, we'll leave as soon as we can." A jeep pulled up while Coolidge was talking, and Judith Ann flounced out. "I thought she was gone," Sylvia murmured. Everyone watched as the girl approached. "Change your mind?" Coolidge asked when Judith Ann joined them. She shook her head. "Of course not. But I knew I couldn't trust any of you with my father's things. I'll just stay in a hotel for the remainder of the expedition, so you can continue to enjoy my family's hospitality." Her eyes narrowed. "But don't expect me to help with anything. I'm no longer taking part in this atrocity you call university credit." Coolidge raised an eyebrow but didn't respond. He dismissed the group, telling them to meet up in 40 minutes. Sylvia caught Nicole's eye, and the two walked together to their tent. "Have you seen Jason lately?" Sylvia asked. "Not since talking to him last night." Sylvia sighed. "I bet he pulled a Judith Ann, he was getting a bit jumpy." Nicole nodded. Jason had expressed concern, but leaving without saying something was odd. The girls watched as Judith Ann made a show of investigating the air-conditioned shed. Apparently satisfied, she and her driver left the campsite, dust billowing up behind their jeep. "The more I get to know her," Sylvia said, "the more I wish murder wasn't illegal." Nicole snickered and unzipped their tent. "Believe me, I understand. They retrieved their things and headed back to the kitchen area. As they were talking, a disgusting stench, like burned sewage mixed with rotted algae, wafted through the air. It didn't take long to figure out where the odor originated. The dissections had begun. Odd that something so shriveled and old could stink so badly, Nicole said to Sylvia, who nodded in response. Sylvia walked away, and Nicole, who'd been ready since before Coolidge's meeting, wandered the camp, staying as far away from the dissections as possible. Her clothes were starting to stink. She decided to practice and made her way to the shed. But apparently the filter on the air conditioner was dirty, or the shed was too close to the dissections, because it stank nearly as badly there. Nicole didn't even bother getting out her cello. She left the shed, locked up, and hesitated, wondering where to try next. The sun beat down on the dirt, increasing the baked smell of the agarks. She glanced around camp, letting her eyes settle on the old pioneer homestead. No one ever went inside it, even though it wasn't in bad condition. It was probably far enough away that the smell would be greatly diffused there. Nicole crossed camp and hiked the slight incline to the homestead, tucking her hair back into her ponytail. She swung the heavy wooden door open and stepped inside. It was slightly cooler and much darker there than outside. Already, the smell was fading, and once she shut the door behind her, the difference was noticeable. "Thank goodness," she mumbled. It didn't take long for her eyes to adjust. Light filtered in through the smashed windows, landing on a broken table with only 2 legs propped up against the cabin wall. She stepped across the floor and ran a finger along the table's edge, surprised there was any furniture left at all. A pile of garbage in the corner of the room was evidence that someone had camped out there at some point. At first, she thought she was alone, but something heavy dropped in the back of the house, followed by the shuffling of fabric. "Hello?" Everything went quiet. She froze, still by the table, staring down the hall. It was then that she noticed a trail of dark liquid on the hard-packed dirt floor leading from the middle of the room and into the hall. The shuffling sound began again. Nicole tried to swallow, but her throat was too dry. Could she sneak out of the cabin without drawing more attention to herself? Just then, the door swung open, making her jump. "Whoa," Austin said. "Calm down. I saw you." She put a finger to her lips. "Someone's in the cabin," she whispered. She pointed at the streaks in the dirt. Her heart beat twice its normal speed, but at least Austin was with her. He was powerful enough to protect both of them. Austin placed a hand on her arm and nodded, showing he understood, then knelt and hovered his hand over the smears. "Human blood," he murmured quietly. "A few hours old." He got to his feet and reached out. An earthen pot Nicole hadn't seen sailed from a corner of the room, landing silently in his palm. He walked quietly down the hall, holding up the pot, looking ready to attack. Nicole followed, staying as close to him as possible. They peered into the first room, and Nicole gasped. Jason's head lay on the ground, facing the door. His body was crumpled in a mess on the other side of the room, under the window. His clothing was torn, the flesh on his arms and legs chewed and mangled. A shadow passed over Nicole from the hall, and she shrieked, jumping into Austin. Austin pushed Nicole into the room and flung the pottery. It hit its target with a thump and crash. Something growled. Austin was yanked through the doorway. The only thing Nicole saw was a beefy human arm. She heard scuffling and thuds. She scrambled to her feet, needing to help Austin. She sprang into the hall and raced into the back room. Austin was on the floor. Nicole got a brief glimpse of a man's back as their attacker jumped through the window. She rushed to Austin and helped him to his feet. "It's gone," he said. "It? You mean he?" Nicole asked. "I don't know. He didn't fight normally. He didn't punch or anything. It was like he was feral, like he wanted to get his teeth into me. And after the agarks, I don't know what to think." Nicole's stomach turned as she thought of the bite marks on Jason's arms and legs. She put a hand to her mouth. "Oh, Jason." She took several deep breaths, trying to get past her sudden nausea. You didn't sense any magic around the guy? Austin motioned for her to follow him back down the hall, and they entered the other room. No, there wasn't anything to sense. He's a regular guy, if he's human. Poor Jason, Nicole said, trying not to look at the mess of his remains. Austin didn't respond at first. He leaned against the doorframe and rubbed his eyes. I know. He dropped his arm. Let's go get Coolidge. Coolidge was just exiting his tent when they arrived at the campsite. Jason's dead, Nicole whispered. His body is in the homestead, Austin said. It's mangled pretty badly. Coolidge paled. Show me. He strode toward the old house, Nicole and Austin trailing. How do you know he's dead? Did you check for a pulse? Nicole and Austin met eyes. We didn't need to, Nicole said. Coolidge glanced at her, but didn't say anything. He only looked at Jason briefly, before turning back to the hall and vomiting. He wiped his mouth. Sorry. Never got over a weak stomach. He pulled out a satellite phone. Austin, guard the body. Nicole, come with me. Neither of you say anything about this until the authorities get here. He walked through the front door, Nicole on his heels, dialing as he stepped to the side of the homestead opposite the campsite. He quickly reported the body, frequently pausing to ask Nicole questions, relaying her answers to the person on the other end. While he was finishing up the call, she stared at the ramp, wondering what or who had killed Jason. Something moved at the mouth of the ramp and she took a step forward, squinting. A man was staring at her, peering over the rocks. He scampered down the ramp on all fours when he noticed her watching. Nicole rubbed her arms, feeling a chill despite the blazing heat. Coolidge ended his call. They're on their way. He shook his head. If this doesn't convince Howard to stop dissecting, I don't know what will. He had Nicole explain again what happened. She told him everything she could remember, including seeing the man just now. We need guards and weapons. Have to keep this place as safe as possible. Coolidge looked at her. Go talk to Austin, see if he remembers anything new. I'll bring the authorities when they arrive. He grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. Don't tell anyone. We'll let the cops take care of that. Can't risk Jason's family learning things secondhand. Nicole found Austin pacing the front room of the cabin. He rubbed the back of his neck, shaking his head. The more I think of it, the more I'm sure it was a man, he said. He turned to her, stopping. But Nicole, I'm serious, he didn't respond normally. If he's really human, there's something totally wrong with him. Maybe he's disabled? At his questioning expression, she told him what she'd just seen, how he'd scampered instead of run. I'm really getting the creeps now, she said. I know. Do you think he killed Jason? Austin shrugged, shaking his head. It's possible. Probable, even. A wave of exhaustion flooded over Nicole, and tears pricked the back of her eyes. She sank to the packed dirt, leaning against the cabin wall, and buried her face in her hands. I can't believe it, he's gone. Dead. She looked up. I mean, I've been assigned to work with him several times. He and Sylvia are the only ones who've talked to me this whole time, until yesterday. Her voice started shaking. She cleared her throat, trying to make the wobble go away. And he's been brutally, horribly murdered. Austin looked at her sympathetically. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Nicole wanted nothing to do with the homestead or Jason. She couldn't be there any longer. She jumped to her feet. I have to go. Nicole rushed out of the cabin and through the campsite, ignoring the curious stares. She quickly unlocked the shed and shut the door behind her, then got out her cello and practiced angrily until her fingertips burned. What was she doing here? Someone had died. Someone she knew had been killed. The adrenaline from running and playing left her system, exposing her raw emotions. She put down her cello and sat on the floor against the wall of the shed, tucking her knees up. She rested her head on them and cried. A moment later, a soft knock on the shed door made her jump. Nicole frantically wiped the tears off her face, cringing when her hand came away black. Great. Her waterproof mascara had smeared. Typical. The door opened and Austin stepped in, an expression of concern on his face. Coolidge is with Jason's body. How are you doing? She shrugged. As well as can be expected, I guess. He nodded and sat next to her. How about you? She asked. Same. He stared at the wall across from them and swallowed a few times, his Adam's apple bobbing. I've seen something like this before, though. Nicole cocked her head, frowning. You have? When? Austin leaned back, resting his head on the hard plastic behind them. 2 of my older siblings. Whoa. His siblings? How horrible. I'm sorry. What happened? He took a breath. It's a long story. Did that mean he didn't want to tell her, or was that an invitation for her to ask? She hesitated for a moment, then put her hand on his arm. Are you comfortable talking about it, or will that just make things worse? Austin glanced at her, and she was surprised to see tears in his eyes. He blinked them away. My parents are very pro-Arate, so you would think their children would be as well. That wasn't the case with my 2 oldest siblings. They were bitter they didn't have powers, and when I was 14, they left us to join the Tarians. Nicole nodded. This happened around the time when a special group of them were charged with conducting human testing. Sarah and Josh badly wanted to be Arates, and the Tarians badly wanted to breed their own magical people. Unfortunately, the tests didn't work and the Tarians realized it. They became desperate as many test subjects deserted, so they increased the weekly injections and upped the contents. When Sarah, a scientist, found out what she and Josh had been given, it wasn't difficult for her to convince him that they also needed to desert. But by then, they were heavily addicted to the concoctions. When the Tarians found out that Sarah and Josh wanted to leave, they imprisoned them. After a year, Sarah was able to get a message to my parents, who immediately planned a rescue. They brought me. At that point, even though I just barely restarted, I could already control more than an Arate University graduate could. My parents were desperate for my help and didn't think of how things would affect me if it all went bad. He closed his eyes. And things did go bad. The Tarians found out about Sarah's betrayal. They were ready for us when we got there. He looked at Nicole. I believe that if my parents had been better prepared, we would have destroyed their entire group. But the 3 of us were the only Arates there, and using Josh as bait, the Tarians were able to capture my parents and me. They tortured Sarah and Josh while we watched and beheaded them both. Nicole gasped. That's horrible. Yes. He took a breath. Well, as you've learned, when an Arate is incredibly emotional, their powers tend to respond better. Due to what we'd seen and been through, we were able to distract the Tarians long enough to escape. My siblings' bodies are rumored to have been preserved and put on display as encouragement for the Tarians. Nicole squeezed his arm. I'm so sorry you had to experience that. It definitely forced me to grow up. She nodded. I can imagine. At least she understood part of why he was bitter. She'd been so sheltered by comparison, even considering that she had parents who hated what she was. Nicole sighed, getting to her feet. He followed, and she looked up at him. Thanks for checking on me. I appreciate it. Austin nodded, and for several moments he gazed at her. Nicole hesitated, almost wanting to look away from his intense expression, but she was unable to do so. The same feeling she'd enjoyed back in Coolidge's kitchen flooded over her, heating every inch of her body. His eyes were warm as he soaked her in, searching her face. She sensed a vulnerability in him. They'd experienced something devastating together, something so horrible it was life-changing. He'd opened up to her for the first time, had shared a bit of his heart with her. Nicole found herself wanting to encourage him to share more, to trust her. She wanted to soak him up, to delve into his soul and find whatever it was that made him him. Austin reached for her, hesitated, and then tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, and rested his hand on the crook of her neck and shoulder. Chills raced outward from where his touch lingered, dancing down her skin, and Nicole's breathing paused, her eyes widening. The horrors of the day, of finding Jason, of the Agarks and of everything else melted away as Nicole lost herself in Austin's gaze. She longed for the comfort his touch was bringing. Nicole recognized his determined expression as his other arm encircled her waist, pulling her toward him. She stepped forward willingly. Austin lowered his head, his lips meeting hers. The kiss was tender and gentle at first, almost questioning. Then Nicole shivered and reached both arms around him. He tightened his hold on her, eagerly, hungrily exploring her face with his lips. He worked his way back to her mouth, dropping his arm from her shoulder to clasp his hands behind her back. He brushed his lips across hers, kissed one corner of her mouth, then brushed to the other side and nibbled along her jaw, making her shiver once more. Then he let his lips find hers again. Nicole relaxed into his embrace, releasing the stress that had accumulated during the last few weeks, marveling at the change she'd witnessed in Austin since their first conversation. Finally, he turned and rested his cheek on top of her head. They remained like that for a while, Nicole listening as the beating of his heart slowed, his breathing becoming more even. "We should think about going," she said after a few silent moments. "The police will probably be getting here soon." She cringed inwardly as the memories of the day flooded back, ruining the peace and comfort they'd shared. Would they regret their actions and vulnerability later? Would she feel embarrassed as she looked back on this day? She really hoped not. Austin pulled away and gazed into her eyes. He cradled her cheek with one hand, then wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her again. "I've been waiting a long time for that," he whispered. So had Nicole, and she understood that now. Chapter 11. The police arrived half an hour later, and Nicole and Austin spent 45 minutes describing what they'd seen. One of the cops was an Arate. He volunteered to stay at the campsite and help guard while the others investigated Jason's death. "It should help having a cop around who can sense magic," he said. Nicole couldn't agree more. "We'll need to search the caverns for the murderer," the lead officer told Coolidge after he'd finished questioning Nicole. "Go right ahead," Coolidge said, watching as Jason's body was removed. "I'd certainly feel better if the suspect wasn't running around our research site." The officer shook Coolidge's hand. "I'll let you know when the family has been informed. You might want to give them a call." Coolidge nodded. Not long after the officers left to search the caverns, Nicole finally got the chance to talk to Lizzie. The second she heard Lizzie's voice, she started crying again. It took some time, but eventually she calmed down enough to tell Lizzie what had happened. "He's dead?" Lizzie asked. But we were just talking about him." "I know." Nicole shook her head. "I'm having the hardest time believing it." "Oh, Lizzie, I wish you were here so much." "Yeah? Well, I don't. I wish you were here." Nicole agreed with her. Then she sighed, wanting to talk about something else. "Austin kissed me." She had to hold her phone away from her ear when Lizzie squealed. "You're serious? He actually kissed you?" Nicole smiled, hesitant to enjoy Lizzie's excitement after everything that had happened. "Yeah. He did. It was good." Lizzie peppered her with questions, and they talked until Nicole was comfortable with hanging up. She was so grateful Coolidge had suggested she buy a satellite phone. She couldn't imagine not being able to contact her best friend while she was away, and not for the first time, she was envious of people who could talk to a close parent or sibling whenever they needed it. She'd never experienced that. The cops finished with the caverns. They didn't even find evidence that someone other than those on the expedition had been there in the past several hundred years. The rest of the day flew by, as Nicole and the others returned to the caverns and the underground city. Coolidge had them comb every inch, looking for the trigger of the current of magic they'd all felt the day before. He was positive there was a hidden room somewhere that contained a powerful item that could somehow be responsible for the disappearances and the pulses. While examining the city, Nicole found another spider crawling on her body. She flicked it off and shuddered, then gasped when she saw the ghost of the old woman standing near a stone wall. She stared at Nicole, her expression somber, then disappeared. Nicole trembled with frustration, wishing she could strike out, scream, hit the apparition. Instead, she waited until the other students had left the area, then began to whisper. "I can't see you anymore, but I know you're there and that you followed me here, woman. I know what you want. But I need more time. I need to finish what I've started here. Please, just leave me alone for a while longer. And I promise you this, I will read that book." Nicole glanced around, half expecting the woman to show up again. Instead, she saw the spider slinking off around a corner. A slight breeze brushed Nicole's cheek, similar to the wind that always seemed to accompany the book, but different. With it came the feeling of agreement, of compromise. The woman would bide her time, she would give Nicole space. For now, Nicole knew it was the best she'd get. But she wouldn't put off reading the book for too long after returning home. Nicole had nightmare after nightmare about Jason, the old woman, and spiders that night, and woke frequently. The next morning, whispers outside the tent roused her. She raised herself to her elbows, exchanging glances with Sylvia and Camille. The whispers obviously belonged to Howard and Coolidge was again trying to convince Howard to stop the dissecting. "It's not why we're here," Coolidge hissed. Howard laughed. "It's why I'm here, and this conversation is wasting my time. I've got things to attend to." "Stop. We have to discuss this." "Why now?" "One of your team members is missing." For a second, Nicole thought Coolidge was referring to Jason. But Jason wasn't from Howard's group. She glanced at Camille. The girl's eyes were huge. "An unfortunate accident, if anything," Howard whispered. "What about the Agacha's body? It couldn't have walked off on its own. We'll just get more." Coolidge growled. "Howard, can't you hear yourself? What is going on with you? Unlike you, I don't have things made for me. I struggle to get my research projects approved, while you barely have to lift a finger." Howard's voice got quieter, as if he'd turned away. "And I'm not letting you ruin this for me." That was apparently the end of their conversation, and Nicole listened as they stormed off in separate directions. "What is Howard doing?" she asked Sylvia. "Trying to sabotage our expedition, apparently." Sylvia grabbed her things, not looking at Camille. "Let's hurry and finish our work here before he gets us all killed." She left the tent, and Nicole tried to appear busy sorting through her duffel, looking for something to wear. She didn't want to talk to Camille, because she didn't want to know if the girl agreed with Howard. "I'm sorry," Camille whispered. "I really am." Nicole took a breath, released it, and sat back on her heels. "You can't control Professor Howard any easier than Professor Coolidge can." Camille nodded. "I know." She sighed. "At least it is an exciting discovery." Nicole hesitated. "It was, before I found Jason's body. I don't know what I expected, but that wasn't it." She changed her clothes, thinking about the reason why she'd wanted to go on the expedition in the first place. To prove herself. And what was she doing? Definitely not that. At least not in the magical sense. She still hadn't produced any magic since the third test. In fact, the only thing that had happened that was close to magical was kissing Austin. Camille left the tent, and Nicole slumped onto her sleeping bag. Hopefully, they'd find the source of the magical vibrations. Hopefully, it would be an incredibly awesome object that might be the cure for cancer. Hopefully, it wouldn't be something that would kill them all. Professor Coolidge called for his students, and Nicole put on her shoes and joined the others. Coolidge paced in front of them. "Our focus today is to start exploring the tunnels behind the city. Form groups of 3. Each group must include at least 1 man and 1 gun." He glanced out over the students, probably waiting for a Judith Ann-esque reaction. Apparently, the shock of Jason's murder had sunk in, because several people were nodding and no one looked appalled. Coolidge continued. Before I assign your group a gun, every person must participate in a lesson on safety. I don't care if you've won awards for marksmanship. I personally need to make sure you know how to handle a gun properly and safely, and that you know what to do in emergency situations." Coolidge paused, making eye contact with his students again. "Do not separate yourselves from your groups. Keep in touch with me. Let me know where you are and what you're doing at all times using these." He motioned to a box of walkie-talkies. "All right, go ahead, find your partners." Nicole met eyes with Sylvia, and the girls gravitated toward each other. Austin joined them a moment later, and Nicole felt her skin tingle as he stood next to her. She resisted the urge to look at him, wondering what he was thinking. Was he remembering the feel of her lips against his? The comfort and escape that came from being in each other's arms? Maybe he was. Just then, Austin put a hand on the small of her back. She glanced up. He gave her a little half-smile, then folded his arms and turned to watch as Coolidge started assigning guns to each group. "Have any of you handled a gun before?" he asked when he reached their group. All three of them nodded, which seemed to surprise Coolidge. "I know Sylvia's background, but where are you two from?" "I'm technically from Billings, Montana," Austin said. "But my dad's ranch is in Grizzly Country. I've known how to use a gun since I was 6. Coolidge looked at Nicole. "Dallas, Texas." She cleared her throat. "We don't need them to protect ourselves from wild animals. My dad just really likes guns. He collects antiques and rare ones. But he made sure my brothers and I knew how to handle them." She and Austin looked at Sylvia, who smiled and waved. "Yeah, I'm from Richland, Washington. I've only shot a gun twice, so I'll definitely be okay if you two take over in that arena." "Even so," Coolidge said, "you still need to be comfortable with the mechanics." Coolidge assigned their group a 9mm car and showed them how to use the safety, how to load and unload it, and how to carry and handle it properly. Once satisfied, he moved on to the next group. Sylvia tilted her head, looking at Austin. "Have you had to shoot a grizzly before?" He grunted, but didn't answer. Nicole half smiled. Apparently, Austin's moody temperament was back. It was a good question, though, and she couldn't tell if his grunt was a yes or a no. It was probably more of a, "none of your business." Everyone donned their spelunking gear, and Coolidge came back around, handing out little battery-operated LED lights. They were to be used like breadcrumbs, a way to show the groups how to get back to camp. "Stick them into the tunnel walls," he said, indicating the pointy end opposite the light. "You can thank Judith Ann's dad for these. He supplied thousands upon thousands of them." After double-checking that each group had a gun, a set of walkie-talkies, and a packet of lights, Coolidge gave the go-ahead for everyone to start down the ramp. No one spoke the entire way through the cavern. When they reached the huge tunnel behind the city, they switched on their lamps and headed in. Sylvia was in charge of the LED lights, and Austin the gun, using a shoulder holster that Coolidge had provided. Nicole carried a small cooler of food, and was responsible for making notes of where they'd gone. The huge tunnel was dark and damp. It smelled slightly like the agarks, like burned sewage and rotted algae. After a while with nothing happening, Nicole relaxed and got into a good system for taking notes. At first the tunnels were marked with many LED lights as the groups crisscrossed their way through. The farther Nicole and the others got, though, the more the tunnels branched off, and the less they saw of other people, until theirs were the only LED lights illuminating the way. The tunnel they chose led them through caverns with sunlight streaming in from above. Many caverns even held evidence that people once had populated them. Smoke scars on the ceilings and fire marks burned into the rock floor. None of the cities were as big as the first, though. For an entire hour they didn't find anything, and they rarely spoke. The eerie coolness made Nicole shiver repeatedly, especially when a draft blew past them. Twice she felt as if they were being watched. The first time she gasped, stopping the others. Austin had closed his eyes, trying to sense if something was out there, but he couldn't, and neither could Sylvia nor Nicole. They continued onward. The second time Nicole felt it, she didn't say anything but kept a careful lookout. After a long while, they started finding small, magically charged objects. They were simple things: vases, bowls, pots, ragged articles of clothing, and even an old-fashioned pair of glasses. They took everything, packing them into a bag Austin strapped to his back. At noon, they took a break for lunch, pulling out beef jerky, drinks, and sandwiches from a mini cooler that Nicole carried. While eating, they discussed what they'd found and seen, which wasn't much. The conversation eventually died off, and they packed up and continued forward. Remembering the kiss Nicole had shared with Austin made little slivers of happiness cross her thoughts. She wanted to get to know him better, but felt weird asking him questions. He'd made it clear he wasn't comfortable with that sort of directness. Plus, having Sylvia there made it awkward. Around 1 o'clock, Coolidge gave word over the walkie-talkies that it was time to head back. Sylvia put away the rest of the LED lights, and Nicole stopped taking new notes. They followed the lights, deciding to leave them stuck to the tunnel walls as markers for future explorations. At first, Nicole didn't pay attention to where they were going. But when they walked through a cavern she didn't recognize, she pulled out her notepad and examined what she'd written. She glanced over her shoulder, trying to see the cavern the way she would have while headed in the opposite direction, but it didn't draw out any memories. The cavern ended and they entered a short tunnel, which again Nicole didn't recognize. She paused. Guys?" The other two stopped walking and looked back. "This place doesn't match my notes." Sylvia raised an eyebrow. "The LED lights are here. We must have come this way." Nicole didn't respond, and Sylvia continued walking. Austin shrugged and also walked forward, and Nicole, not wanting to be left alone, rushed to follow. Sylvia might be right. Maybe Nicole hadn't paid attention as closely as she'd thought. But not 5 minutes later, Sylvia stopped. "You're right." She motioned to one of the lights. "It's not pointing in the right direction. I had them all facing up." Austin pulled out the gun. Nicole was also right about something watching us. He motioned down the tunnel to a dark shape that was creeping along the tunnel floor toward them. Nicole's first thought was of the shadow from the book, but no, this wasn't a shadow. It was tangible. Light glinted off a pair of eyes and Nicole gasped, stepping back. Just then, Austin yelled out and dropped to the ground. Nicole only briefly saw something, an arm in the shine of his headlamp before the light died. "Austin!" Sylvia shrieked. He didn't respond. Sylvia shrieked again, and her headlight fell, then also went out. Nicole froze, unsure what to do. Something brushed up against her and she screamed. A sharp pain at the back of her neck radiated outward, and everything went black. Nicole's eyes fluttered open. A hunched figure was pulling her roughly down the tunnel by her arms, her legs dragging in the dirt. Ouch! Lucky for her, she was wearing jeans. She squirmed, finding that her wrists and ankles were bound, and was rewarded with a kick to the ribs. Someone was walking by her side. They didn't go far before she was dumped in a brightly lit alcove alongside Sylvia and Austin, both of whom were unconscious. Nicole looked up at the sunlight, at least 20 feet above them. She struggled to a sitting position and gasped when she saw their captors. A woman and 2 men gawked at her. The woman had bumps on her face, and her eyes were bulging. One protruded farther than the other and was surrounded by a mass of bone. The eye was a stunning shade of blue, the other a dark brown. The woman grinned, showing twisted, dirty teeth. She crawled forward, grunting, and Nicole pulled away until she hit the wall behind her. "She wants to know why you're here," one of the men said. Nicole glanced at him, surprised to hear clear English. His eyes were brown, his hair blonde. He stood tall, his broad chest pushed out. One hand rested on Coolidge's gun, now shoved halfway into his belt. The woman poked at Nicole and grunted again. Nicole swatted the woman away. "We're trying to find the reason for a number of disappearances in the area." The man's eyes narrowed. "Disappearances?" He laughed, mocking her. "The only disappearance I'm concerned about is my own. I'm Will Stevenson, and if anyone mentions me, you just let them know." The other man slapped Will so hard across the face that he was knocked to his knees, the gun spilling out and sliding away down the tunnel. The man glowered at Nicole with mismatched eyes like the woman's. His face was nearly as distorted as hers, but his teeth weren't as crooked. Still, when he spoke, she couldn't understand anything. He mumbled something, turned away, and bent to pick up the gun, seeming to be fascinated with it. The woman joined him. Will got to his knees, wiping blood off his face, and looked at Nicole. "You will leave this place. Immediately. Outsiders aren't safe here if you can't tell. Any stragglers are eaten, or forced to join the coven if they're strong enough." He flicked his eyes to the man and woman, who were still examining the gun. "Listen to me. I've been here for over a year and have found no way to escape." He looked at Nicole again. "They're only letting you leave so you can make the others stop. You must go." Sylvia staggered to her feet. Nicole wasn't even aware she'd awakened. "Tell them to leave." In fact, Sylvia glanced around, grasping at the air as if looking for a weapon, but found nothing. Why was Nicole bound and not Sylvia? The woman jumped forward and yanked Sylvia's hair, pulling her to the ground. She hovered over Sylvia, showing her teeth. The man shoved Will forward, mumbling something. "I hadn't forgotten," Will said, sneering. He glared at Nicole. "Tell the others to return the bodies immediately. They'll regret it if they don't." "The bodies?" Nicole asked, positive she knew what he was talking about but wanting more information. He nodded. "The Agarks. The Ancient Ones. They sleep now, but destruction always follows when they wake. The coven protects them. Return their bodies." "We'll try," Nicole said, "but the people who stole them haven't listened to anyone. We're not part of that group." "We know," Will said. "That's why you're still alive." He surprised Nicole by flushing and glancing away. "The coven appreciates your music." Nicole gasped. "You can hear it? Sound travels far at night. That's what saved your life in the cabin yesterday. You know about that. It was meant as a warning. This is your second. There won't be another." He stared into her eyes, most of the malice gone. "Please listen. Please leave." She frowned. "We will as soon as possible. How do we get back to the campsite?" Will pointed up. "Climb the rope ladder. Go west." He undid Nicole's bindings and backed away. It took a moment to wake Austin, and another to calm him down and explain what had happened. Once he understood, he led the way up the ladder. After they got to the top of the well, they took a break for a couple of minutes, staring at the ruins of an old cabin. Then they ran west for as long as they could, before slumping to the ground to catch their breath and figure out where they'd ended up. Nicole and Austin rummaged through their bags, discovering that pretty much everything had been confiscated. The gun, the LED lights, the walkie-talkies, Nicole's notes. She was surprised that her satellite phone was still there, but realized it probably had seemed worthless, since it wouldn't have worked underground. Their food had also been returned, which was a good thing since they appeared to be miles away from camp. "Better get going," Austin said. He pointed to Nicole's phone. "Do you have Coolidge's number? Give him a call, let him know we're on our way." Nicole turned the phone on. It didn't take long to relate what had happened, and Coolidge promised to send jeeps in their direction. "Why was I tied up and you two weren't?" Nicole asked as they started west again. Sylvia scowled. "I wasn't unconscious for as long as it seemed. I pretended to be out and overheard their plans. They were going to eat Austin and me, thinking we'd lend them strength with our power, and let you go to warn the others." "Eat you? That's horrible." Then Nicole tilted her head. "You could understand them? How?" Sylvia shrugged. "I've traveled all over. They were speaking English, but a very low version of it." "I've done a lot of traveling too," Nicole said, "and it sounded like grunts and mumbling to me." Austin nodded. "Same." No one said anything for a few moments, then Nicole asked, "Why didn't they follow through with their plan to make you guys dinner?" "Don't sound so disappointed," Austin said. Nicole gasped. "I'm not." Austin's face was straight, but Nicole thought she could see a bit of a twinkle in his eye. "You're teasing." She punched his shoulder. "No fair." He held up his hands and grinned. "You left yourself open for that one." Nicole agreed, laughing. She couldn't believe he was actually flirting with her. Yes, he'd kissed her, but this was the first time he'd flirted. Austin sobered, holding her gaze for several seconds. Nicole could tell he was formulating something to say, and she waited, trying not to look too eager to hear it. His face softened and he looked away, then back at her, putting his hands in his pockets. "I'm glad we all made it out okay." At first, Nicole was disappointed he didn't say anything else. But the intensity in his eyes told her so much more than his words. Nicole bit her lip. "Me too." She would have been deserted, and Austin would have been dead. That thought made Nicole's chest painfully restrict, and she was surprised when a sudden urge to cry nearly overwhelmed her. She'd only known him for a couple of weeks. Why the strong emotions? Realizing he was still staring at her, Nicole concentrated harder than necessary on the ground in front of her. Was she reading too much into his expression? She hoped not, especially after their kiss. He seemed sincere, open with her. He'd flirted with her. He'd smiled at her. And if she'd been reading him correctly, if his kiss said anything, he actually liked her. Nicole grinned, the earlier pain in her chest evolving into a light, floating sensation that left her breathless. In a daze, she hiked with the others across the Utah desert, barely noticing the passage of time before they were found by one of the Jeep drivers. As soon as they reached the campsite, Coolidge had them talk to Howard and explain what they'd learned. At first, Howard appeared sympathetic, especially for Will's situation. He seemed to recall a man with that name going missing a year earlier. But when Nicole told him the coven's demands, he immediately got angry and started shouting about going down there and teaching those people something about respect for the academics. He was adamant about not returning any of the bodies. No one tried to calm him down, and after several minutes of ranting, he stormed away. Coolidge rubbed the back of his neck. "Any chance we could get Will out of there?" "Possibly," Nicole said. "And I think he may even accept some help." "I hope so. But he did mention that people don't escape once they become part of the coven." Coolidge sighed, sitting on a trunk. "I don't know what to do. On one hand, we've been given grants to fund the expedition, and we've already used a lot of that money. We'd have to return every dime if we don't fulfill our promises. But on the other hand, we're putting ourselves into further danger the longer we stay here." Sylvia rolled her eyes. "It's not like you didn't warn us. And Will's situation is why we're here." She looked at Coolidge. "We need to call in a search and rescue team. We now know that people have been kidnapped. How many others are down there? How many are being held captive? We can't desert them." "We may not have a choice," Coolidge said. "Though I definitely agree with you." He stood and paced for a moment, hands behind his back. "From your description of the others, I'd guess that the disappearances in the area are happening as the coven realizes they need to increase their breeding pool. The more a group of people interbreed, the more likely it is that their offspring will exhibit bad recessive genes." He turned back to them. "That gives me enough to tell the government about the disappearances. But what of the magical pulses? We've only felt one that was strong enough to catch the attention of casual visitors, and we still haven't found what created it." He paused, obviously thinking. "None of the other groups saw anything magical today, not even items. You three were lucky." Austin snorted. "Lucky? Hardly. Will and the others probably lured us farther away from the campsite with the items." Coolidge nodded. "They probably did." He rubbed his face. "Go get dinner. I'll call in a team to start searching first thing in the morning. It's too late to begin now. And am I correct in saying that Will isn't in any immediate danger?" Austin nodded. He seemed fairly comfortable, though a little surly. "Good. We'll plan on leaving after we've got as many people out as possible. We may have to forget about that magical pulse." He strode away, and Nicole walked to her tent to change. Judith Ann was there, apparently waiting for her. "Austin and I are going shopping. Because I won't be here, you have to make sure my father's things get put away and that the shed is locked up." Nicole said she would, hoping the pain she felt didn't affect the expression on her face. How had Judith Ann convinced Austin to go? Why had he agreed to it, especially after what he and Nicole had experienced together? Were her earlier concerns being proven right? Was he regretting their kiss? She took a deep breath. Had to get in control. Be happy. Pretend to be happy. Nicole returned to the kitchen area, filled her plate, and sat in her camp chair to eat. She ignored Judith Ann's excited chattering, but watched them leave. Her dampened spirits sagged even more, and she ignored the tears pricking at the back of her eyes. Instead of helping the others gather and compare notes, she retreated to the shed to practice. And practice she did, releasing all her pent-up emotions and frustrations and fears. The first songs she played were strenuous and difficult. Her fingers practically flew over the fingerboard, several bow hairs broke, and she made many mistakes. After an hour of frustrated playing, she calmed down and transitioned to slower, softer, more melodic compositions, pouring her quieter emotions into the music, focusing on perfection. It was nearly dark when she finally left. She stepped aside as a couple of students carried a heavy box into the shed. She decided to lock up later. No eyes followed her, at least none that were visible. She shivered when she remembered what Will said about them listening to her. She glanced toward the hole. Nothing moved. She was on her way to her tent when she caught a whiff of the horrible agark smell. It seemed more potent, and Nicole felt her stomach clench when she realized what that probably meant. She took a detour, and a quick glance and count told her what she feared. Howard had brought up all the agarks. They lay on individual tables, open to the night sky. Howard was strapping on a utility belt, a huge grin of satisfaction on his face. He'd set up several high-powered lamps, and a bunch of his students bustled around him, preparing for the dissection of the newest set of specimens. Nicole saw Armitage University's dissection team there as well, one of them still missing. They didn't look nearly as excited as Howard and his students. Nicole groaned when she saw that Camille had joined them, a big smile on her face. Had the girl lost her mind? Coolidge stormed past Nicole. He entered Howard's area and flung a hand toward the bodies. "Do you have no respect?" Howard laughed at him, wrapping an arm around Coolidge's shoulder. "I have respect for the money this will make us." "You've gone insane." Coolidge rubbed his neck. "What am I to do with you, Stan? You'll lose your position and all respect over this." Howard laughed again. Nicole strode away, not wanting to hear more. She needed to put as much distance between herself and that group as possible. Wind ruffled her hair, blowing the stench away and bringing a familiar and welcome smell. Rain? She turned her face to the sky, breathing deeply. Please let it rain. She enjoyed the wind for several moments, watching the clouds darken as the sun finished setting, and the moisture in the air increased. Then she went to get her phone, wanting to call Lizzie. As she was exiting the tent, a big raindrop hit her face. She couldn't help but grin. The rain started slowly, the clouds growing heavier, and after a moment it became apparent that this wouldn't be just a quick shower. While waiting for the phone to power on, Nicole returned to the tent and grabbed her jacket from her duffel. She zipped it up around her, pulling the hood up, and after making sure the phone was protected from the gently falling rain, she called Lizzie. It took 5 minutes of precious battery time to explain to Lizzie what had happened that day, and another 5 minutes to calm her down. I'll be fine, I promise, Nicole said. How can you promise that? Lizzie asked, sounding like she was practically hyperventilating. Nicole shrugged. I don't know, Will, the guys said they like my music. Lizzie snorted. Like that's going to protect you. It has so far. Stop it, Nicole. Nicole sighed. I am taking it seriously, I promise. I was completely freaked out earlier. But Coolidge is doing everything he can to protect us. Lizzie grunted. Good. Neither said anything for a moment. Nicole tightened her jacket, making sure the phone was still covered. She briefly wondered how Austin was doing with Judith Ann. She shut her eyes, unwilling to picture the two of them together. They ended the call, and Nicole jumped when someone grabbed her wrist. It was Sylvia. Can you feel that? Sylvia asked. Nicole squinted at the girl. Feel what? Sylvia bit her lip and turned to stare at the dissecting area. Concentrate really hard. Nicole closed her eyes. She knew Sylvia was probably talking about magical energy, so she pushed outward with the part of her that was still strengthening. And she sensed something. It was slight, barely noticeable. But as she concentrated on it, she quickly discerned a magical pulse that was growing very slightly, very slowly. She opened her eyes, meeting Sylvia's gaze. What does it mean? Sylvia's eyes were wide, the pupils almost fully dilated. Something's coming. Nicole felt goosebumps rise across her flesh. How do you know it's headed this way? Because it is. Sylvia wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Howard's area again. She glanced back at Nicole. We have to leave as soon as the storm rolls through, regardless of the time and regardless of who's stuck below. I'm afraid we don't have a choice. Nicole shivered again at the intensity in Sylvia's eyes. I think you're right. Chapter 12. Raindrops splattered heavily against Nicole's tent, forcing her awake. She sat up, wondering what time it was. She groped in the darkness and found the battery-operated clock she'd brought. Only 3 a.m. Way too early to be awake. She rolled over in her sleeping bag and closed her eyes. A strong gust of wind tousled the tent, and the door whipped open. She glanced at it and frowned, barely able to see it in the dark. She checked last night, it had been zipped up and shouldn't be able to whip in the wind. Had Camille or Sylvia gone to use the bathroom and left it open? Nicole sat up again, noticing that Camille's bag was empty. That girl? She'd definitely lost her mind on this trip. Nicole reached across the empty bag and zipped up the tent, trying to be quiet about it. Hopefully, it wouldn't wake Sylvia. She sneaked a glance at her friend and froze. Sylvia's bag was empty too. Was there a meeting she didn't know about? Or was it possible that both girls had gone to the bathroom? Weird at this time of the night, but not unheard of in a situation like this. Why though would Camille wake up Sylvia or vice versa, and not Nicole? She was in the middle. Maybe Camille had gone to the bathroom, and Sylvia had ditched. She'd been nervous last night. But like Jason, she hadn't seemed the type to leave without telling anyone. Nicole stared at Sylvia's bag. She could have sworn it was light blue in color, not dark. She fumbled in the darkness, searching for her phone and turned it on. When it emitted enough light, she pointed the screen toward Sylvia's bag. And gasped. A dark stain marred the blue nylon. She leaned over, inspecting it. The stain was red. Blood. All over. Nicole shrieked and jerked back from the bag. She flashed her phone around the tent, seeing for the first time that blood covered the walls too. Her breath hitched in her throat and she bit her lip, staring, wondering what to do. She had to get out of there. Had to leave the tent. Check on the others. Call the alarm. She shoved her feet in her boots and yanked her arms through the sleeves of her hoodie. Realizing that whoever had taken Camille and Sylvia might still be outside, Nicole pocketed her phone, slowly opened the tent and ducked out. She waited for her eyes to adjust. It was no longer raining, the storm was finally blowing over. Stars lined the horizon to the east, and the crescent moon was just rising, casting a slight glow over everything. Nicole screamed at what she saw, then clamped a hand over her mouth, cursing her instinctual reaction. The camp was crawling with things, people, agarks. Nearly all were carrying bodies to the hole. Some agarks were still on the dissecting tables, but others were walking around, using their root-like tentacles to pivot themselves forward. Her scream echoed for several seconds across the desert, carrying through the still night. Everyone froze. Misshapen heads turned toward her. People began jumping out of tents, pulling on pants and shoes. The coven humans scrambled, racing toward the hole, carrying bodies or dumping them as they went. The agarks raised themselves on their tentacles, their bodies swelling. They towered over the dissection tables, by 10 or 15 feet at least. They were at least 6 feet wide, possibly more. At once they turned toward Nicole, one of them flinging a table in Nicole's direction. The table crashed into the tent next to her, and she was nearly whipped by a support rod as it sprang out of the tent. She jumped when someone grabbed her arm. It was Will. The agarks hesitate where you are concerned. Get out of here. Now. He pointed to a jeep. Stay low. Nicole didn't question. She dashed to the jeep and hopped in. Moments later, the jeep was filled with survivors as Will finished herding up the living. Coolidge got behind the wheel, revved the engine, and peeled out. Only one of the 8 jeeps followed. Were that many people dead? Nicole looked back at those in the jeep with her. She'd hoped for a miracle, but Sylvia wasn't there, and neither were any of Howard's people. She looked at Coolidge. What about the others? He didn't respond. Coolidge drove far too fast for the dirt road, and several times massive waves of muddy water splashed the jeep, drenching those inside as they bounced through huge potholes. The entire time they were on the dirt road, Coolidge kept looking in the rearview mirror. Finally, they reached a paved road and Coolidge loosened his grip a little. They're not following anymore. Nicole looked behind them. The other jeep was still there. Was he talking about the agarks? She glanced forward as Coolidge careened around a bend. He was going 60 miles per hour, obviously still in a hurry to put distance between them and the campsite. What had he seen? Was it the agarks? Or had his more sensitive abilities discerned something she hadn't? After only a few minutes, they passed the visitors' center and got on the highway, heading toward Moab. Coolidge stopped at the first hotel that came into view and ordered everyone inside. Nicole joined the others in the lobby. The man behind the counter watched the dirty, panicked people enter his hotel and quickly started assigning rooms. As Coolidge handed out keys, he asked them all to help in the search for survivors when it was light enough. They'd be leaving at 8, only 3 hours away. There weren't any other girls, so Nicole ended up with her own room. She locked the door behind her, wondering and worrying about Sylvia. Please, oh please be okay. Then she realized something. Austin and Judith Ann had never returned the night before. Had they stayed in Moab when the storm came? Or were they some of the first victims? A shiver crossed her, and she felt tears spill over onto her cheeks. She held herself, rocking back and forth, trying to control the sudden emotions that raged inside. Fear. Anguish. Anger. Exhaustion. She never should have come on the expedition. The agarks were alive. How? The last time she'd seen them, they were shriveled up and dead. And now they were massive and huge. Had Howard figured out how to bring them to life? If so, why would he have done such a thing? Or was it something else? A trigger of some sort? A change in the desert air? In the weather? A thought occurred to her. The creatures had been shriveled. Had the rain brought the agarks back to life like thirsty plants? They did have those root-like appendages. Nicole glanced at the clock. It was 5 in the morning. She was wasting her precious sleep time on thinking. She forced her thoughts aside and inspected her clothes in the mirror, far too dirty. Because she had nothing else to wear, she showered while fully dressed. She wasn't about to put on filthy clothes in the morning. It took a moment to figure out how best to hang the wet things around the heating unit, which she turned on full blast, hoping to warm away the chill in her core. For a moment, she wished she had her cello to help ease the fear and stress she felt, but realized sleep would be the best thing for her. Finally, she got into bed, tired and emotionally drained, refusing to think about what she'd already seen and would see when they returned to camp. Chapter 13. Nicole's phone rang, just as she and the others were leaving the hotel. She pulled it out and checked the caller ID. "It's Judith Ann," she said. Nicole's breath shortened, and she noticed Coolidge looking at her through the rearview mirror. He probably wanted to know about Judith Ann and Austin as much as she did. Had they survived the night, or was this one of the coven humans calling? She pushed the answer button and brought the phone to her ear. "Judith Ann." "Finally," the girl shrieked. Nicole held the phone away as Judith Ann continued shouting. "Where on earth are you, Nicole? I can't believe what you've done. You've completely abandoned my father's things. I thought I could trust you, but no one is here to guard them. And everything has been damaged. It's going to take me forever to clean this up. And my father will probably sue you. His equipment was expensive, Nicole, and rare." She paused. "Are you listening to me? Hello?" Nicole couldn't respond at first. Her stomach was somewhere near her feet. She'd totally forgotten Judith Ann's request. She hadn't even checked that the shed was locked up. "Yes, I'm listening. Look, I'm sorry, but you have no idea, Judith Ann, no idea at all what happened last night. I don't care. It's going to take all day to clean up this wreck. Are you coming to help? We're on our way. We have to search for survivors." "Good. I have some calls to make." Judith Ann hung up. Nicole thrust her phone into her purse and glared out the window. She felt Coolidge looking at her again, and her cheeks burned. He cleared his throat. "She's upset?" "She has a right to be. I was supposed to watch over her father's equipment yesterday. I totally forgot." Coolidge shook his head. "Anyone would have forgotten, under the circumstances. Don't beat yourself up over it too much." "I didn't even check before going to bed." She swallowed, trying to get the bitter taste at the back of her throat to go down. "I can't believe how careless I was." The student sitting next to Nicole, a tall, freckled guy, put his hand on Nicole's arm. "It's going to be fine." Nicole nodded, but the sick feeling in her stomach didn't leave. Almost everything that had happened after going to bed had been out of her power, but before that, she should have at least remembered to make sure Howard's people had locked up when they were finished. "Are she and Austin at the campsite then?" Coolidge asked. Judith Ann, "Yes. I don't know about Austin." No one said anything the rest of the drive. Nicole's stomach gradually returned to its proper place, and the sick feeling was replaced with determination. She would make things right. And as soon as possible. Coolidge pulled up near the campsite, and Nicole hopped out of the Jeep. She immediately spotted Judith Ann by the shed, talking to a police officer, probably tattling on Nicole. Great. Nicole turned and surveyed the rest of the campsite. Seeing the destruction in the light of day was shocking. She couldn't believe how much damage the invaders had caused. It looked like they'd continued rampaging after she and the others had left. Tents were strewn across the ground. Food items had been scattered into the wind. Sleeping bags were shredded and dragged everywhere. The jeeps had been knocked over. Only a few structures remained upright, a couple of the tents, Nicole's included, and the shed. No bodies or survivors were in sight, and Nicole wondered if the coven humans had returned to take them below. The first thing she did was get the rest of her stuff. Her stomach curled when she saw the blood inside the tent. She probably shouldn't have been surprised, but her belongings were still where she'd left them. She changed quickly, packed everything up, and put her duffel and sleeping bag in the Jeep. There was no way she'd spend another night at the campsite, and she didn't want to run the risk of losing anything while people searched the wreckage. After only a couple of minutes, a sheriff approached her and requested a statement. Her statement turned into a deposition when they realized she knew the most about what had happened. Nicole gave thorough answers, making sure not to leave anything out. She recognized she was procrastinating inspecting the shed. She didn't want to be there at the same time as Judith Ann, and the girl seemed determined to stick around. While Nicole was talking to the cops, a search and rescue team arrived and started outfitting for their trek through the caverns. She watched as they descended the ramp. Hopefully they'd come out alive. After nearly an hour of reporting what she'd seen, followed by writing down everything she could remember, the police finally took her name and number and promised to call when they had more questions. Nicole sighed with relief. She was tired of the smirks of the cops, who probably thought she was insane, though she couldn't blame them. Saying agarks existed was like saying Bigfoot had come for a visit. It was ludicrous. Nicole shook the officer's hands, barely paying attention to their goodbyes, and braced herself. Time to investigate the shed wreckage. She strode across the campsite, stopped outside the doors, and took a breath. Then she walked inside. What she found totally shocked and surprised her. Nothing had been damaged. Not one single thing. Sure, the padlocks on both sets of doors had been ripped off, but nothing inside the shed had been touched. She stepped outside, listening and watching as Judith Ann ranted to Coolidge about suing him and Nicole and everyone else. Why would the girl lie? And so blatantly? Nicole couldn't comprehend it. Austin turned from where he'd just finished talking to an officer and caught her eye. He joined her and glanced into the shed. So, she exaggerated, huh? Nicole nodded. She didn't trust herself to speak. The only thing she wanted to do was to wring Judith Ann's neck, demanding the whole time that the girl take back her lies. One search and rescue team is already in the cavern and another is on its way, Austin said. Nicole nodded again. She watched Coolidge placate the very angry Judith Ann. Nicole glowered when they started walking in her direction. Austin put his hand on Nicole's arm. She was so upset, she couldn't even appreciate his voluntary contact. Be nice, he whispered. There's something off about her. She's a little messed up inside, and it's gotten much worse since we arrived this morning. Tell me about it, Nicole hissed. Judith Ann stopped in front of Nicole and flung her hand toward the shed. You saw? Coolidge raised an eyebrow, stepping inside. What was damaged? Judith Ann's mouth popped open, forming an O. Are you blind? She pointed at Nicole. And you? You are so going to pay for this. No, I'm not, Nicole said. Nothing's damaged. Coolidge stepped beside Austin, facing Judith Ann. None of your father's equipment has even been touched. Only the padlocks. And it's no thanks to any of you, Judith Ann said. I've been cleaning the place since the sun came up. Austin raised an eyebrow. That's not true. We've only been here for a couple of hours. Judith Ann glared at him, folding her arms. She stared at them in turn. I see how it is. Realizing she wasn't going to find a sympathetic ear, she huffed and stormed away, flinging more insults and threats back at them. Coolidge let out a breath of air. Unhinged. The other two nodded and Nicole turned to Austin, not wanting to spare another thought on Judith Ann. There's a second team coming? Yes, and possibly a third. Over 20 people are missing. Coolidge shook his head. I wish the first team had waited for me. Do they know what they're up against? Austin shook his head. They asked, but I didn't know what had happened. There's blood everywhere. We thought everyone was dead. He glanced at Nicole. Judith Ann and I both freaked out. I'm sure her reaction is due partially to what we saw. Coolidge ran a hand through his hair. Better head down and help find survivors, if at all possible. His gaze flicked to Nicole and Austin. Lock up here as best you can, get outfitted and come join me. He jerked his thumb in the direction of the dirt road. Stuff's in the jeeps? Hurry please. He walked away, and Nicole attempted to shut the shed door. It wouldn't close, the padlock was too broken. Let's try the inside one, Austin said, leading the way. The inner door shut and locked easily. It alone would have to be enough. They turned to leave, but Nicole grabbed Austin's arm, realizing something was missing from the shed. She whirled, whipped out her key, and unlocked the door again. It only took a glance to confirm her suspicions. My cello. What? Austin asked. She turned to him. It's gone. Why would they take my cello? A line appeared between his eyebrows. Will did say they enjoyed the music. Maybe they thought they could use it themselves. Nicole bit her lip, trying to control the urge to scream and cry. I'd like to see them try to play it. She folded her arms and glared at the place where she'd last seen her instrument. She couldn't believe they'd steal it. Did they think she wouldn't come back, that she'd leave it here in the desert? Well, they were wrong. Nicole and Austin crossed the campsite, ignoring the official-looking people who searched through the debris for evidence. They reached the jeeps and quickly pulled out the necessary equipment: headlamps, flashlights, matches, first aid kits, and a couple of guns which they strapped to themselves. They joined Coolidge near the hole. I've made the necessary calls, Coolidge said, but the government is unwilling to close off the caverns, especially after what we discovered. They're sending in more people. He stopped Austin from heading toward the ramp. That's not the only thing. They've requested that the members of the expedition team leave. We no longer have permission to enter the caverns. Austin frowned and Nicole rolled her eyes. We're not letting that stop us, right? She asked. Coolidge gave a short bark-like laugh. Heavens no. I just wanted you to know that you're technically breaking the law by coming with me. He gestured back to the jeeps. My last 3 students have already left. Austin raised an eyebrow. Left? Why? Coolidge shrugged. They don't want to risk being put in federal prison for the rest of their lives. Nicole swallowed. But that's only if we get caught, right? Exactly. I haven't mentioned to anyone what the feds told me, but I suspect information will be trickling back soon. If you're willing to continue, we need to go now. Austin and Nicole met eyes. We're going, Austin said. Nicole nodded. Good, Coolidge said. Follow me. Coolidge strode toward the ramp with Nicole and Austin trailing. The front caverns were full of search and rescue people. Some were carting off body parts. Others were searching the city. It was obvious they were realizing that this might be bigger than they thought. Someone in the city called out, saying they'd found an intact body, something that apparently hadn't happened yet. Nicole swallowed. Was it Sylvia? Camille? She and Austin looked at Coolidge, but he shook his head. Let them clean up the mess and figure out which body belongs to which person. We need to search for survivors. Nicole knew right away that he planned to go into the tunnels behind the city. Where else would the coven take living people? Austin led the way, showing Coolidge where he, Nicole, and Sylvia had gone before. They'd only walked maybe 10 feet when Judith Ann ran up to them, panting, holding her hand to her heart. I'm coming too, she said. Have to recover my father's stolen things. Nicole rolled her eyes, but Austin and Coolidge didn't seem to have a problem with it. They continued onward, not conversing. At first they followed the LED lights, but after a while the lights ended. Coolidge and Austin discussed options, and Nicole leaned against the cold dirt wall. The moist air of the tunnels was making her nauseated. She sank to the ground and put her head between her knees, concentrating on breathing in and out, watching dust particles floating in the narrow shafts of light. You okay? Austin asked. Nicole didn't respond at first, and he dug out his canteen of water and handed it over. She accepted it gratefully and took a couple of sips before giving it back. Just a bit queasy. Understandable, Coolidge said. Judith Ann snorted, folding her arms. Nicole didn't respond, though she did glare at Judith Ann, eyebrow raised. If she was going to puke, let it be in the girl's direction. The others gave her a couple of minutes to get the nausea under control, then Austin offered his hand and pulled her to her feet. The group continued onward. Moments later, the nausea returned, but much stronger. Nicole grabbed the wall and retched against it, ignoring the splatters that hit her jeans. Something's wrong, she said, wiping her mouth. Before anyone could reply, the nausea returned, but this time it was accompanied by the strongest magical pulse she'd ever felt. She was thrown down the tunnel and knocked to the ground. Her vision faltered, and everything fell black for a moment. Nicole shook her head, her eyesight returning. She coughed, forcing air back into her lungs. She was so dazed, it took her a moment to realize that Coolidge was checking her pulse while Austin rubbed her hand. Judith Ann stood with hands on her hips, glaring down at Nicole. "What just happened?" Austin asked. He and Coolidge looked at her in concern, shielding themselves from the brightness of her headlamp. She turned so it wasn't flashing them in the face. Coolidge felt her forehead. "It looked like something blew you over." Nicole nodded, finally able to breathe. "Magic. Pulse incredibly strong." Coolidge frowned. "I didn't sense anything." Austin cocked his head. "I didn't either." His voice held a hint of disbelief. Judith Ann scoffed. "She's making it up." "I'm not lying," Nicole said, her face burning. Coolidge waved her off. No. We believe you." He helped her to her feet. "What did it feel like?" Nicole didn't answer. Another wave of magic had started flowing over her, much gentler this time. It billowed around her, hugging, tugging at her. She took a step toward the source of the magical pulse. It beckoned her closer, while images of Sylvia and Camille flashed into her mind. "I know where to go," she said. Austin cleared his throat. "Are you sure?" "Let's say she is," Coolidge said, "because following her lead is better than wandering." Judith Ann folded her arms. "Being led to our death by a possessed woman is not better than wandering." Coolidge ignored her. "Go ahead, Nicole." Nicole nodded, adjusted her headlamp and led the way. The magical pulse reduced to a string of energy, making it easier for her to discern. It tugged against her heart when she took a wrong turn, and warmed her when she went in the right direction. They walked for at least a mile. After a while, the pulses led them into a tight tunnel and up above ground into a heavily forested area. "These trees aren't native to this area," Coolidge said, fingering a branch. He motioned for the others to stop, and he and Austin held their hands over the branch. They met eyes. "They've been artificially manufactured," Austin said, "forced to grow here." "What does that mean?" Nicole asked him. "The print on them is the same as the print on the Agarks, who must be a lot more powerful than we thought if they can create trees." Coolidge nodded in agreement and motioned for Nicole to continue leading the way. The sun filtered down through a canopy of leaves, casting an eerie glow over the fog that now surrounded Nicole and the others. The woods were quiet, the animal sounds almost non-existent. A chill breeze gave Nicole goosebumps and she rubbed her arms, wishing for a jacket. "I didn't know this kind of forest existed in southern Utah," Judith Ann said. "Why haven't I ever heard of it before? I've been to Arches dozens of times." "I don't think we're in Arches," Coolidge said. "At least, not any part accessible to casual visitors." Judith Ann raised her eyebrows but didn't respond. They walked through the forest for half an hour, passing ruins, deserted cities that resembled those found in the caverns. Nicole led them to an old rock wall with a crumbling archway. The forest broke for a moment, revealing huge frosted mountains that loomed above. The sun was farther west than it should have been for that time of day. Nicole raised her face, eager to have it warmed by the light. She felt the dankness of the tunnels and caverns leave as the breeze stirred around her. The group had just walked under the archway when Nicole came to an abrupt halt, staring to the left of her. She gave an excited yelp, dashed forward, and picked up her cello from where it had been leaned against a tree trunk. She turned, grinning. "It's fine. The Agarks didn't destroy it." She looked around, but couldn't see the case anywhere. At least the cello was okay. And she hoped her bow was fine too. Judith Ann scowled. "I don't understand what the big deal is with that thing anyway." Nicole ignored her and looked at Austin and Coolidge. "Why is it here?" Neither of them answered. They were staring at something behind her. Nicole turned and gasped. Will stood under the arch, holding a gun, the one that had been confiscated from Austin. "The instrument is here for you to play," he said. "The Agarks have requested your help." "Her help?" Judith Ann asked. "With what?" "The Shoggoths." Coolidge pinched the bridge of his nose, and Nicole and Austin looked at each other. Only Judith Ann seemed clueless, asking what a Shoggoth was. "Creations of my lords and masters. Shoggoths were once slaves." For thousands of years my masters used them to till the earth and fish the sea. The Shoggoths revolted. They became dangerous, and my masters were forced to find other slaves. That's why you and the other humans are here, Coolidge said. Will nodded. I haven't introduced myself to you, Professor. I'm William Stevenson. He looked at Nicole and Austin, then directed his gaze back to Coolidge. You've brought an intelligent group. Coolidge edged himself closer to Nicole, his hand slowly moving toward the holster at his side. Yes, I have. What sort of assistance can we offer? You? None. Her? He pointed the gun at Nicole. Everything. She is to come with me. Judith Ann's mouth popped open, and Austin and Coolidge stepped in front of Nicole, both of them pulling their guns. Coolidge growled. Not until you explain what's going on. Will stared at him, keeping his gun trained on Nicole. You're willing to force me to kill her while you're attempting to protect her? He continued, not waiting for a response. The Shoggoths have attacked my masters and their cities every day for hundreds of years. They've destroyed many, and have finally found their way to this city, one of the last. But since your group arrived, their attacks have lessened. It took until last night for us to realize what was causing them to hesitate. The Shoggoths seem enchanted by a sound that carries across the time and distance of the caverns. He looked at Nicole. Each night since arriving, you've played your cello. And my masters need you to play it again. Nicole glanced at the others and back to Will. How long will it take? Will shrugged. Half an hour at least. Nicole nodded. All right, I'll come. She held her face straight, not wanting the others to see the fear she felt. No, Nicole, Austin shouted. He's lying. Can't you tell? She doesn't have a choice, Will said. She comes and you all live. Otherwise, everyone dies. He glanced at Nicole. Follow me. Coolidge and Austin insisted on going as well, and made Judith Ann stay behind. She threw a fit, but ultimately obeyed, and Will didn't care either way. After walking for 10 minutes, they rounded a wooded hill, and a foreign city surrounded by lush forests came into view. The stone was slashed and scarred. Red liquid dripped from the newer cuts. A rusty, salty smell permeated the air, amplified by the heat of the sun. The road they followed gradually changed in color from dark to bright red as they entered the city, and the stone became slick with fresh blood. Nicole cringed with every step she gingerly took, trying not to slide on the stuff. Will strode ahead of them, seeming unaware of the hesitance of his followers. It breathes, Austin said. The city breathes. Coolidge put a hand next to the nearest wall. Living stone. How is that possible? Nicole asked. Will paused, glancing back. My lords made it so. The city obeys their will. Here they have no need of slaves or guards. The city sees to it that no one comes or goes, unless my lords and masters command it. The city doesn't seem to be doing so well, Coolidge said. Will shrugged. It will heal itself. Nicole grew tired of carrying her cello, and Austin took it from her. The moment it was no longer in her hands, though, the ground beneath her rippled, nearly knocking her down. Everything around them started quaking, and Nicole barely stayed upright. Will looked back. Ah. Chivalry. He murmured something to the wall, nodded, and murmured something more. The shaking stopped, and Will continued forward. Nicole frowned, realizing what this all meant. She and her friends might never be able to leave, unless the Agarks gave permission. Would they, though? Half an hour of playing might well turn into a lifetime of slavery. Nicole took a deep breath, trying to control the panic welling up inside her chest. There had to be a way out, and she had to believe they'd find it. The road eventually led to a huge palace, built into the side of the nearest mountain. The walls of the palace showed extensive damage. Scarred ridges bumped up almost everywhere, and the face of the building was discolored and grotesque. It looked like someone had slashed it multiple times with knives. Nicole couldn't stand to look at the palace. It was disgusting. Will paused in front of a set of huge wooden doors and smiled up at them. The cellist is here. The doors swung open. Will stepped up the stairs and entered, beckoning the others to follow. Nicole recognized the room as soon as she stepped inside. It was a replica of the one with the shriveled agarks back at arches, only this one was much, much larger. She turned, looking. Thank goodness, the alcoves here were all empty. Maybe they wouldn't be granted the honor of meeting the agarks face to face. Her hope was short-lived. Moments after she and the others arrived, a side door creaked open, and several agarks entered the room. Nicole felt herself both intrigued and disgusted by these creatures. Their many root-like legs propelled them forward, and the antennae sticking out from the top of their tubular bodies twitched and flitted through the air. They were at least 10 feet tall and 4 feet wide. She felt a magical pulse flood over her, accompanied by feelings of pleasure. They really had wanted her to come. The agarks seated themselves in the various alcoves that lined the rooms, and Nicole counted. 9 agarks. 11 empty alcoves. Where were the others? Probably dead, dissected by Howard. Speaking of Howard, what had happened to him? And the rest of the people? She quickly forgot her question when a weird sound filled the room. A sort of clinking or clacking, similar to the sound that fingernails make when hitting keys on a piano, but much, much louder. Will stepped forward and bowed. Yes, as requested. He grabbed Nicole's arm, pulling her toward the center of the room, then took the cello from Austin and handed it to her. They want you to play. Nicole looked down. I need a chair. As she was speaking, the stone of the floor rippled and rose, forming a stool. Nicole shrieked and jumped back, giving a nervous giggle. She took a deep breath, hand on her chest. She'd made it this far without having an emotional meltdown. She could do this. Nicole sat on the provided seat and glanced at the others. Austin and Coolidge looked worried. Their gazes flitted between her and the agarks, and she wondered if the men sensed something she didn't. To her, the room felt peaceful. Of course, the agarks could very well be messing with her emotions, making her feel comfortable. I also need a rock stop, Nicole said to Will. There's no way the end pin will stick to this floor. It's too smooth. Will frowned. What is a rock stop? She pulled out her end pin and pointed at it. It's something that keeps this from sliding all over while I play. Ah, Will said, though Nicole could tell he didn't have a clue what she was talking about. However, the city seemed to know what she needed, and a divot appeared in the stone in front of her. Nicole got her cello in position and stared at Will. He motioned to her instrument with jerky movements. Well? Where's my bow? He knitted his eyebrows. Your what? My bow? The stick? Nicole glared at him, though she knew her reaction was a little over the top. Most non-musicians didn't know the various parts of instruments. Yes, the stick. It's incredibly expensive, and without it, I can't play anything spectacular. Not like what you've heard, anyway. It was with my cello back at our campsite. The agark started tittering and swelling, and Will glanced at his feet, clearly chagrined. I didn't realize you'd need it. I know right where it is. I'll be back. Nicole bit her lip, hoping he'd find it, hoping he wouldn't be gone long. She turned to the agarks. Without eyes or a proper face, it was impossible to tell if they were looking at her or not. She started, glancing at her friends. Can we get a place for them to sit? The chair beneath her vibrated slightly as the stone floor rumbled, forming a long bench for Austin and Coolidge. They sat, sending her grateful expressions. Well, Nicole said when the silence grew uncomfortable. I guess I could pluck something. She'd learned many songs over the years that didn't require a bow. Unfortunately, none of them were very expressive, not like the songs she played in the shed, and they weren't long. As soon as she started plucking, one of the agarks approached, its antennae squirming toward her. Nicole shied away and stopped playing, but the agark grabbed her chair with one of its root-like legs and gave it a hard shake. The creature tittered something at her, the sound of fingernails on keys filling the air around her. She felt the magic she'd sensed earlier filling her soul, asking politely, begging, then threatening to destroy her and those she loved if she didn't keep playing. So she kept playing. The agacha's tentacle-like antennae advanced on her once more. She shuddered when the first tendril touched her face, brushed her hair back, sensed her breath as it rushed in and out of her lungs, through her nose and mouth. More and more of the antennae brushed over her face, touching her lips, nose, eyes, hair. It took her a couple of minutes, but she finally realized what the agarc was doing. It was seeing her, feeling her emotions as she played, discerning her, who she was, through her senses. She wished Will would hurry. She'd be able to play so much better if she had her bow. She'd gone through the songs 3 times before he finally returned. He ran into the room, face flushed, sweat dripping. Will chucked the bow to Nicole, and she barely caught it. Half the hairs were gone, but she didn't care. Anything was better than plucking through those songs a 4th time. Nicole raised the bow, about to start, when a thought occurred to her and she lowered it. I won't do this unless they promise to stop kidnapping people. Play. Will flung his hands at her, clearly exasperated. You aren't in a condition to make demands. She scowled at him. How do you know that? She motioned to Austin and Coolidge. I've got 2 of the most powerful arates in the world with me. Will scoffed. The power of an arate pales before my lords and masters. Trust me. Nicole decided to change tactics. Don't you want to get back to your family? They're dead? Come on. A wave of energy blasted at Nicole, knocking her cello to the ground with a crack, and flinging her off the stool. She landed sharply on the stones, skinning an elbow. She didn't need to look at the agarcs to know it had been them throwing the tantrum. Austin jumped to help her up, and she brushed herself off and turned to glare at the beings. Fine, I'll play. But you're only getting half an hour out of me. And you'd better tell us where the others from our group are when I've finished. The words were scarcely out of her mouth before another pulse of energy washed over her, again knocking her down. She could tell right away this one didn't originate from the agarcs, because they immediately stood in their alcoves and pressed themselves against the stone. For a moment Nicole thought they were cowering, but when the walls around them sparkled brightly and ripples in the stone flowed out in all directions, she knew they were communicating with the city. The bench Coolidge was still using melted into the ground. He and Nicole scrambled to their feet. The wave finally ended, and was followed by the same deep, guttural bass note they'd heard the first day in the caverns. It reverberated through the palace, pounding against Nicole's sternum, making her gasp for breath. The room fell silent. No one moved. That's them, Will said. His eyes were wide, and he stared at Nicole with a crazed expression. It's too late to play. Run? Will dashed across the room and out of the palace. The agarcs ignored as Nicole and the others ran to follow, but the city was paying attention. The huge doors slammed shut, apparently knowing the group's intentions. Nicole knew she should probably start playing her cello, especially if they were about to get attacked, but there wasn't any way she'd even be able to hold it. She was shaking too bad. Had to find a way out. Austin put his hand to the wooden door and closed his eyes. Coolidge grabbed Austin's shoulder, shouting no, and trying to pull him back. He wasn't fast enough. The wood grabbed Austin by the arm and lifted him into the air, tossing him across the room. Coolidge reached a hand toward Austin, slowing his descent. At first Nicole thought he was controlling Austin's body, but as buttons in Austin's shirt started popping off, Nicole realized that Coolidge had command over the clothing, not the body itself. The shirt stretched from the sudden weight. Nicole dashed across the rippling stone floor, arriving just as the last couple of buttons popped, and Austin dropped out of the sleeves, his upper body falling. He wasn't far from the floor. Nicole grabbed him around the torso, slowing him, and they both tumbled to the stone. Coolidge joined them, helping them to their feet. That was foolish. What happened? Nicole asked. He tried to control a living entity. Our powers don't grant us control over flesh. I had to do something, Austin said. The palace quaked as something struck it. The sound of falling rock filled the air, so close it had to have been in the next room. Nicole wished she could see what was happening. She only had the agarcs to look to for an idea, and they hadn't moved since pressing themselves up against the walls of their alcoves. Coolidge rushed around the room trying each door, finding them all locked. Nicole and Austin followed. They'd made it back to the main doors when another magical pulse pounded through the room. Nicole and the others were flung back, and the wall that housed the main doors suddenly caved. Nicole scrambled away from the falling stone. She couldn't see what had knocked the wall and doors down. The floor beneath them rippled. They backed into a corner, avoiding the great drops of blood that fell from the injured stone. Something just outside the palace roared. The sound was like a Hollywood-created T-Rex roar, mixed with the weird organ-like note from earlier. Suddenly, Nicole's stool and the fallen stones started moving toward each other, melting into a huge mass that rose and grew until it was as tall as the room. It glided forward, the stones in the rear shifting back into neat lines as stones in the front were taken up. Nicole was surprised to see that the city had formed a humanoid creature, complete with a head and 2 arms, one of which wielded a huge club. The club swung through the air, knocking away part of the wall above Nicole and her friends. They jumped back as several large chunks crashed around them. "We have to get out of here," Coolidge shouted. Nicole barely heard him over the sound of the stones forming and moving. Before she and the others could attempt to leave, they were yanked against the wall. Stone tightly encircled them, keeping them in place. The city, though very preoccupied, was determined to prevent their escape. Just then, a huge monstrosity of a beast slammed through what remained of the wall, crunching the stones with massive tentacles. Nicole shrank back, staring up at the creature. She couldn't possibly be on Earth anymore, right? Nothing like that existed on Earth. Half of the beast looked gooey. The other half was crustacean. Tentacles sprouted from the back of the creature's head and waved frantically. The front of the creature had hundreds of eyes that grew, popped, and sank back into the beast, only to grow again. The stone monster swung its club at the beast. The Shoggoth's soft, moist face was replaced with the crustacean shield that had once been its back, and the beast was suddenly facing the other direction. The thing had completely reformed itself. The Shoggoth whirled, the tentacles on top slashing off at least half of the stone monster's mass. The Shoggoth swelled in size until it filled nearly the entire room, smashing Nicole's cello and the stone monster in the process. Nicole and the others pressed themselves closer to the wall, barely avoiding getting slimed by the beast. The Shoggoth shrank. The Agarks quivered in their alcoves, and Nicole watched multiple ripples flood over the stones as they apparently tried to reform their monster. The Shoggoth raised a massive webbed foot and slammed it into one of the alcoves, smashing the Agark inside. The ground quaked and the stone monster reared up again, forming itself in the middle of the Shoggoth. With a roar, the Shoggoth turned and twisted, but couldn't seem to get away from the stone monster. Slime flew through the air. The stone beneath Nicole quivered. The Shoggoth started growing again, and another webbed foot appeared and smashed into a second alcove, killing the Agark there. The stone monster roared and hissed, shrinking. There were only 7 Agarks left, and Nicole found herself cheering them on. She knew they'd failed though, when the wall opposite the door crashed down and a second Shoggoth joined the first, killing 3 Agarks in its progress forward. From there, destroying the rest wasn't difficult. Both Shoggoths attacked at the same time. 2 more Agarks went down. The original Shoggoth started changing texture, seeming to reflect the stone surface around it. Nicole held her breath, thinking that the city's monster was going to win. But she realized that the Shoggoth was assimilating the stone into its mass. It was growing in strength and power. It turned on the last 2 Agarks with a roar and plunged itself into the stone wall, knocking the alcoves back. Suddenly, the city stopped fighting. The stones that held Nicole and the others in place crumbled. The Shoggoths roared so loud that more stones toppled to the ground, scattering everywhere. Nicole dodged a falling rock, barely avoiding getting crushed. She and her friends took advantage of the chaos. Without a glance backward, they raced over the rubble and out of the palace. They ran down the road as quickly as they could, passing Will along the way. Nicole glanced at his mangled body, obviously dead. Just then, Nicole heard a roar behind them. She looked back. She said. "It just caught sight of us," Austin said. The first Shoggoth was staring at them from the ruins of the palace. It roared and lumbered after them. Nicole hoped its massive size would slow it down, and at first it did. They were nearly to the edge of the city, however, when the Shoggoth shed the extra stones it had taken up and put on a burst of speed. The crumbling arch was in view. Nicole ran as fast as she could, keeping up with Austen and Coolidge. Judith Ann stepped from behind the wall and screamed. Austen reached her first. "Come on," he shouted at her as he ran past. "Oh no. Oh no, oh no," Judith Ann said over and over again. Nicole grabbed her arm. "Run, girl." Judith Ann didn't respond. "Austen," Coolidge said. Austen raced back, and he and Coolidge grabbed Judith Ann between them and charged into the forest with Nicole taking up the rear. She glanced over her shoulder. The Shoggoth was nearly on top of them, crashing through the trees. There was no way they'd make it to the campsite in time. "Here," Coolidge said to Nicole, dropping Judith Ann. He dashed off to the side, taunting the Shoggoth. It followed. Nicole grabbed Judith Ann's arm and yanked it over her shoulder. She felt Austen tugging the girl, trying to get Nicole to continue, but she wanted to see what Coolidge planned to do. He ran into a small clearing by a hill, and then made a swelling motion with his hands, leaning forward. Suddenly, the entire mound vibrated. Rocks and trees tumbled down the side. Fog swirled around its base. The Shoggoth hesitated. The hill rose. Coolidge stumbled to his knees. The hill fell. Nicole suspected she knew what he was attempting. Was it even possible? The Shoggoth bellowed and grew in size, its hundreds of eyes popping then reappearing. Coolidge lunged to his feet, and with a massive shout, raised the mound again and slammed it into the side of the Shoggoth, burying the monster in dirt, trees, and bushes. A great wind rushed past, forming a tornado above the Shoggoth, sucking in more debris, covering any part of the beast still visible. Nicole's ears rang as the tornado grew in intensity. The mound doubled in size. Then the tornado dissolved away. Coolidge's shoulders sagged, his arms dropping. Nicole shook her head in disbelief. She knew he was powerful, but he had actually thrown a hill. He'd created a tornado. Professor Coolidge turned back to the students, falling again to his knees. "So tired." Nicole let go of Judith Ann and rushed to his side to help him up. "Should we keep going? Do you need to rest?" She glanced at the hill, it wasn't moving. They might have a moment before the Shoggoth got free. If it got free. Coolidge yawned several times, scratching his ears. He was exhausted. "Don't worry about me," he said loudly. "Must continue." Nicole rejoined Austen, and together they dragged Judith Ann back to the tunnels and caverns, Coolidge following at a slower pace. He seemed distracted and kept pawing at his ears. She wondered if he'd damaged them. The tornado had been loud after all. She kept looking, but the Shoggoth didn't follow. Coolidge traded places with Nicole, and the four of them stumbled down the narrow tunnel into the darkness. Nicole and the others turned their lights on. She had forgotten she was still wearing the headlamp. "Take a break," Coolidge said, panting. Nicole slumped to the ground, her hand over her chest, sucking in deep breaths. Her lungs burned and her calves were on fire. Sure, she was in shape, but she'd never actually had to run for her life before. "It's not going to be able to follow after what you did to it," Nicole said. "And if it does, the tunnel will stop it," Austen said. "It's too small and the Shoggoth's too big." Coolidge shook his head. "Don't be so sure," he said loudly, confirming Nicole's fears that he'd damaged his ears. "You saw it change shape and size as it absorbed and discarded things. It'll do the same again." Austen hesitated, and then nodded. "We shouldn't have gone there," Nicole said. "I should never have followed those magical pulses." She expected Judith Ann to agree, to say something snarky, but the girl only stared at the light filtering down from above. Coolidge put a hand on Nicole's shoulder. "There's no way we could have known. We hoped to find survivors, and instead we walked into a trap." Coolidge didn't let them rest for long, and after a couple of minutes they continued running. He paused every now and then to listen. It was on their next break that they heard something coming. A low note sounded somewhere far behind them. "It's entered the caverns," Coolidge said. He and Austin grabbed Judith Ann, hoisted her up, and started forward again. By the time they reached the large cavern, they could feel the Shoggoth gaining on them. Magical pulses slammed into their backs, coming faster and faster as the Shoggoth drew nearer. The group raced out of the tunnel and past the city. The place was teeming with search and rescue people, still carrying body parts to the surface and collecting evidence. Coolidge shouted, "Run, people, run!" Everyone hesitated, stopping what they were doing, and stared at Nicole and the others, but the roar of the Shoggoth as it crashed out of the tunnel woke them from their stupor. En masse, the people turned and raced for the exit. Instead of following, Coolidge led Nicole and Austin to the side of the cavern. He met eyes with Austin. "We need to do something. Any ideas?" The two men quickly talked about options while Nicole watched the Shoggoth race back and forth, momentarily distracted by the puny humans that scampered beneath it. Judith Ann started wandering away, still completely out of it, and Nicole had to grab her arm to make her stay put. The discussion ended seconds after it began, and apparently satisfied with whatever plan they'd made, Coolidge and Austin shut their eyes. They held their hands over the rock wall. A rumbling sounded overhead, and the ceiling began caving in. "That should do it," Coolidge shouted over the noise. He grabbed Judith Ann by the armpits while Austin supported her torso, and Nicole picked up the girl's legs. They stumbled toward the exit of the cavern, joining the others. Some of the search and rescue people noticed and helped carry Judith Ann. Bellows sounded behind them, and Nicole looked back. The Shoggoth was slogging through the falling stone. How was it still moving? She turned and continued forward, entering the small cavern, shielding her eyes from the bright sun as they raced up the ramp. Nicole wasn't surprised to see that many more official-looking people had joined the others while she, Coolidge, and Austin were gone. They were obviously panicked. "Go!" Coolidge shouted at them. "Now!" They stared at him with blank expressions. Coolidge had Nicole and Austin get in the jeep while he tried to make the others leave. Many of them did, spinning out of the campsite in their various vehicles, but several refused. Coolidge gave up. He hopped into the jeep and revved the engine just as the Shoggoth burst out of the small cavern, roaring in the sunlight. Screams filled the air. "Do something," Coolidge yelled to Austin as he turned the jeep around. "We can't leave yet, have to make sure it doesn't follow." Austin rolled down his window. He held his hand out of the jeep and closed his eyes, concentrating. A huge windstorm swept into the campsite, swirling around the jeep and the Shoggoth. Massive amounts of dirt and debris flew through the air, pelting the beast. Nicole felt the magical pulses flowing off Austin. They were powerful, even dangerous. They mingled with the pulses coming from the Shoggoth and brushed up against her, then billowed past. But the Shoggoth's magic was stronger, and Nicole felt Austin begin to quake beside her. Realizing that her efforts would probably be in vain, Nicole closed her eyes for a moment, wanting to do something, wanting to help. She couldn't control magic itself, but maybe she could add to Austin's, strengthening it. She breathed deeply, feeling her hands and toes tingle as she exerted and pushed out, imagining herself adding to the power that forced the dust to blow around the Shoggoth. Something tickled at the edges of Nicole's brain, and she opened her eyes. With surprise, she watched a juniper tree nearby glow for a moment before fragments of it shredded off and joined the dirt that Austin was controlling. Did that happen because of her? Only one way to find out. Taking another deep breath, Nicole pushed toward the tree. She grinned as more of it glowed and broke off. A sudden warmth flooded over her, starting at the back of her scalp and flowing down, covering her face, neck, and arms. Goosebumps popped up as the warmth rushed through her system, and Nicole smiled when she realized what was happening. The heat was chasing away every ache and pain she'd felt since the entire ordeal began, even the residual bruising from the vines back home. She felt rejuvenated, less tired, more alert. Better than she'd felt in months. But why? What was causing it? Nicole stared at the tree, her eyebrows knitted, thinking. The feeling had started when she'd pushed at the juniper. Could she get it to continue, to increase? She bit her lips, watching the tree, imagining it disintegrating bit by bit, adding to Austen's mass of swirling dust. And as she watched, her will became command, and even more of the bark glowed then flung away. She could do something. She could help. But the juniper wasn't enough. Austen still struggled next to her. If wood responded to her call, what about the old pioneer homestead? Could it help Austen destroy the beast? With a sweep of her gaze, Nicole glared at the cabin, then watched in surprise as a great river of bright, pulsing lights flowed away from her and surrounded the wooden structure. Had she broken the wall of ocean? She couldn't tell. The entire cabin glowed for a brief moment, before exploding with a blast that rocked the jeep and made her ears ring. Shards and slivers pelted Nicole and the men, but Nicole was easily able to ignore them as she melted into the seat of the jeep, enjoying the warmth that cascaded down her back. Now to use the wood. At her encouragement, the fragments got sucked into Austen's storm, and she felt him increase in strength. His struggling stopped. His storm grew. And Nicole craved and hungered for another wave of heat and well-being. She turned her attention to more wide-scale things, every tree and bush she could see. She focused hard, enjoying the feeling as the warmth enveloped her entire body, making her skin tingle. Only a little more focus, and she'd be able to force the wood she now pictured in her mind to join the rest of the dust. "Nicole, no!" Coolidge shouted, glancing back at her. "Stop it, you'll kill yourself." Her mouth popped open. What was he talking about? "You're pushing yourself too hard. Please trust me. Let it go. You've done really well, better than most of my graduate students would have done, but Austen can handle the Shoggoth on his own now. He must do it on his own. We can't risk your life." Disappointment flooded over Nicole. Would she not even be allowed to help? Wasn't that why she'd come on the expedition? To prove herself? To prove her abilities? And the first chance she'd been able to do something, to assist in any way, her professor shouts at her. Realizing he probably knew what he was talking about, she released her hold on the trees, watching as the bits of wood that had broken away dropped to the ground. The heat dissipated from her body, leaving her cold and stiff, but mercifully the pain stayed away. Rain began pouring from the skies. Austen forced lightning to crack overhead, striking the Shoggoth. Bolt after bolt slammed into the monster. It roared, fighting against the wind and dust. The juniper tree Nicole had been working on suddenly uprooted itself and joined many other trees as they bashed against the Shoggoth over and over. With a huge crash, the beast fell to the ground. The storm stopped pelting the creature and things went still. Austen frowned, eyes shut tight in concentration. "It's leaving." "What do you mean?" Nicole asked. "It looks passed out to me." "It's melting into the ground," Coolidge said. Austen's expression intensified. The earth on either side of the jeep rippled. What was he doing? With a massive boom, more dust filled the air, making everyone cough. The dust settled. No one spoke. Austen slumped back into his seat, his chest heaving. He stared at her, almost glaring. The look on his face made her gasp and pull away. Why the sudden animosity? He was looking at her as if he didn't know her, as if they'd never spoken before and he resented her for being there. What was with him? Finally, he turned from her. "I caved it all in. Every opening I could feel. To keep others from finding the creatures. To buy you people more time, hopefully." You people? Was he going to desert them, her, after everything they'd been through? "What do you?" Nicole stopped talking when Professor Coolidge sent a warning glance to her. She folded her arms and glared out of the jeep. Fine. She wouldn't talk. But she hated not knowing what was going on. Coolidge finally pulled away from the campsite, making his way across the desert. She stared at the dry landscape, determined to ignore the guy sitting next to her. Not long after they left the park, Nicole's pain and exhaustion returned in a massive wave that pounded against her. She gasped in shock as a migraine split across her head and between her eyes. She slumped in the seat, eyes out of focus, barely breathing. The pain radiated from her skull, pounding against her teeth and backbone and every joint in her body. Coolidge looked at her through the rearview mirror, an expression of concern and pity on his face. "Breathe through it, Nicole, breathe through it. You'll be fine." Nicole sucked in air, trying to maintain consciousness. She looked out the window, barely controlling the urge to bawl from the suffering. Gradually, her pain eased away, until the body-sized migraine was only at the base of her skull. Austin ignored her the rest of the ride back into town. Chapter 14. Nicole carefully lowered herself into her seat in the airplane between Austin and Coolidge. She rested her head back and closed her eyes, grateful for pain medication. She wondered if Austin was still not talking to her. He hadn't responded to anything she or Coolidge had said, pretty much confirming her feelings that he was about to desert. Austin's behavior didn't seem to bother Coolidge. In fact, he encouraged it by doing some ignoring of his own. Nicole had been dying for conversation by the time they got to the airport, but she refused to break the silence herself. Her thoughts left Austin and returned to their experiences. It was hard to believe that only a week had passed since they'd flown into Moab. So much had happened, so many had died. She grimaced, thinking about Sylvia and the family she'd left behind, and about Jason and Camille and Professor Howard. People she'd never see again. "I'm sorry about your cello," Austin said, making Nicole jump. She frowned, resisting the urge to stare at him. Now he starts talking? "I hesitate bringing this up in case I'm wrong," Coolidge said, "but there's a chance the university will replace it." Nicole turned to Coolidge. "Really?" "Yes. It was destroyed on a university expedition, so they might be accountable. I'll look into it and let you know. Regardless, I still feel bad it got ruined," Austin said. Okay, that was it. She wasn't letting him off the hook. "So you're talking to me now?" She threw her hands up. "You know what? I don't get you, Austin." "It's not what you think," Coolidge said. "Oh, so you're in on it together?" "You two. You're ridiculous." She folded her arms and refused to look at either of them. "I wasn't ignoring you on purpose," Austin said. "It's a part of me I can't control." Nicole didn't respond. "I'm serious. It happens to all Arates." He leaned forward, trying to catch her eye, an anxious expression on his face. "I pushed myself too hard back there." "As did you, Nicole," Coolidge said. "Yeah," Nicole said, "just like the both of you, it's been stressful and exhausting." Austin shook his head. "That's not what we're talking about. When I push myself too hard, it does temporary damage to my brain. I lose the ability to recognize faces." Nicole frowned, finally looking at him. "You're serious? Does that happen to everyone?" "The temporary damage, yes," Austin said, "but each Arate reacts differently to overexertion. My dad loses his sight, which, as you can imagine, makes things really stressful." Nicole gasped. "That's horrible." She swallowed, trying to collect her thoughts. "Why haven't I ever heard of this before?" Coolidge looked at her. "There's a lot you don't know about being an Arate. I want to understand. I want to learn, to know more." "And that's a good thing," Coolidge said, leaning back in his seat. "Then tell me more." Coolidge took a deep breath. "Basically, when you push your Arate powers too far, the pineal gland is forced to borrow energy from other areas of the brain, and your body suffers accordingly. As Austin said, it's different for everyone. I lose my hearing when I push myself too hard." "Oh, that explained him yawning and scratching at his ears earlier." "How do you think it'll be for me?" Nicole asked. "We can figure that out now," Coolidge said. "Tell us how you felt earlier, before I ask you to stop." She shrugged. "Excellent. Energetic. I didn't hurt anymore, and it was as if I'd gotten plenty of sleep last night." Coolidge and Austin met eyes. "Pain?" Austin said. Coolidge saw Nicole's skeptical expression. "The part of your brain that recognizes pain was targeted. it removed your suffering. Yes, the pain left, but I also felt energized. Austen spoke over the sound of the jet engines starting. Pain is on the cellular level. When individual cells no longer suffer, you experience a surge in energy. Nicole internalized that, realizing the implications. If that's true, it could be very bad. She looked at Coolidge, then Austen. If I stop feeling pain while using magic, how will I know if I'm getting hurt? Exactly, Austen said. His gaze met hers, and then he glanced away. Thanks for your help. I was too distracted to know what you were doing, but I sensed the assistance immediately. If it hadn't been for you, the Shoggoth would have broken through my storm. Coolidge shook his head. Yes, it helped, but she nearly killed herself in the process. She was controlling wood. Oh crap, Austen said. He looked back to Nicole. You're not ready to start working with earth abilities. Her mouth popped open. Earth abilities? He nodded. Manipulating wood falls under earth. He glanced at Coolidge. It explains why she maxed out so suddenly. Coolidge agreed. You can't learn other powers yet, Nicole, not until you master wind properties. It'll kill you. I wasn't aware I was branching out. I thought I was just telling the bark and cabin to help. And that's a power Earth Artes have, Austen said. Most of us never fully master our own power, let alone another Reed's. You have potential, and a lot of it if you can already control Earth. Nicole leaned back, thinking that over. She couldn't help the smile that stretched across her face. So I used my magic then. Yup, Austen said. He smiled back at her. Does this mean I don't need to have a focus anymore? Coolidge shook his head. The cello is still your focus. You'll use it until you can control your wind powers without it. Forcing yourself not to use your focus when you aren't ready can lead to severe damage of the brain. Nicole exhaled quickly. I had no idea. Good thing she'd listened to Coolidge earlier. No one said anything for a moment, but Nicole wasn't ready to relax just yet. She still needed to discuss their experiences. Back when Austen caved in the tunnels, she said, wouldn't it have been better for the two of you to use your energy to destroy the Shoggoth instead? Rather than opening us up to an all-out war? Coolidge shook his head. It was far more powerful than we are. You saw it fighting the Agarks, Austen said, and you felt its magical pulse. We were no match for it. Coolidge sighed. Now that we know for sure such creatures exist, it's better for us to avoid their attention as much as possible. He plugged in some earbuds. Though I doubt they'll ignore us now. He relaxed, apparently wanting to wind down. Though how he could after everything they'd gone through, Nicole didn't know. She was still so wired. She peered past Austen as the plane took off, pretending to watch as the ground fell away. She wanted to talk to him, discuss their experiences. Get him to open up more. Figure him out. And maybe kiss him again, if Coolidge continued to ignore them. Nicole couldn't think of a way to start a conversation though, without her desires being super obvious. And what if Austen wanted to put everything from his mind? What if he wasn't interested in pursuing anything with her, even friendship? She shut her eyes again, trying to forget that he was sitting next to her, close enough where their arms brushed occasionally. It would be so easy to grab his hand. How would he react to something like that? After kissing, it should have been easy. But so much time had passed, and so many things had happened since then. What if he no longer felt that way? After several minutes, Austen broke the silence, surprising Nicole. You did really well on the expedition, by the way. Nicole looked at him, biting her lip. Even though I nearly led us to our deaths? Yes, and it could have been so much worse. What if the group that found the creatures had been regular people? Or what if we'd wandered into the middle of a cannibalistic coven of deformed humans, also surrounded by Shoggoths and Agarks? She didn't respond at first, trying not to picture what would have happened in either of those cases. That's true. But if I were more powerful, more able to sense magic, I still might have been able to tell the difference, to know that we wouldn't end up finding survivors by following the Agrich's pulses. It's possible. But I don't believe so. Austin's phone chimed, and he pulled it out of his pocket, glancing at it. A picture of Savannah flashed across the screen, and Austin squeezed his eyes shut. He ran a hand through his dark hair, then fisted it on his thigh, his jaw working. He didn't need to say anything for Nicole to tell he was conflicted. Obviously, he still had feelings for Savannah. No wonder he'd been so standoffish with Nicole. But he had feelings for her too. She'd felt it, could feel it now. Austin looked out the window for a minute, then back to Nicole, and started talking again. The moment the words were out of his mouth, he had Nicole's complete attention. "A while ago," he said, "you asked me something. Or you were going to, but I didn't let you." It felt like every cell in Nicole's body was listening, waiting to hear what he'd say. "The thing is, Nicole, you were awesome down there. Compared to Judith Ann especially. I had high expectations for her, because of her abilities. I never thought someone who can't even channel properly would be able to stand her ground so well against such horrors." Nicole waited for him to continue, hoping he had more to say. "So yes, I'd love to help you figure out your powers." A huge grin split across Nicole's face. "Really? Oh, Austin, I'd appreciate it so much." He grunted and looked out the window again. Nicole's grin widened. Such an Austin reaction. She touched his arm. "I am serious. It means a lot to me." Austin glanced at her hand, then raised his gaze to her face. His expression was intense, and Nicole couldn't read the emotion behind it. She hesitated and pulled away, but Austin stopped her, interlacing his fingers through hers. He brought her hand up, brushing the back of her fingers across his lips, a smile raising one corner of his mouth. He set their hands down but didn't let go. "I'm excited to begin." Nicole returned his smile with a grin of her own. So was she. Obviously, Austin had decisions to make, and Nicole didn't want to compel him to pick her. It was his choice, and only he would know what was best for him. But she hoped he'd fall for her and forget Savannah. The moment Nicole stepped into the apartment, Lizzie's arms flung around her. "Oh my gosh, Nicole, I missed you so much." "Same," Nicole said. She cringed as Lizzie hugged her. "Too tight, girl, too tight. I'm really bruised." Lizzie stepped back. "Oops. Sorry." She studied her friend's face. They'd had time to talk on the phone during Nicole's layover in Salt Lake City, so she knew what had happened. "You doing okay?" "As good as can be expected." Nicole dropped her things onto the leather couch and sank down. "Coolidge called me right before I pulled up. The officials have released the names of the dead, those who are still missing, and the survivors." "And?" "Sylvia lived. Actually, most of Coolidge's students are still alive, thank goodness." "Really?" Lizzie squealed. "But didn't you say her blood was all over?" "Yeah. She was really badly injured, was in surgery for several hours at the hospital in Grand Junction, Colorado, apparently, but she's going to make it." Nicole relaxed against the back of the couch, feeling the worry seep from her system. "I can't even begin to say how relieved I am about that. And you probably won't be surprised to hear that she's dropping out of school. A part of me doesn't blame her. But on the other hand, we've got so much to learn, Lizzie. We have no idea what we're up against. What are you going to do about the book?" Nicole turned to her friend. "Coolidge says he'll keep it where it is, until I tell him otherwise. I have to go to Ohio to work with Professor Nielsen. I need to control my powers better before I face my parents or the book." "You're really going to read it?" She sighed. "I don't see that I have a choice. I didn't tell you, but the spirit of the old woman followed me to Arches. I saw her twice, very briefly. It was as if she was there to remind me about the book." Lizzie looked at Nicole with a troubled expression, but she didn't say anything. Nicole continued. "And I can feel the book now, reaching out to me. By using my powers, even just a little, I've become more aware of certain things. I couldn't feel the book while in Utah, but I can now. And that feeling is getting stronger. I think, and Professor Coolidge agrees, that eventually the book will sap my energy completely if I don't address it. I'd rather do that while I'm still strong. Hey, you could sign up for your classes again. You were only gone a week. Nicole shook her head. No, I'm going to Ohio first. I fly out tomorrow. And after that, Austin has promised to help me. It's time I learned how to defend myself. Lizzie knitted her eyebrows. You're right. It's better to be prepared. Neither spoke for a moment, and then Lizzie returned to the movie she'd been watching. Nicole sat next to her, staring at the TV, not seeing what was playing. She couldn't wait to get started with Professor Nielsen. Ohio, here I come, she whispered. This has been Discern, Mosaic Chronicles Book 1 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening.
Would you like to know what was on Austin's mind when he first met Nicole? Why he was so annoyed with her? Austin's Perception, the audiobook, is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description for more information.